The History of Magic. Eliphas Levi. Preface to the English translation. In several casual references scattered through periodical literature, in the biographical sketch which preceded my rendering of Dogme et Ritual de la Haute Magie and elsewhere, as occasion prompted, I have put on record an opinion that the History of Magic, by Alphonse Louis Constant, written, like the majority of his works, under the pseudonym of Eliphas Levi, is the most arresting, entertaining, and brilliant of all studies on the subject with which I am acquainted. So far back as 1896 I said that it was admirable as a philosophical survey, its historical inaccuracies notwithstanding, and that there is nothing in occult literature which can suffer comparison therewith. Moreover, there is nothing so comprehensive in the French language, while as regards ourselves it must be said that we have depended so far on a history by Joseph Ennemoser, translated from the German and explaining everything, within the domain included under the denomination of magic, by the phenomena of animal magnetism. Other texts than this are available in that language, but they have not been put into English, while none of them has so great an appeal as that which is here rendered into our tongue. Having certified so far regarding its titles, it is perhaps desirable to add, from my own standpoint, that I have not translated the book because it is entertaining and brilliant, or because it will afford those who are concerned with magic and history a serviceable general account. The task has been undertaken still less in the interests of any who may have other, that is to say, occult, reasons for acquaintance with its procedure, its rites, and its mysteries. I have no object in providing unwary and foolish seekers with material of this kind, and it so happens that the present history does not fulfill the promise of its subtitle in these respects, or at least to any extent that they would term practical in their folly. Through all my later literary life I have sought to make it plain, as the result of antecedent years spent in occult research, that the occult sciences, in all their general understanding, are paths of danger when they are not paths of simple make-believe and imposture. The importance of Eliphas Levi's account at large of the claims, and of their story throughout the centuries, arises from the fact, a. that he is the authoritative exponent-in-chief of all the alleged sciences, b. that it is he who, in a sense, restored and placed them under a new and more attractive vesture, before public notice at the middle period of the 19th century, c. that he claimed, as we shall see, the very fullest knowledge concerning them, being that of an adept and master. But, d. that, subject to one qualification, the worth of which will be mentioned, it follows from his long examination that magic, as understood not in the streets only but in the houses of research concerning it, has no ground in the truth of things, and is of the region of delusion only. It is for this reason that I have translated his History of Magic, as one who reckons a not too gracious task for something which leans toward righteousness, at least in the sense of charity. The world is full at this day of the false claims which arise out of that region, and I have better reasons than most even of my readers can imagine to undeceive those who, having been drawn in such directions, may be still saved from deception. It is well therefore that out of the mouth of the masters we can draw the fullest evidence required for this purpose. In the present prefatory words I propose to shew, firstly, the nature of Eliphas Levi's personal claims, so that there may be no misconception as to what they were actually, and as to the kind of voice which is speaking. Secondly, his original statement of the claims, nature, and value of transcendental magic, and, thirdly, his later evidences on its phenomenal or so-called practical side, as established by its own history. In this manner we shall obtain his canon of criticism, and I regard it as serviceable, because, with all his imperfections, he had better titles of knowledge at his own day than anyone, while it cannot be said that his place has been filled since, though many workers have risen up in the same field of inquiry and have specialized in the numerous departments which he covered generally and superficially. Before entering upon these matters it may be thought that I should speak at some length of the author's life, but the outlines have been given already in an extended introduction prefixed to a digest of his writings which I published many years ago under the title of Mysteries of Magic, and again, but from another point of view, in the preface to the Doctrine and Ritual of Transcendental Magic, already mentioned. These things are still available in one edition or another, and very little has transpired subsequently, because, as a matter of fact, the salient biographical facts are not numerous. In the present place it will be therefore sufficient to say that Alphonse Louis Constant was born at Paris in 1810, and was the son of a shoemaker, apparently in very poor circumstances. His precocity in childhood seemed to give some promise of future ability. He was brought to the notice of a priest belonging to his parish, and this in its turn led to his gratuitous education at St. Sulpice, obviously with a view to the priesthood. There his superiors must have recognized sufficient traces of vocation, according to the measures of the particular place and period, for he proceeded to minor orders and subsequently became a deacon. He seems, however, to have conceived strange views on doctrinal subjects, though no particulars are forthcoming, and, being deficient in gifts of silence, the displeasure of authority was marked by various checks, ending finally in his expulsion from the seminary. Such is one story at least, but an alternative says more simply that he relinquished the sacerdotal career in consequence of doubts and scruples. Thereafter he must, I suppose, have supported himself by some kind of teaching, and by obscure efforts in literature. Of these the remains are numerous, though their value has been much exaggerated for bookselling purposes in France. His adventures with Alphonse Esquiros over the Gospel of the Prophet Gano are told in the pages that follow, and are an interesting biographical fragment which may be left to speak for itself. He was then approaching the age of 30 years. I have failed to ascertain at what period he married Mlle Noemi, a girl of 16, who became afterwards of some repute as a sculptor, but it was a runaway match and in the end she left him. It is even said that she succeeded in a nullity suit, not on the usual grounds, for she had borne him 2 children, who died in their early years if not during infancy, but on the plea that she was a minor, while he had taken irrevocable vows. St. Sulpice is, however, a seminary for secular priests who are not pledged to celibacy, though the rule of the Latin Church forbids them to enter the married state. In the year 1851 Alphonse Louis Constant contributed a large volume to the encyclopedic series of Abbé Mignet, under the title of Dictionnaire de littérature chrétienne. He is described therein as ancien professeur au Petit Séminaire de Paris, and it is to be supposed that his past was unknown at the publishing bureau. The volume is more memorable on account of his later writings than important by its own merits. As a critical work, and indeed as a work of learning, it is naturally quite negligible, like most productions of the series, while as a dictionary it is disproportioned and piecemeal, yet it is exceedingly readable and not unsuggestive in its views. There is no need to add that, as the circumstances of the case required, it is written along rigid lines of orthodoxy and is consequently no less narrow, no less illiberal, than the endless volumes of its predecessors and successors in the same field of industry. The doubting heart of Saint Sulpice had become again a convinced Catholic, or had assumed that mask for the purpose of a particular literary production. 2 years later, however, the voice of the churchman, speaking the characteristic language of the Mignet encyclopedias, was succeeded by the voice of the Magus. The doctrine of transcendental magic appeared in 1855, the ritual in 1856, and henceforth Alphonse Louis Constant, under the pseudonym of Eliphas Levi, which has become almost of European celebrity, was known only as an exponent of occult science. It is these works which more especially embody his claims in respect of the alleged science and in respect of his own absolute authority thereon and therein. Certain later volumes, which followed from his pen in somewhat rapid succession, are very curious when compared with the doctrine and ritual for their apparent submission to church authority and their parade of sincere orthodoxy. I have dealt with this question at length in my introduction to the mysteries of magic, and I shall be dispensed therefore from covering the same ground in the present place. Such discrepancy notwithstanding, Eliphas Levi became, in a private as well as in a public sense, a teacher of occult science and of Kabbalism as its primary source. It was apparently his means of livelihood. He was in Paris during the siege which brought the Franco-German War to its disastrous close, and he died in 1875, fortified by the last rites of the Catholic Church. He left behind him a large sheaf of manuscripts, several of which have been published since, and some await an editor. The issue of his life and letters has been long promised in Paris, under the auspices of M. Lucien Mottl, but the fact that over 16 years have elapsed since the announcement was first made may signify that they are withheld permanently. Possibly the executors of Madame Constant, who is said to have married a second time in 1872, may have laid an interdict on the design. Passing now to the subject-in-chief of this preface, it is affirmed as follows in the Doctrine and Ritual of Transcendental Magic. 1. There is a potent and real magic, popular exaggerations of which are really below the truth. 2. There is a formidable secret which constitutes the fatal science of good and evil. 3. It confers on man powers apparently superhuman. 4. It is the traditional science of the secrets of nature which has been transmitted to us from the Magi. 5. Initiation therein gives empire over souls to the sage and the adroitness for ruling wills. 6. Arising apparently from this science, there is one infallible, indefectible, and truly Catholic religion which has always existed in the world, but it is unadapted for the multitude. 7. For this reason there has come into being the exoteric religion of apologue, fable, and nurses' stories, which is all that is possible for the profane. It has undergone various transformations, and it is represented at this day by Latin Christianity under the obedience of Rome. 8. Its veils are true in their symbolism, and it may be called true for the crowd, but the doctrine of initiates is not less than a negation of the absolute therein. 9. It is magic alone which imparts true science. Hereof is what may be termed the theoretical, philosophical, or doctrinal part, the dogma of absolute science. That which is practical follows, and it deals with the exercise of a natural power but one superior to the ordinary forces of nature. It is to all intents and purposes comprised in a grimoire of magic, and is a work of ceremonial evocations, whether of elementary spirits, with the aid of pentacles, talismans, and the other magical instruments and properties, whether of spirits belonging ex hypothesi to the planetary sphere, whether of the shades or souls of the dead in necromancy. These works are lawful, and their results apparently veridic, but beyond them is the domain of black magic, which is a realm of delusion and nightmare, though phenomenal enough in its results. By his dedications Eliphas Levi happened to be a magus of light. It will be observed that all this offers a clear issue, and, for the rest, the grimoire of transcendental magic, according to Eliphas Levi, does not differ generically from the Key of Solomon and its counterparts, except in so far as the author has excised here and enlarged there in obedience to his own lights. He had full authority for doing so on the basis of his personal claims, which may be summarized at this point. 1. He has discovered the secret of human omnipotence and indefinite progress, the key of all symbolism, the first and final doctrine. 2. He is alchemist as well as magician, and he makes public the same secret as Raymond Lully, Nicholas Flamel, and probably Heinrich Kunrath. They produced true gold, nor did they take away their secret with them. 3. And finally, at an epoch when the sanctuary has been devastated and has fallen into ruins, because its key has been thrown over the hedge to the profit of no one, I have deemed it my duty to pick up that key, and I offer it to him who can take it. In his turn he will be doctor of the nations and liberator of the world. It must be said that these claims do not rest on a mere theory or practice of ceremonial evocations. There is no question that for Eliphas Levi his secret doctrine of occult science is contained in a hypothesis concerning an universal medium denominated the astral light, which is neither more nor less than the odyllic force of Baron Reichenbach, as the French writer himself admits substantially, but it is dilated in his speculation and issues therein greatly transformed as follows. 1. It is an universal plastic mediator, a common receptacle for vibrations of movement and images of form. It may be called the imagination of nature. 2. It is that which God created when he uttered the fiat luxury. 3. It is the great medium of occult force, but as such it is a blind force, which can be used for good or evil, being especially obedient to the light of grace. 4. It is the element of electricity and lightning. 5. The four imponderable fluids are diverse manifestations of this one force, which is inseparable from the first matter and sets the latter in motion. 6. It is now resplendent, now igneous, now electric, now magnetic. 7. It has apparently two modes, which tend to equilibrium, and the middle point of this equilibrium seems to be the attainment of the great work. 8. It is ethereal in the infinite, astral in stars and planets, metallic, specific or mercurial in metals, vegetable in plants, vital in animals, magnetic or personal in men. 9. It is extracted from animals by absorption and from men by generation. 10. In magic it is the glass of visions, the receptacle of all reflections. The seer has his visions therein, the diviner divines by its means, and the magus evokes spirits. 11. When the astral light is fixed about a center by condensation, it becomes the philosophical stone of alchemy, in which form it is an artificial phosphorus, containing the concentrated virtues of all generative heat. 12. When condensed by a triple fire it resolves into oil, and this oil is the universal medicine. It can then only be contained in glass, this being a non-conductor. Again, here is a clear issue at its value, and I make this qualification because the astral light is, as I have said, a speculation, and personally I neither know nor care whether such a fluid exists, or, in such case, whether it is applicable to the uses indicated. It is enough that Eliphas Levi has made his affirmations concerning it in unmistakable language. Let us pass therefore to the Histoire de la Magie, though I have been borrowing from it already in respect of the putative universal fluid. Magic therein is still the science of the ancient Magi, it is still the exact and absolute science of nature and her laws, because it is the science of equilibrium. Its secret, the secret of occult science, is that of God's omnipotence. It comprises all that is most certain in philosophy, all that is eternal and infallible in religion. It is the sacerdotal art and the royal art. Its doctrine is contained in Kabbalism, and it derives apparently from primeval Zoroastrian doctrine, of which Abraham seems to have been a depositary. This doctrine attained its perfection in Egypt. Thereafter, on its religious side, the succession appears to have been, a. from Egypt to Moses, b. from Moses to Solomon, through certain custodians of the secret law and jury, c. from the temple at Jerusalem to St. Peter's at Rome, though the method of transition is obscure, as that which was previously affirmed is still maintained, namely that Rome has lost the Cabalistic keys. It is naturally left to our conjecture as to when the Church possessed them, from Eliphas Levi's point of view, perhaps in the days of Dionysius, perhaps in those of Sincerity, but not from my standpoint, and so the question remains. Now, if these things do not differ specifically from the heads of the previous testimony, on the surface and in the letter thereof, it is no less certain that there is a marked distinction alike in general atmosphere and inward spirit. About this all can satisfy themselves who will compare the two texts, and I need not insist on it here. What, however, in the Histoire de la Magie, has befallen that practical side which, after all the dreamings, the high and decorative philosophy, the adornments, now golden, now meretricious, was the evidence, term, and crown of the previous work. Those who are reading can again check me, but my answer is this: whether the subject of the moment is the art of evoking spirits, whether it is old cases of possession, whether it is witchcraft or necromancy, whether it is modern phenomena like direct writing, table rapping, and the other properties of spiritism, as they were known to the writer and his period, they have one and all fallen under the ban of unreserved condemnation. It is not that they are imposture, for Eliphas Levi does not dispute the facts and derides those who do, but they belong to the abyss of delusion, and all who practice them are workers of madness and apostles of evil only. The advent of Christianity has put a decisive period to every working of magic, and anathema has been pronounced thereon. It is from this point of view that Levi takes the disciple through each century of the subject, sometimes indeed explaining things from the standpoint of a complete skeptic, sometimes as Joseph Ennemoser might himself have explained them, but never, no, not once, like the authorized exponent of practical magic who has tried the admirable and terrifying experiments, who returns to say that they are true and real, which is the testimony of the doctrine and ritual, if these volumes can be held to signify anything. Necromancy as a science of the abyss, Spiritism as the abyss giving up every form of delusion, sorcery, witchcraft, as rich indeed in testimony but to human perversity alone, apart from intervention of diabolism belonging to the other world. I testify with my whole heart to the truth of these accusations, though I do not believe that the unseen world is so utterly cut off from the world of things manifest as Eliphas Levi considered in his own paradoxical moods. But once more, what has become of magic? What has happened to the one science which is coeval with creation itself, to the key of all miracles and to almost omnipotent adeptship? They are reduced as follows: a. To that which in its palmary respects is the sympathetic and miraculous physics of Mesmer, who is grand as Prometheus because of them. B. To a general theory of hallucination, when hallucination has been carried by self-induced delusion or otherwise, to its ne plus ultra degree. And c. But I mention this under very grave reserves, because, for the life of me, I do not understand how or why it should remain, to the physical operations of alchemy, which are still possible and actual under the conditions set forth in the speculation concerning the astral light. It is not as such, one would say, a thaumaturgic process, unless indeed the dream should rule, as it tends to do, that fulfillment depends on an electrifying power in the projected will of the adept. In any case, the ethical transliteration of alchemical symbolism is seemingly a more important aspect of this subject. I need not register here that I disbelieve utterly in Levi's construction of the art of metallic transmutation, or that I regard his allegorizing thereon as a negligible product when it is compared with the real doctrine of Hermetic mysticism, but this is not the point at issue. The possessor of the key of magic, of the Kabbalistic keys, thrown aside or lost by the Church, comes forward to tell us that after the advent of Christ magical orthodoxy was transfigured into the orthodoxy of religion, that those who dissented could be only Illuminati and sorcerers, that the very name of magic could be interpreted only according to its evil sense, that we are forbidden by the Church to consult oracles, and that this is in its great wisdom, that the fundamental dogma of transcendental science attained its plenary realization in the constitution of the Christian world, being the equilibrium between Church and State. All that is done outside the lawful hierarchy stands under an act of condemnation. As to visions, all fools are visionaries. To communicate with the hierarchy of unseen intelligence we must seek the natural and mathematical revelations set forth in tarot cards, but it cannot be done without danger and crime, while mediums, enchanters, fortune-tellers, and casters of spells are generally diseased creatures in whom the void opens senily. As regards the philosophical side of magic, its great doctrine is equilibrium, its great hypothesis is analogy, while in the moral sense equilibrium is the concurrence of science and faith. What has happened to a writer who has thus gone back on his own most strenuous claims? One explanation is, and long ago I was inclined to it on my own part, that Eliphas Levi had passed through certain grades of knowledge in a secret school of the instituted mysteries, that he was brought to a pause because of disclosures contained in his earlier books, and that he had been set to unsay what he had affirmed therein. I now know by what quality of school, working under what titles, this report was fabricated, and that it is the last with which I am acquainted to be accepted on its own statements, either respecting itself or any points of fact. An alternative is that Eliphas Levi had spoken originally as a magus might be supposed to speak when trafficking in his particular wares, which is something like a quack doctor describing his nostrums to a populace in the marketplace, and that his later writings represent a process of retrenchment as to the most florid side of his claims. This notion is apart from all likelihood, because it offers no reason for the specific change in policy, while, if it be worthwhile to say so, I do not regard Levi as comparable to a quack doctor. I think that he had been a student of occult literature and history for a considerable period, in a very particular sense, that he believed himself to have discovered a key to all the alleged phenomena, that he wrote the doctrine and ritual in a mood of enthusiasm consequent thereupon, that between the appearance of these volumes and that of the Histoire de la Magie he had reconsidered the question of the phenomena, and had come to the conclusion that so far from being veridic in their nature, they were projected hallucinations variously differentiated and in successively aggravated grades, but that he still regarded his supposed universal fluid as a great explanatory hypothesis respecting thaumaturgy facts, and that he still held to his general philosophy of the subject, being the persistence of a secret tradition from remote times and surviving at the present day, 1. In the tenets of Kabbalism and 2. In the pictorial symbols of the tarot. It is no part of my province in the present connection to debate his views either on the fact of a secret tradition or in the alleged modes of its perpetuation, they are well known otherwise and have been expressed fully elsewhere. But in the explanation just given I feel that I have saved the sincerity of one who has many titles to consideration, who is still loved by many, and for whom my own discriminating sympathy has been expressed frequently in no uncertain way. I have saved it so far at least as can be expected. One does not anticipate that a Frenchman, an occultist, and a magus is going to retract distinctly under the eye of his admirers, more especially when he has testified so much. I feel further that I have justified the fact of the present translation of a work which is memorable in several respects, but chiefly as the history of a magic which is not magic, as a testimony which destroys indeed the whole imputed basis of its subject. It does not follow that Levi's explanation of physical phenomena, especially of the modern kind, is always or generally correct, but much of it is workable in its way, and my purpose is more than served if those who are drawn toward the science of the mystics may be led hereby to take warning as to some of the dangers and false seemings which fringe that science. A few things remain to be said. Readers of his history must be prepared for manifold inaccuracies, which are to be expected in a writer like Eliphas Levi. Those who know anything of Egypt, the antiquities of its religion and literature, will have a bad experience with the chapter on Hermetic magic. Those who know Eastern religion on its deeper side will regard the discourse on magic in India as title deeds of all incompetence, while in respect of later Jewish theosophy I have had occasion in certain annotations to indicate that Levi had no extensive knowledge of those Kabbalistic texts on the importance of which he dwells so much and about which he claims to speak with full understanding. He presents, however, some of its lesser aspects. As regards the religion of his childhood, I feel certainly that it appealed to him strongly through all his life, and in the revulsion which seems to have followed the doctrine and ritual he was drawn back towards it, but rather as to a great hierarchic system and a great sequence of holy pageants of living symbolism. Respecting the literal truth of its teachings, probably he deceived himself better than he fooled his readers. In a multitude of statements and in the spirit of the text throughout, it is certain that the Histoire de la Magie offers negation of dogma on its absolute side. We obtain a continual insight into free subsurface opinions, ill-concealed under external conformity to the Church, and we get also useful sidelights on the vanity of the author's sham submissions. In this manner we know exactly what quality of sentiment led him to lay all his writings at the foot of the seat of Peter, for Peter to decide thereon. It is needless to add that his constructions of doctrine throughout are of the last kind that would be commended to the custodians of doctrine. At the same time there is very little doubt that he believed genuinely in the necessity of a hierarchic teaching, that, in his view, it reposed from a very early period in certain sanctuaries of initiation, that the existence of these is intimated in the records of the Mosaic dispensation, that they were depositaries of science rather than revelation, that Kabbalistic literature is one of their witnesses, but that the sanctuaries were everywhere in the world, Egypt and Greece included. Of all these the Church of Christ is the heir, and though it may have lost the keys of knowledge, though it mistakes everywhere the sign for the thing signified, it is entitled to our respect as a witness and at least to qualified obedience. I think that Eliphas Levi has said true things and even great things on the distinctions and analogies between science and faith, but the latter he understood as aspiration, not as experience. A long essay on the mystics, which is perhaps his most important contribution to the Dictionnaire de littérature chrétienne, indicates that he was thinly acquainted with the mind of Cicero, Saint John of the Cross, Saint Teresa, and Saint Francis of Sales. Accordingly he has a word here and there on the interior life and its secrets, but of that which remains for the elect in the heights of sanctity he had no consciousness whatever. Cor him the records of such experience are literature and mystic poetry, and as he is far from the term herein, so is he remote also when he discourses of false mystics, meaning Gnostic sects, Albigensian sects, Illuminati so-called, and members of secret heretical societies representing reformed doctrine. As the religion of the mystics is my whole concern in literature, Let me add that true religion is not constituted by universal suffrage, but by the agreement of those who have attained in the divine experience that which is understood by attainment. In conclusion, after we have set aside, on the warrants of this history, the phenomenal side of magic, that which may be held to remain in the mind of the author is transcendental magic, referred to when I spoke of a qualification earlier in these remarks, but by this is to be understood so much of the old philosophical systems as had passed within his consciousness and had been interpreted therein. It will be unacceptable to most readers at this day, but it has curious aspects of interest and may be left to stand at its value. Arthur E. Waite. Introduction. Magic has been confounded too long with the jugglery of mountebanks, the hallucinations of disordered minds and the crimes of certain unusual malefactors. There are otherwise many who would promptly explain magic as the art of producing effects in the absence of causes, and on the strength of such a definition it will be said by ordinary people, with the good sense which characterizes the ordinary, in the midst of much injustice, that magic is an absurdity. But it can have no analogy in fact with the descriptions of those who know nothing of the subject. Furthermore, it is not to be represented as this or that by any person whomsoever, it is that which it is, drawing from itself only, even as mathematics do, for it is the exact and absolute science of nature and her laws. Magic is the science of the ancient Magi, and the Christian religion, which silenced the counterfeit oracles and put a stop to the illusions of false gods, does, this notwithstanding, revere those mystic kings who came from the east, led by a star, to adore the Savior of the world in his cradle. They are elevated by tradition to the rank of kings, because magical initiation constitutes a true royalty, because also the great art of the Magi is characterized by all adepts as the royal art, as the holy kingdom, sanctum regnum. The star which conducted the pilgrims is the same burning star which is met with in all initiations. For alchemists it is the sign of the quintessence, for magicians it is the great arcanum, for Kabbalists the sacred pentagram. Our design is to prove that the study of this pentagram did itself lead the Magi to a knowledge of that new name which was to be exalted above all names and to bend the knees of all beings who were capable of adoration. Magic, therefore, combines in a single science that which is most certain in philosophy, which is eternal and infallible in religion. It reconciles perfectly and incontestably those two terms, so opposed on the first view, faith and reason, science and belief, authority and liberty. It furnishes the human mind with an instrument of philosophical and religious certitude as exact as mathematics, and even accounting for the infallibility of mathematics themselves. An absolute exists therefore in the realms of understanding and faith. The lights of human intelligence have not been left by the supreme reason to waver at hazard. There is an incontestable truth, there is an infallible method of knowing that truth, while those who attain this knowledge, and adopt it as a rule of life, can endow their will with a sovereign power which can make them masters of all inferior things, all wandering spirits, or, in other words, arbiters and kings of the world. If such be the case, how comes it that so exalted a science is still unrecognized? How is it possible to assume that so bright a sun is hidden in a sky so dark? The transcendental science has been known always, but only to the flowers of intelligence, who have understood the necessity of silence and patience. Should a skillful surgeon open at midnight the eyes of a man born blind, it would still be impossible to make him realize the nature or existence of daylight till morning came. Science has its nights and its mornings, because the life which it communicates to the world of mind is characterized by regular modes of motion and progressive phases. It is the same with truths as it is with radiations of light. Nothing which is hidden is lost, but at the same time nothing that is found is absolutely new. The seal of eternity is affixed by God to that science which is the reflection of His glory. The transcendental science, the absolute science, is assuredly magic, though the affirmation may seem utterly paradoxical to those who have never questioned the infallibility of Voltaire, that marvelous smatterer who thought that he knew so much because he never missed an opportunity for laughter instead of learning. Magic was the science of Abraham and Orpheus, of Confucius and Zoroaster, and it was magical doctrines which were graven on tables of stone by Enoch and by Trismegistus. Moses purified and revealed them, this being the sense of the word reveal. The new disguise which he gave them was that of the Holy Kabbalah, that exclusive heritage of Israel and inviolable secret of its priests. The mysteries of Eleusis and of Thebes preserved among the Gentiles some of its symbols, but in a debased form, and the mystic key was lost amidst the apparatus of an ever-increasing superstition. Jerusalem, murderer of its prophets and prostituted over and over again to false Assyrian and Babylonian gods, ended by losing in its turn the sacred word, when a savior, declared to the Magi by the holy star of initiation, came to rend the threadbare veil of the old temple, to endow the church with a new network of legends and symbols, ever concealing from the profane and always preserving for the elect that truth which is the same forever. It is this that the erudite and ill-starred Dupuy should have found on Indian planispheres and in tables of Dendera. He would not have ended by rejecting the truly Catholic or universal and eternal religion in the presence of the unanimous affirmation of all nature, as well as all monuments of science throughout the ages. It was the memory of this scientific and religious absolute, of this doctrine summarized in a word, of this word alternately lost and recovered, which was transmitted to the elect of all antique initiations. Whether preserved or profaned in the celebrated order of the Temple, it was this same memory handed on to secret associations of Rosicrucians, Illuminati, and Freemasons which gave a meaning to their strange rites, to their less or more conventional signs, and a justification above all to their devotion in common, as well as a clue to their power. That profanation has befallen the doctrines and mysteries of magic we have no intention to deny, repeated from age to age. The misuse itself has been a great and terrible lesson for those who made secret things unwisely known. The Gnostics caused the Gnosis to be prohibited by Christians, and the official sanctuary was closed to high initiation. The hierarchy of knowledge was thus compromised by the intervention of usurping ignorance, while the disorders within the sanctuary were reproduced in the state, for, willingly or otherwise, the king always depends from the priest, and it is towards the eternal adytum of divine instruction that earthly powers will ever look for consecration and for energy to ensure their permanence. The key of science has been thrown to children, as might have been expected. It is now, therefore, mislaid and practically lost. This notwithstanding, a man of high intuitions and great moral courage, Count Joseph de Maistre, who was also a resolute Catholic, acknowledging that the world was void of religion and could not so remain, turned his eyes instinctively towards the last sanctuaries of occultism and called, with heartfelt prayers, for that day when the natural affinity which subsists between science and faith should combine them in the mind of a single man of genius. "This will be grand," said he, "it will finish that 18th century which is still with us. We shall talk then of our present stupidity as we now dilate on the barbarism of the Middle Ages." The prediction of Count Joseph de Maistre is in course of realization. The alliance of science and faith, accomplished long since, is here in fine made manifest, though not by a man of genius. Genius is not needed to see the sun, and, moreover, it has never demonstrated anything but its rare greatness and its lights inaccessible to the crowd. The grand truth demands only to be found, when the simplest will be able to comprehend it and to prove it also at need. At the same time that truth will never become vulgar, because it is hierarchic and because anarchy alone humors the bias of the crowd. The masses are not in need of absolute truths. Were it otherwise, progress would be arrested and life would cease in humanity. The ebb and flow of contrary ideas, the clash of opinions, the passions of the time, ever impelled by its dreams, are necessary to the intellectual growth of peoples. The masses know it full well, and hence they desert so readily the chair of doctors to collect about the rostrum of mountebanks. Some even who are assumed to be concerned in philosophy, and that perhaps especially, too often resemble the children ploving at charades, who hasten to turn out those who know the answer already, lest the game should be spoiled by depriving the puzzle of the questions of all its interest. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God, has been said by eternal wisdom. Purity of heart therefore purifies intelligence, and rectitude of will makes for precision in understanding. Whosoever prefers truth and justice before all things shall have justice and truth for his reward, because supreme providence has endowed us with freedom in order that we may attain life, and very truth, all its exactitude notwithstanding, intervenes only with mildness, never does outrage to tardiness or violence to the errors of our will when it is beguiled by the allurements of falsehood. It remains, however, according to Bossuet, that, antecedent to anything which may please or repel our senses, there is a truth, and it is by this that our conduct should be governed, not by our appetites. The kingdom of heaven is not the empire of caprice, either in respect of man or God. A thing is not just because it is willed by God, said St. Thomas, but God wills it because it is just. The divine balance rules and necessitates eternal mathematics. God has made all things with number, weight, and measure. Here it is the Bible speaking. Measure an angle of creation, make a proportionally progressive multiplication, and all infinity shall multiply its circles, peopled by universes, passing in proportional segments between the extending symbolical arms of your compass. Suppose now that, from whatever point of the infinite above you, a hand holds another compass or square, then the lines of the celestial triangle will meet of necessity those of the compass of science and will form therewith the mysterious Star of Solomon. With what measure you meet, it shall be measured to you again, says the Gospel. God does not strive with man that he may crush man by his grandeur, and he never places unequal weights in his balance. When he would test the strength of Jacob, he assumes the form of man, the patriarch withstands the onset through an entire night, at the end there is a blessing for the conquered and, in addition to the glory of having sustained such a struggle, he is given the national title of Israel, being a name which signifies, strong against God. We have heard Christians more zealous than instructed hazarding a strange explanation of the dogma concerning eternal punishment by suggesting that God may avenge infinitely an offense which itself is finite, because if the offender is limited the grandeur of the offended being is not. An emperor of the world might, on the strength of a similar pretext, sentence to death some unreasoning child who had soiled accidentally the hem of his purple. Otherwise are the prerogatives of greatness, and St. Augustine understood them better when he said that God is patient because he is eternal. In God all is justice, seeing that all is goodness, he never forgives after the manner of men, for he is never angered like them, but evil being, by its nature, incompatible with good, as night is with day, as discord is with harmony, and the liberty of man being furthermore inviolable, all error is expiated and all evil punished by suffering proportioned thereto. It is vain to invoke the help of Jupiter when our cart is stuck in the mud, unless we take pick and shovel, like the wagoner in the fable, heaven will not draw us out of the rut. Help yourself and God will help you. In such a reasonable and wholly philosophical way is explained the possible and necessary eternity of punishment, with still a narrow way open for man to escape therefrom, being that of toil and repentance. It is by conformity with the rules of eternal power that man may unite himself to the creative energy and become creator and preserver in his turn. God has not limited narrowly the number of rounds on Jacob's ladder of light. Whatsoever nature has constituted inferior to man is thereby to him made subject, it is for man to extend his domain in virtue of continual ascent. Length and even perpetuity of life, the field of air and its storms, the earth and its metallic veins, light and its wondrous illusions, darkness and the dreams thereof, death and its ghosts, all these do therefore obey the royal scepter of the Magi, the shepherd's staff of Jacob and the terrible wand of Moses. The adept becomes king of the elements, transmuter of metals, interpreter of visions, controller of oracles, master of life in fine, according to the mathematical order of nature and conformably to the will of the supreme intelligence. This is magic in all its glory. But is there anyone who in these days will dare to give credence to such words? The answer is, those who will study loyally and attain knowledge frankly. We make no attempt to conceal truth under the veil of parables or hieroglyphical signs. The time has come when everything should be told, and we propose to tell everything. It is our intention, in short, to unveil that ever-secret science which, as we have indicated, is hidden behind the shadows of ancient mysteries, which the Gnostics betrayed clumsily, or rather disfigured unworthily, which is recognized dimly under the darkness shrouding the pretended crimes of Templars, which is met with once again beneath the now impenetrable enigmas of high-grade Masonic rites. We purpose further to bring into open day the fantastic king of the Sabbath, to expose the very roots of black magic and its frightful realities, long since surrendered to the derision of the grandchildren of Voltaire. A great number of readers, magic is the science of the devil, even as the science of light is identified with that of darkness. We confess boldly at the outset that we are not in terror of the devil. My fear is for those who fear him, said Saint Teresa. But we testify also that he does not prompt our laughter, and that the ridicule of which he is often the object seems to us exceedingly misplaced. However this may be, it is our intention to bring him before the light of science. But the devil and science, the opposition of two names so strangely incongruous, must seem to have disclosed the whole intent in view. If the mystic personification of darkness be thus dragged into light, is it not to annihilate the phantom of falsehood in the presence of truth? Is it not to dispel in the day all formless monsters of the night? Superficial persons will think so and will condemn without hearing. Ill-instructed Christians will conclude that we are sapping the fundamental dogma of their ethics by decrying hell, and others will question the utility of combating error in which, as they imagine, no one believes longer. It is, therefore, important to enunciate our object clearly and establish our principles solidly. We say, therefore, to Christians that the author of this book is a Christian like yourselves. His faith is that of a Catholic strongly and deeply convinced. For this reason he does not come forward to deny dogmas, but to combat impiety under its most pernicious forms, which are those of false belief and superstition. He comes to drag from the darkness the black successor of Ahriman, in order to expose in broad day his colossal impotence and redoubtable misery. He comes to make subject the age-long problem of evil to the solutions of science, to uncrown the king of hell and to bow down his head at the foot of the cross. Is not virginal and maternal science, that science of which Mary is the sweet and luminous image, destined like her to crush the head of the old serpent? The author, on the other hand, would say to pretended philosophy, why seek to deny that which you cannot understand? Is not the unbelief which affirms in the face of the unknown more precipitate and less consoling than faith? Does the dreadful form of personified evil only prompt you to smile? Hear you not the ceaseless sobbing of humanity which writhes and weeps in the crushing folds of the monster? Have you never heard the atrocious laugh of the evildoer who is persecuting the just man? Have you never experienced in yourselves the opening of those infernal deeps which the genius of perversity furrows in every soul? Moral evil exists, such is the unhappy truth, it reigns in certain spirits, it incarnates in certain men, it is therefore personified, and thus demons exist. But the most wicked of these demons is Satan. More than this I do not ask you to admit, and it will be difficult for you to grant me less. Let it be otherwise and clearly understood that science and faith render mutual support to one another only in so far as their respective realms remain inviolably distinct. What is it that we believe? That which we do not know absolutely, though we may yearn for it with all our strength. The object of faith is not more than an indispensable hypothesis for science. The things which are in the domain of knowledge must never be judged by the processes of faith, nor, conversely, the things of faith according to the measures of science. The end of faith is not scientifically debatable. I believe because it is absurd, said Tertullian, and this utterance, paradoxical on the surface as it is, belongs to the highest reason. As a fact, beyond all that we can suppose rationally there is an infinite towards which we aspire with unquenchable thirst, and it eludes even our dreams. But is not the infinite itself an absurdity for our finite appreciation? We feel all the same that it is, the infinite invades us, overflows us, renders us dizzy at its abysses and crushes us by its awful height. Scientifically probable hypotheses are one and all the last half-lights or shadows of science. Faith begins where reason falls exhausted. Beyond human reason there is that reason which is divine, for my weakness is supreme absurdity, but an infinite absurdity which confounds me, and in which I believe. The good alone is infinite, evil is not, and hence if God be the eternal object of faith, then the devil belongs to science. In which of the Catholic creeds is there any question concerning him? Would it not be blasphemy to say that we believe in him? In Holy Scripture he is named but not defined. Genesis makes no allusion to a reputed revolt of angels, it ascribes the fall of Adam to the serpent, as to the most subtle and dangerous of living beings. We are acquainted with Christian tradition on this subject, but if that tradition is explicable by one of the greatest and most diffused allegories of science, what can such solution signify to the faith which aspires only to God, which despises the pomps and works of Lucifer? Lucifer, light-bearer, how strange a name, attributed to the spirit of darkness. Is it he who carries the light and yet blinds feeble souls? The answer is yes, unquestionably, for traditions are full of divine disclosures and inspirations. Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light, says St. Paul. And Christ himself said, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. So also the prophet Isaiah, how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? Lucifer is then a fallen star, a meteor which is on fire always, which burns when it enlightens no longer. But is this Lucifer a person or a force, an angel, or a straight thunderbolt? Tradition supposes that it is an angel, but the psalmist says, who maketh his angels spirits, his ministers a flaming fire. The word angel is applied in the Bible to all messengers of God, emissaries, or new creations, revealers or scourges, radiant spirits or brilliant objects. The shafts of fire which the Most High darts through the clouds are angels of his wrath, and such figurative language is familiar to all readers of Eastern poetry. Having been the world's terror through the period of the Middle Ages, the devil has become its mockery. Heir to the monstrous forms of all false gods cast down successively from their thrones, the grotesque scarecrow has turned into a mere bugbear through very deformity and hideousness. Yet observe as to this that those only dare to laugh at the devil who know not the fear of God. Can it be that for many diseased imaginations he is God's own shadow, or is he not often the idol of degenerate souls who only understand supernatural power as the exercise of cruelty with impunity? But it is important to ascertain whether the notion of this evil power can be reconciled with that of God, in a word, whether the devil exists, and in such case what he is. There is no longer any question of superstition or of ridiculous invention, it is a question of religion alone and hence of the whole future, with all the interests, of humanity. Strange reasoners indeed are we call ourselves strong-minded when we are indifferent to everything except material advantages, as, for example, money, and we leave to their own devices the ideas which are mothers of opinions and may, or at least can, by their sudden veering, upset all fortunes. A conquest of science is much more important than the discovery of a gold mine. Given science, gold is utilized in the service of life; given ignorance, wealth furnishes only destroying weapons. Cor the rest, it is to be understood absolutely that our scientific revelations pause in the presence of faith, that, as Christian and Catholic, our work is submitted entirely to the supreme judgment of the Church. This said, to those who question the existence of a devil, we would point out that whatsoever has a name exists. Speech may be uttered in vain, but in itself it cannot be vain, and it has a meaning invariably. The word is never void, and if it be written that it is in God, as also that it is God, this is because it is the expression and the proof of being and of truth. The devil is named and personified in the Gospel, which is the word of truth. He exists therefore and can be considered as a person. But here it is the Christian who differs. Let science or reason speak, these two are one. Evil exists, it is impossible to doubt it, we can work good or evil. There are beings who work evil knowingly and willingly. The spirit which animates these beings and prompts them to do ill is betrayed, turned aside from the right road, and thrown across the path of good as an obstacle. This is the precise meaning of the Greek word diabolos, which we render as devil. The spirits who love and perform evil are accidentally bad. There is therefore a devil who is the spirit of error, willful ignorance, vertigo. There are beings under his obedience who are his envoys, emissaries, angels, and it is for this reason that the Gospel speaks of an eternal fire which is prepared, and in a sense predestined, for the devil and his angels. These words are themselves a revelation, so let us search their meaning, giving, in the first place, a concise definition of evil. Evil is the absence of rectitude in being. Moral evil is falsehood in action, as the lie is a crime in speech. Injustice is of the essence of lying, and every lie is an injustice. When that which we utter is just, there is no falsity. When that which we do is equitable and true in mode, there is no sin. Injustice is the death of moral being, as lying is the poison of intelligence. The false spirit is therefore a spirit of death. Those who hearken to him become his dupes and are by him poisoned. But if we had to take his absolute personification seriously, he would be himself absolutely dead, and absolutely deceived, which means that the affirmation of his existence must imply a patent contradiction. Jesus said that the devil is a liar like his father. Who then is the father of the devil? Whosoever gives him a personal existence by living in accordance with his inspirations, the man who diabolizes himself is the father of the incarnate spirit of evil. But there is a rash, impious and monstrous conception, traditional like the pride of the Pharisees, and in fine there is a hybrid creation which armed the paltry philosophy of the 18th century with an apparent defense. It is the false Lucifer of the heterodox legend, that angel proud enough to think that he was God, brave enough to buy independence at the price of eternal torment, beautiful enough to worship himself in the plenary divine light, strong enough to reign still in darkness and in dole and to make a throne of his inextinguishable fire. It is the Satan of the heretical and republican Milton, the pretended hero of black eternities, calumniated by deformity, bedecked with horns and talons which would better become his implacable tormentor. It is the devil who is king of evil, as if evil were a kingdom, who is more intelligent than the men of genius that fear his wiles. It is, A, that black light, that darkness with eyes, that power which God has not willed but which no fallen creature could create, B, that prince of anarchy served by a hierarchy of pure spirits 1, C, that exile of God who on earth seems, like him, everywhere, but is more tangible, is more for the majority in evidence, and is served better than God himself, D, that conquered one, to whom the victor gives his children that he may devour them, E, that artificer of sins of the flesh, to whom flesh is nothing, and who therefore can be nothing to flesh, unless indeed he be its creator and master, like God, F, that immense, realized, personified and eternal lie, G, that death which cannot die, H, that blasphemy which the word of God will never silence, I, that poisoner of souls whom God tolerates by a contradiction of his omnipotence or preserves as the Roman emperors guarded Locusta among the trophies of their reign, K, that executed criminal, living still to curse his judge and still have a cause against him, since he will never repent, L, that monster accepted as executioner by the sovereign power, and who, according to the forcible expression of an old Catholic writer, may term God the God of the devil by describing himself as a devil of God. Such is the irreligious phantom which blasphemes religion. Away with this idol which hides our Savior. Down with the tyrant of falsehood, the black god of Manichaeans, the Ahriman of old idolaters, live God and his Word incarnate, who saw Satan fall from heaven. And live Mary, the Divine Mother, who crushed the head of the infernal serpent. So cry with one voice the traditions of saints, and so cry faithful hearts. The attribution of any greatness whatsoever to a fallen spirit is a slander on divinity, the ascription of any royalty whatsoever to the rebel spirit is to encourage revolt and be guilty, at least in thought, of that crime which the horror of the Middle Ages termed sorcery. All the offences visited with death on the old sorcerers were real crimes and were indeed the greatest of all. They stole fire from heaven, like Prometheus, they rode winged dragons and the flying serpent, like Medea, they poisoned the breathable air, like the shadow of the manchineel tree, they profaned sacred things and even used the body of the Lord in works of destruction and malevolence. How is all this possible? Because there is a composite agent, a natural and divine agent, at once corporeal and spiritual, an universal plastic mediator, a common receptacle for vibrations of movement and images of form, a fluid and a force which may be called, in a sense at least, the imagination of nature. By the mediation of this force every nervous apparatus is in secret communication together, hence come sympathy and antipathy, hence dreams, hence the phenomena of second sight and extranatural vision. This universal agent of nature's works is the Ode of the Jews and of Reichenbach, the astral light of the Martinists, which denomination we prefer as the more explicit. The existence and possible employment of this force constitute the great secret of practical magic. It is the wand of thaumaturgy and the key of black magic. It is the Edenic serpent who transmitted to Eve the seductions of a fallen angel. The astral light warms, illuminates, magnetizes, attracts, repels, vivifies, destroys, coagulates, separates, breaks and conjoins everything, under the impetus of powerful wills. God created it on the first day when he said, "Let there be light." This force of itself is blind but is directed by egregores, that is, by chiefs of souls, or, in other words, by energetic and active spirits. Herein is the complete explanatory theory of prodigies and miracles. How, as a fact, could good and bad alike compel nature to reveal her hidden forces? How could there be divine and diabolical miracles? How could the reprobate and berate spirit have more power in certain ways and cases than the just spirit, which is in truth so powerful in simplicity and wisdom, unless we postulate an instrument which all can use, upon certain conditions, but some for the great good and others for the great evil? Pharaoh's magicians accomplished at first the same miracles as Moses. The instrument which they used was therefore the same, the inspiration alone differed. When they confessed themselves conquered, they proclaimed that, for them, human powers had reached their limit, and that there must be something superhuman in Moses. This took place in Egypt, that mother of magical initiations, that land where it was all occult science, hierarchic and sacred instruction. Was it, however, more difficult to make flies appear than frogs? No, assuredly, but the magicians knew that the fluidic projection by which the eyes are biologized cannot proceed beyond certain bounds, and these had been passed already by Moses. A particular phenomenon occurs when the brain is congested or overcharged by astral light. Sight is turned inward, instead of outward, night falls on the external and real world, while fantastic brilliance shines on the world of dreams. Even the physical eyes experience a slight quivering and turn up inside the lids. The soul then perceives by means of images the reflection of its impressions and thoughts. This is to say that the analogy subsisting between idea and form attracts in the astral light a reflection representing that form, configuration being the essence of the vital light. It is the universal imagination, of which each of us appropriates a lesser or greater part according to our grade of sensibility and memory. Therein is the source of all apparitions, all extraordinary visions and still the intuitive phenomena peculiar to madness or ecstasy. The appropriation or assimilation of the light by clairvoyant sensibility is one of the greatest phenomena which can be studied by science. It may be understood in a day to come that seeing is actually speaking and that the consciousness of light is a twilight of eternal life and being. The Word of God Himself, who creates light, and is uttered by all intelligence that conceives of forms and seeks to visualize them. Let there be light. Light in the mode of brightness exists only for eyes which look thereon, and the soul enamored with the pageant of universal beauty, and fixing its attention on that luminous script of the endless book which is called Things Manifest, seems to cry on its own part, as God at the dawn of the first day, the sublime and creative words, Fiat lux. We do not all see with the same eyes, and creation is not for all the same in color and form. Our brain is a book printed within and without, and with the smallest degree of excitement, the writing becomes blurred, as occurs continually in cases of intoxication and madness. Dream then triumphs over real life and plunges reason in a sleep which knows no waking. This condition of hallucination has its degrees. All passions are intoxications, all enthusiasms are comparative and graduated manias. The lover sees only infinite perfections encompassing that object by which he is fascinated. But, unhappy infatuation of voluptuaries, tomorrow this odor of wine which allures him will become a repugnant reminiscence, causing 1,000 loathings and 1,000 disgusts. To understand the use of this force, but never to be obsessed and never overcome thereby, is to trample on the serpent's head, and it is this which we learn from the magic of light. In such secrets are contained all mysteries of magnetism, which name can indeed be applied to the whole practical part of antique transcendental magic. Magnetism is the wand of miracles, but it is this for initiates only, for rash and uninstructed people, who would sport with it or make it subserve their passions, it is as dangerous as that consuming glory which, according to the allegorical fable, destroyed the too ambitious Semele in the embraces of Jupiter. One of the great benefits of magnetism is that it demonstrates by incontestable facts the spirituality, unity, and immortality of the soul, and these things once made certain, God is manifested to all intelligences and all hearts. Thereafter, from the belief in God and from the harmonies of creation, we are led to that great religious harmony which does not exist outside the miraculous and lawful hierarchy of the Catholic Church, for this alone has preserved all traditions of science and faith. The primal tradition of the one and only revelation has been preserved under the name of Kabbalah by the priesthood of Israel. Cabalistic doctrine, which is that of transcendental magic, is contained in the Sefer Yetzirah, the Zohar, and the Talmud. According to this doctrine, the Absolute is being, and therein is the Word, which expresses the reason of being and of life. The principle therefore is that being is being. In the beginning the Word was, which means that it is, has been, and shall be, and this is reason which speaks. In the beginning was the Word. The Word is the reason of belief, and therein also is the expression of that faith which gives life to science. The Word, or Logos, is the wellspring of logic. Jesus is the incarnate Word. The concord of reason with faith, of science with belief, of authority with liberty, has become in these modern days the real enigma of the Sphinx. Coincidentally with this great problem there has come forward that which concerns the respective rights of man and woman. This was inevitable, for between the several terms of a great and supreme question there is a constant analogy, and the difficulties, like the correspondences, are invariably the same. The loosening of this Gordian knot of philosophy and modern politics is rendered apparently paradoxical, because in order to effect an agreement between the terms of the required equation there is always a tendency to confuse the one with the other. If there is anything that deserves to be called supreme absurdity it is to inquire how faith becomes a reason a belief and liberty and authority, or, reciprocally, how the woman becomes a man and the man a woman. The definitions themselves intervene against such confusion, and it is by maintaining a perfect distinction between the terms, and so only, that we can bring them into agreement. The perfect and eternal distinction between the two primal terms of the creative syllogism, for the demonstration of their harmony in virtue of the analogy of opposites, is the second great principle of that occult philosophy veiled under the name of Kabbalah and indicated by all sacred hieroglyphics of the old sanctuaries, as by the rites, even now understood so little, of ancient and modern masonry. We read in scripture that Solomon erected 2 brazen columns before the door of his temple, one of them being called Jachin and the other Bot, meaning the strong and the weak. These 2 pillars represented man and woman, reason and faith, power and liberty, Cain and Abel, right and duty. They were pillars of the intellectual and moral world, the monumental hieroglyphic of the antinomy inevitable to the grand law of creation. The meaning is that every force postulates a resistance on which it can work, every light a shadow as its foil, every convex a concave, every influx a receptacle, every reign a kingdom, every sovereign a people, every workman a first matter, every conqueror something to overcome. Affirmation rests on negation, the strong can only triumph because of weakness, the aristocracy cannot be manifested except by rising above the people. For the weak to become strong, for the people to acquire an aristocratic position, is a question of transformation and of progress, but it is without prejudice to the first principles. The weak will be ever the weak and it matters nothing if they are not always the same persons. The people in like manner will ever remain the people, the mass which is ruled and is not capable of ruling. In the vast army of inferiors, every personal emancipation is an automatic desertion, which, happily, is imperceptible because it is replaced, also automatically. A king nation or a people of kings would presuppose the slavery of the world and anarchy in a single city, outside all discipline, as at Rome in the days of its greatest glory. A nation of sovereigns would be inevitably as anarchic as a class of experts or of scholars who deemed that they were masters. There would be none to listen, all would dogmatize and all give orders at once. The radical emancipation of womanhood falls within the same category. If, integrally and radically, the woman leaves the passive and enters the active condition, she abdicates her sex and becomes man, or rather, as such a transformation is impossible physically, she attains affirmation by a double negation, placing herself outside both sexes, like a sterile and monstrous androgyne. These are strict consequences of the great Kabbalistic dogma respecting that distinction of contraries which reaches harmony by the analogy of their proportions. This dogma once recognized, and the application of its results being made universally by the law of analogies, will mean a discovery of the greatest secrets concerning maternal sympathy and antipathy. It will mean also a discovery of the science of government in things political, in marriage, in all branches of occult medicine, whether magnetism, homeopathy, or moral influence. Moreover, and as it is intended to explain, the law of equilibrium in analogy leads to the discovery of an universal agent which was the grand secret of alchemists and magicians in the Middle Ages. It has been said that this agent is a light of life by which animated beings are rendered magnetic, electricity being only its accident and transient perturbation, so to speak. The practice of that marvelous Kabbalah to which we shall turn shortly, for the satisfaction of those who look, in the secret sciences, after emotions rather than wise teachings, reposes entirely in the knowledge and use of this agent. The religion of the Kabbalists is at once hypothesis and certitude, for it proceeds from known to unknown by the help of analogy. They recognize religion as a need of humanity, as an evident and necessary fact, and it is this alone which for them is divine, permanent and universal revelation. They dispute about nothing which is, but they provide the reason for everything. So also their doctrine, by distinguishing clearly the line of demarcation which must exist forever between science and faith, provides a basis for faith in the highest reason, guaranteeing its incontestable and permanent duration. After this come the popular forms of doctrine, which alone can vary and alone destroy one another. The Kabbalist is not only undisturbed by trivialities of this kind, but can provide on the spot a reason for the most astonishing formulae. It follows that his prayer can be joined to that of humanity at large, to direct it by illustrations from science and reason and draw it into orthodox channels. If Mary be mentioned, he will revere the realization in her of all that is divine in the dreams of innocence, all that is adorable in the sacred enthusiasm of every maternal heart. It is not he who will refuse flowers to adorn the altars of the Mother of God, or white banners for her chapels, or even tears for her ingenuous legends. It is not he who will mock at the newborn God weeping in the manger or the wounded victim of Calvary. He repeats nevertheless, from the bottom of his heart, like the sages of Israel and the faithful believers of Islam, there is no God but God. Cor the initiates of true science this signifies, there is but one being, and this is being. But all that is expedient and touching in beliefs, but the splendor of rituals, the pageant of divine creations, the grace of prayers, the magic of heavenly hopes, are not these the radiance of moral life in all its youth and beauty? Could anything alienate the true initiate from public prayers and temples, could anything raise his disgust or indignation against religious forms of all kinds, it would be the manifest unbelief of priests or people, want of dignity in the ceremonies of the cultus, in a word, the profanation of holy things. God is truly present when he is worshipped by recollected souls and feeling hearts. He is absent, sensibly and terribly, when discussed without light or zeal, that is to say, without understanding or love. The adequate conception of God according to instructed Kabbalism is that which was revealed by St. Paul when he said that to attain God we must believe that he is and that he recompenses those who seek him out. So is there nothing outside the idea of being, in combination with the idea of goodness and justice, these alone are absolute. To say that there is no God, or to define what he is, constitutes equal blasphemy. Every definition of God hazarded by human intelligence is a recipe of religious empiricism, out of which superstition will subsequently extract a devil. In Kabbalistic symbolism the representation of God is always by a duplicated image, one erect, the other reversed, one white, and the other black. In such manner did the sages seek to express the intelligent and vulgar conceptions of the same idea, that of the God of light and the God of shadow. To the miscomprehension of this symbol must be referred the Persian Ahriman, that black but divine ancestor of all demons. The dream of the infernal king is but a false notion of God. Light in the absence of shadow would be invisible for our eyes, since it would produce an overpowering brilliance equal to the greatest darkness. In the analogies of this physical truth, understood and considered adequately, a solution will be found for one of the most terrible of problems, the origin of evil. But to grasp it fully, together with all its consequences, is not meant for the multitude, who must not penetrate so readily into the secrets of universal harmony. It was only after the initiate of the Eleusinian mysteries had passed victoriously through all the tests, had seen and touched the holy things, that, if he were judged strong enough to withstand the last and most dreadful secret, a veiled priest passed him at flying pace and uttered in his ear the enigmatic words, "Osiris is a black god." So was Osiris, of whom Typhon is the oracle, and so was the divine religious son of Egypt, eclipsed suddenly, becoming the shadow of that grand, indefinable Isis who is all that has been and shall be, and whose eternal veil no one has lifted. Light is the active principle for Kabbalists, while darkness is analogous to the passive principle, for which reason they regarded the sun and moon as emblems of the two divine sexes and the two creative forces. So also they attributed to woman the first temptations and sin, and subsequently the first labor, the maternal labor of redemption. It is from the bosom of the dark itself that light is reborn. The void attracts the plenum, and thus the abyss of poverty and wretchedness, pretended evil, seeming nothingness and the ephemeral rebellion of creatures, attracts eternally an ocean of being, wealth, mercy and love. This interprets the symbol of the Christ descending into hell after pouring out upon the cross all immensities of the most marvelous forgiveness. By the same law of harmony in the analogy of opposites, the Kabbalists explain also all mysteries of sexual love. Why is this passion more permanent between two unequal natures and two contrary characters? Why is there in love one always who immolates and one who is victim? Why are the most obstinate passions those the satisfaction of which would seem impossible? By this law also they would have decided once and forever the question of precedence between the sexes, as brought forward in all seriousness by the Saint Simonism of our own day. The natural strength of woman being that of inertia or resistance, they would have ruled that modesty is the most imprescriptible of her rights, and hence that she must neither perform nor desire anything demanding a species of masculine boldness. Nature has otherwise provided to this end by giving her a soft voice, not to be heard in large assemblies, unless raised to a ridiculously discordant pitch. She who would aspire to the functions of the opposite sex must forfeit thereby the prerogatives of her own. We know not to what point she may arrive in the ruling of men, but it is certain at least that in reaching it she will lose the love of men and, that which will be more cruel for her, the love of children. The conjugal law of the Kabbalists furnishes further, by analogy, a solution of the most interesting and difficult problem of modern philosophy, being the agreement between reason and faith, authority and liberty of conscience, science and belief. If science be the sun, belief is the moon, a reflection of day amidst night. Faith is the supplement of reason in the darkness left by science before and behind it. It emanates from reason but can neither be confounded therewith nor bring it to confusion. The trespasses of reason upon faith or of faith upon reason are eclipses of sun or moon. When they come about, both source and reflector of light are rendered useless. Science perishes on account of systems which are no other than beliefs, and faith succumbs to reason. In order to sustain the edifice, the two pillars of the temple must be parallel and separate. When they are brought by force together, as Samson brought them, they are thrown down, and the whole building collapses on the blind zealot or revolutionary whose personal or national resentment has destined him beforehand to death. The struggles between the spiritual and temporal powers at all periods of humanity have been quarrels over domestic management. The papacy has been a jealous mother, seeking to supplant a husband in the temporal power, and she has lost the confidence of her children, while the temporal power in its usurpation of the priesthood is not less ridiculous than a man who should pretend to know better than a mother how to manage the home and nursery. The English, for example, from the moral and religious point of view, are like children swaddled by men, as we may appreciate by their spleen and dullness. If religious doctrine is comparable to a nurse's story, on the understanding that it is ingenious and beneficial morally, it is perfectly true for the child, and the father would be very foolish to contradict it. Give therefore to mothers a monopoly in tales of fairy, in songs, and household solicitudes. Maternity is a type of the priesthoods, and it is because the Church must be a mother only that the Catholic priest renounces the right of man and transfers in advance to herself his claim on fatherhood. It must never be forgotten that the papacy is either nothing or that it is the universal mother. It may be even that Pope Joan, out of which Protestants have constructed a tale of scandal, is only an ingenious allegory, and when sovereign pontiffs have ill-used emperors and kings it has been Pope Joan trying to beat her husband, to the great scandal of the Christian world. So also schisms and heresies have been other conjugal quarrels. The Church and Protestantism speak evil one of another, lament one another, make a show of avoiding and being weary one of another like spouses living apart. It is by the Kabbalah, and this alone, that all is explained and reconciled. All other doctrines are vivified and made fruitful thereby. It destroys nothing but, on the contrary, gives reason to all that is. So all the forces of the world are at the service of this one and supreme science, while the true Kabbalist can make use at his pleasure, without hypocrisy and without falsehood, of the science possessed by the wise and the zeal of believers. He is more Catholic than M. de Maistre, more Protestant than Luther, more Jewish than the chief rabbi, and a prophet more than Mahomet. Is he not above systems and the passions which darken truth? Can he not at will bring together their scattered rays, so variously reflected in all the fragments of that broken mirror which is universal faith, fragments which are taken by men for so many opposite beliefs? There is one being, one law, and one faith, as there is only one race of man. On such intellectual and moral heights it will be understood that the human mind and heart enter into the deep peace. Peace profound, my brethren, such was the master word of high-grade Masonry, being the association of Kabbalistic initiates. The war which the Church has been forced to make against magic was necessitated by the profanations of false Gnostics, but the true science of the Magi is Catholic essentially, basing all its realization on the hierarchic principle. Now, the only serious and absolute hierarchy is found in the Catholic Church, and hence true adepts have always shown for it the deepest respect and obedience. Henry Kunrath alone was a resolute Protestant, but in this he was a German of his period rather than a mystic citizen of the eternal kingdom. The essence of anti-Christianity is exclusion and heresy. It is the partition of the body of Christ, according to the beautiful expression of St. John, omnis spiritus qui solvit Christum hic anti-Christus est. The reason is that religion is charity and that there is no charity in anarchy. Magic had also its anarchists, its makers and adherents of sects, its thaumaturgists and sorcerers. Our design is to vindicate the legality of the science from the usurpations of ignorance, fraud, and folly. It is in this respect more especially that our work will stand to be useful, as it will be also entirely new. So far the history of magic has been presented as annals of a thing prejudged, or as chronicles, less or more exact, of a sequence in phenomena, seeing that no one believed that magic belonged to science. A serious account of this science in its rediscovery, so to speak, must set forth its developments or progress. We are walking in open sanctuary instead of among ruins, and we find that the holy places, so long buried under the debris of 4 civilizations, have been preserved more wonderfully than the mummified cities which excavation has unearthed, in all their dead beauty and desolate majesty, beneath the lava of Vesuvius. Bossuet in his magnificent work has shown us religion bound up everywhere with history, but what would he have said had he known that a science which, in a sense, was born with the world, provides an explanation of primeval dogmas, belonging to the one and universal religion, in virtue of their combination with the most incontestable theorems of mathematics and reason? Dogmatic magic is the key of all secrets as yet unfathomed by the philosophy of history, while practical magic alone opens the secret temple of nature to that power of human will which is ever limited, yet ever progressive. We are far from any impious pretense of explaining the mysteries of religion by means of magic, but our intention is to indicate after what manner science is compelled to accept and revere those mysteries. It shall be said no longer that reason must humble itself in the presence of faith. On the contrary, it must do honor to itself by believing, since it is faith which saves reason from the horrors of the void on the brink of the abyss, and it is its bond of union with the infinite. Orthodoxy in religion is respect for the hierarchy as the sole guardian of unity. Let us therefore not fear to repeat that magic is essentially the science of the hierarchy, remembering clearly that, before all things else, it condemns anarchic doctrines, while it demonstrates, by the very laws of nature, that harmony is inseparable both from power and authority. The chief attraction of magic for the great number of curious persons is that they see therein an exceptional means for the satisfaction of their passions. The unbeliever's horizon is of the same order. The avaricious would deny that there is any secret of Hermes corresponding to the transmutation of metals, for otherwise they would buy it and so enjoy wealth. But they are fools who believe that such a secret is sold. Of what use would be money to those who could make gold? That is true, says the skeptic, but if you, Eliphas Levi, possessed it, would you not be richer than we are? Who has told you that I am poor? Have I asked for anything at your hands? Where is the sovereign in the world who can boast that he has acquired from me any secret of science? Where is the millionaire whom I have given reason to believe that I would set my fortune against his? When we look at earthly wealth from beneath it, we may yearn for it as the sovereign felicity, but it is despised when we consider it from above and when one realizes how little temptation there can be to recover that which has been dropped as if it were hot iron. But apart from this, a young man will exclaim that if magical secrets were true, he would attain them that he might be loved by all women. Nothing of the sort. A day will come, poor child, when it will be too much to be loved by one of them, for sensual desire is a dual orgy, the intoxication of which causes disgust to supervene quickly, after which anger and separation follow. There was once an old idiot who would have liked to have become a magician in order to upset the world. But if you were a magician, my hero, you would not be an imbecile, and before the tribunal of your conscience you would find no extenuating circumstances did you become a criminal. The Epicurean, on his part, demands the recipes of magic, that he may enjoy forever and suffer nothing at all. In this case the science itself intervenes and says, as religion also says, blessed are those who suffer. But that is the reason why the Epicurean has lost faith in religion. Blessed are those who mourn, but the Epicurean scoffs at the promise. Hear now what is said by experience and by reason. Sufferings test and awaken generous sentiments, pleasures promote and fortify base instincts. Sufferings arm against pleasure, enjoyment begets weakness in suffering. Pleasure squanders, pain ingurnas. Pleasure is man's rock of peril, the pain of motherhood is woman's triumph. Pleasure fertilizes and conceives, but pain brings forth. Woe to him who cannot and will not suffer, he shall be overwhelmed by pain. Nature drives unmercifully those who will not walk, we are cast into life as into an open sea, we must swim or drown. Such are the laws of nature, as taught by transcendent magic. And now reconsider whether one can become a magician in order to enjoy everything and suffer nothing. Yet the world will ask, in such case what profits magic? What would the prophet Balaam have replied to his shees had the patient brute asked him what profits intelligence? What would Hercules have answered to a pygmy if he had inquired what profits strength? We do not compare worldly people to pygmies and still less to Balaam's ass, it would be wanting in politeness and good taste. We say therefore, with all possible graciousness, to such brilliant and amiable people, that for them magic is absolutely useless, it being understood further that they will never take it seriously. Our work is addressed to souls that toil and think. They will find an explanation therein of whatsoever has remained obscure in our doctrine and ritual. On the pattern of the great masters, we have followed the rational order of sacred numbers in the plan and division of our works, for which reason this history of magic is arranged in 7 books, having 7 chapters in each. The first book is dedicated to the sources of magic, it is the genesis of that science, and we have provided it with a key in the letter Aleph, expressing Kabbalistically the original and primal unity. The second book contains historical and social formulae of the magical word in antiquity, its seal is the letter Beth, symbolizing the duad as an expression of the word which realizes the special character of the gnosis and occultism. The third book is concerned with the realizations of antique science in Christian society. It shews after what manner, even for science itself, the word takes flesh. The number 3 is that of generation, of realization, and the key of this book is the letter Gimel, a hieroglyph of birth. We are introduced in the 4th book to the civilizing power of magic among barbarous races, to the natural productions of this science amidst peoples still in their childhood, to the mysteries of druids and their miracles, to the legends of bards, and it is shown after what manner these things concurred in the formation of modern societies, thus preparing a brilliant and permanent victory for Christianity. The number 4 expresses nature and force, while the letter Daleth, which stands for it in the Hebrew alphabet, is represented in that of the Kabbalists by an emperor on his throne. The 5th book is consecrated to the sacerdotal era of the Middle Ages, and we are present at the dissensions and struggles of science, the formation of secret societies, their unknown achievements, the secret rites of grimoires, the mysteries of the Divine Comedy, the divisions within the sanctuary which must lead later on to a glorious unity. The number 5 is that of the quintessence, religion, and the priesthood. Its character is the letter He, represented in the magical alphabet by the symbol of a high priest. The 6th book exhibits the intervention of magic in the work of the revolution. The number 6 is that of antagonism and strife in preparation for universal synthesis, and the corresponding letter is Vav, symbol of the creative lingam and the reaper's sickle. The 7th book is synthetic, containing an exposition of modern workings and discoveries, new theories on light and magnetism, the revelation of the great Rosicrucian secret, the explanation of mysterious alphabets, the science of the word and its magical works, in fine, the summary of the science itself, including an appreciation of what has been accomplished by contemporaneous mystics. This book is the complement and the crown of the work, as the septenary is the crown of numbers, uniting the triangle of idea to the square of form. Its corresponding letter is Zion, and the Kabbalistic hieroglyphic is a victor mounted on a chariot, drawn by 2 sphinxes. Far from us be the ridiculous vanity of posing as a Kabbalistic victor, it is the science alone which should triumph, and that which we expose before the intelligent world, mounted on the cubic chariot and drawn by sphinxes, is the word of light, the divine fulfiller of the Mosaic Kabbalah, the human son of the gospel, that man God who has come once as Savior and will manifest soon as Messiah, that is, as definitive and absolute king of temporal institutions. It is this thought which animates our courage and sustains our hope. But now it remains to submit all our conceptions, all our discoveries and all our labors to the infallible judgment of the hierarchy. To the authorized men of science be that which belongs to science, but the things which connect with religion are set apart to the Church alone and to that one hierarchic Church, the preserver of unity, which has been Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman from the days of Christ Jesus to our own. To scholars our discoveries, to bishops our aspirations and beliefs. Woe to the child who believes himself wiser than his parents, to the man who acknowledges no masters, to that dreamer who thinks and prays by himself. Life is an universal communion, and in such communion do we find immortality. He who isolates himself is given over to death thereby, and an eternity of isolation would be eternal death. Eliphas Levi. Book 1. The Derivations of Magic. Chapter 1. Fabulous Sources. The apocryphal Book of Enoch says that there were angels who consented to fall from heaven that they might have intercourse with the daughters of earth. For in those days the sons of men having multiplied, there were born to them daughters of great beauty. And when the angels, or sons of heaven, beheld them, they were filled with desire, wherefore they said to one another, Come, let us choose wives from among the race of man, and let us beget children. Their leader, Samiasa, answered thereupon and said, Perchance you will be wanting in the courage needed to fulfill this resolution, and then I alone shall be answerable for your fall. But they swore that they would in no wise repent and that they would achieve their whole design. Now there were 200 who descended on Mount Armin, and it was from this time that the mountain received its designation, which signifies Mount of the Oath. Hereinafter follow the names of those angelic leaders who descended with this object: Samiasa, chief among all, Eurykabarmiel, Azabiel, Tamiel, Ramuel, Danel, Azkiel, Sarakiel, Asael, Armas, Batrol, Anain, Zavbi, Samsaviel, Ertriel, Turel, Jomiel, Araziel. They took wives, with whom they had intercourse, to whom also they taught magic, the art of enchantment and the diverse properties of roots and trees. Amazarach gave instruction in all secrets of sorcerers, Barkil was the master of those who study the stars, Akabil manifested signs, and Azaradel taught the motions of the moon. This legend of the Kabbalistic Book of Enoch is a variant account of the same profanation of mysteries which we meet with under another form of symbolism in the history of the sin of Adam. Those angels, the sons of God, of whom Enoch speaks, were initiates of magic, and it was this that they communicated to profane men, using incautious women as their instruments. They split upon the rock of sense attraction, becoming enamored of the female sex, and the secrets of royalty and priesthood were extracted from them unawares. Primitive civilization collapsed as a consequence, and the giants, who typified brute force and unbridled appetite, fought together for the world, which escaped only by immersion in the waters of the deluge, wherein all traces of the past were effaced. This deluge symbolized that universal confusion into which humanity is brought of necessity when it ignores and does outrage to the harmonies of nature. There is kinship between the fall of Samiasa and that of Adam, the lure of sense seduced both profaned the tree of knowledge, and both were driven far away from the tree of life. It is needless here to discuss the views, or rather the simplicity, of those who take everything literally and believe that knowledge and life were once manifested under the form of trees. Let us confess rather and only to the deep meaning of sacred symbols. The tree of knowledge does actually inflict death when its fruit is eaten. That fruit is the adornment of this world, those golden apples are the glitter of earth. In the Arsenal Library there is a very curious manuscript entitled The Book of the Penitence of Adam, and herein Cabalistic tradition is presented under the guise of legend to the following effect: Adam had two sons, Cain, who signifies brute force, and Abel, the type of intelligence and mildness. Agreement was impossible between them, they perished at each other's hands, and their inheritance passed to a third son, named Seth. Here is the conflict of two opposing forces diverted to the advantage of a synthetic and united force. Now Seth, who was just, was permitted to approach as far as the entrance of the earthly paradise, without being threatened by the cherub and his flaming sword. In other words, Seth represented primeval initiation. It came to pass in this manner that Seth beheld the tree of knowledge and the tree of life, incorporated together after such a manner that they formed but a single tree, signifying the harmony of science and religion in the transcendental Kabbalah. And the angel gave him 3 seeds containing the vital power of the said tree. The reference is here to the Kabbalistic triad. When Adam died, Seth, in obedience to the directions of the angel, placed the 3 seeds in the mouth of his father, as a token of eternal life. The saplings which sprang up from these, became the burning bush, in the midst of which God communicated to Moses his eternal name signifying he who is and is to come. Moses plucked a triple branch of the sacred bush and used it as his miraculous wand. Although separated from its root, the branch continued to live and blossom, and it was subsequently preserved in the ark. King David planted the branch on Mount Zion, and Solomon took wood from each section of the triple trunk to make the 2 pillars, Jachin and Boaz, which were placed at the entrance of the temple. They were covered with bronze, and the 3rd section was inserted at the threshold of the chief gate. It was a talisman which hindered things unclean from entering within. But certain nefarious Levites removed during the night this obstacle to their unholy freedom and cast it, loaded with stones, to the bottom of the temple reservoir. From this time forward an angel of God troubled the waters of the pool, imparting to them a miraculous value, so that men might be distracted from seeking the tree of Solomon in its depths. In the days of Jesus Christ the pool was cleansed, and the Jews, finding the beam of wood, which in their eyes seemed useless, carried the ladder outside the town and threw it across the brook Cedron. It was over this bridge that our Savior passed after his arrest at night in the Garden of Olives. His executioners cast him from it into the water, and then in their haste to prepare the instrument in chief of his passion, they took the beam with them, which was made of 3 kinds of wood, and formed the cross therewith. This allegory embodies all the great traditions of the Kabbalah and the secret Christian doctrine of St. John, which is now utterly unknown. It follows that Seth, Moses, David, Solomon, and Christ obtained from the same Cabalistic tree their royal scepters and pontifical crooks. We can understand in this manner why the Christ was adored in his manger by the Magi. Let us recur, however, to the Book of Enoch, as greater authority attaches to it than can be attributed to an unknown manuscript. The former is cited in the New Testament by the Apostle St. Jude. Tradition refers the invention of letters to Enoch, and it is to him that we must therefore trace back the teachings embodied in the Sefer Yetzirah, which is the elementary work of the Kabbalah, its compiler, according to the rabbins, being the patriarch Abraham, as the heir of the secrets of Enoch and as the father of initiation in Israel. Enoch would seem in this manner to be identical with the Egyptian Hermes Trismegistus, while the famous Book of Enoch, written throughout in hieroglyphics and in numbers, would be that occult Bible, anterior to the Book of Moses and full of mysteries, to which the initiated William Postel alludes so frequently throughout his works, under the title of the Genesis of Enoch. The Bible says that Enoch did not die, but that God translated him from one life to another. He is to return and confound Antichrist at the end of time, when he will be one of the last martyrs, or witnesses of truth, mentioned in the Apocalypse of St. John. That which is said of Enoch in this respect has been said also of all the great initiators recorded in Kabbalism. St. John himself, according to the primitive Christians, was saved from death, and it was long thought that he could be seen breathing in his tomb. The explanation is that the absolute science of life preserves against death, as the instinct of the people has always led them to divine. However this may be, the extant memorials of Enoch are contained in two books, one of which is hieroglyphic and the other of the nature of allegory. The first comprises the hieratic keys of initiation, while the second is the history of a great profanation which caused the destruction of the world and the reign of chaos after that of the giants. Saint Methodius, a bishop in the early days of Christianity, whose writings are found in the collection of the Cathars of the Church, has left a prophetic apocalypse which unfolds the world's history in a series of visions. It is not included among the saints' acknowledged writings, but it was preserved by the Gnostics and has been printed in the Liber Mirabilis under the assumed name of Burmicobus, which illiterate compositors have substituted in place of Bea Methodius, an abbreviation of Beatus Methodius. This book corresponds in several respects with the allegorical treatise entitled The Penitence of Adam. It tells how Seth migrated eastward with his family and so reached a mountain in the vicinity of the earthly paradise. This was the country of initiates, whilst the posterity of Cain invented a spurious or debased magic in India, the land of fratricide, and put witchcraft into the hands of the reckless. Saint Methodius predicts in a later place the struggles and successive predominance of the Ishmaelites, being the name given in his apocalypse to those who conquered the Romans, of the Cranks, who overcame the Ishmaelites, and then of a great race from the north whose invasion will precede the personal reign of Antichrist. An universal kingdom will be founded thereafter and will fall into the hands of a French prince, after which there will be the reign of justice for a long period of years. We are not concerned with prophecy in the present place, but it is desirable to note the distinction between good and evil magic, between the sanctuary of the sons of Seth and the profanation of science by the descendants of Cain. Transcendental knowledge, as a fact, is reserved for those who are masters of their passions, and virgin nature does not deliver the keys of her nuptial chamber to adulterers. There are two classes, freemen and slaves. Man is born in the bondage of his passions, but he can reach emancipation through intelligence. Between those who are free already and those who as yet are not there is no equality possible. The part of reason is to rule and of instinct to obey. On the other hand, if you impose on the blind the office of leading the blind, both will end in the abyss. We should never forget that liberty does not consist in the license of passion emancipated from law, which license would prove the most hideous of tyrannies. Liberation consists in willing obedience to law. It is the right to do one's duty, and only just men can be called free. Now, those who are in liberation should govern those who are in bondage, and slaves are called to be released, not from the government of the free but from the yoke of brutal passions, as a consequence of which they cannot exist without masters. Confess with us now for a moment to the truth of the transcendental sciences. Suppose that there does actually exist a force which can be mastered and by which the miracles of nature are made subservient to the will of man. Tell us, in such case, whether the secrets of wealth and the bonds of sympathy can be entrusted to brutal greed, the art of fascination to libertines, the supremacy over other wills to those who cannot attain the government of their proper selves. It is terrifying to reflect upon the disorders which would follow from such a profanation. Some cataclysm is needed to efface the crimes of earth when all are steeped in slime and blood. Now, it is this state of things that is indicated by the allegorical history of the fall of the angels. According to the Book of Enoch, it is this which was the sin of Adam, and hereof are its fatal consequences. Of such also was the deluge and its wreckage, of such at a later period the malediction of Canaan. The revelation of occult secrets is typified by the insolence of that son who exposes his father's nakedness. The intoxication of Noah is a lesson for the priesthood of all ages. Woe to those who lay bare the secret of divine generation to the impure gaze of the crowd. Keep the sanctuary shut, all ye who would spare your sleeping father, the mockery of the imitators of Ham. Such is the tradition of the children of Seth respecting the laws of the human hierarchy, but the latter were not acknowledged by the family of Cain. The Cainites of India invented a Genesis to consecrate the oppression of the strong and to perpetuate the ignorance of the weak. Initiation became an exclusive privilege of the high castes, and entire races of humanity were doomed to unending servitude on the pretense of inferior birth. They issued, as it was said, from the feet or knees of Brahma. Now, nature engenders neither slaves nor kings, but all men indifferently are born to labor. He who pretends that man is perfect at birth but is degraded and perverted by society is the wildest of anarchists, though he may be the most poetic of maniacs. But in vain was Jean-Jacques a sentimentalist and dreamer, his deep implicit of misanthropy when explicated by the logic of fanatical partisans, bore fruits in hate and destruction. The consistent architects of the utopia imagined by the susceptible philosopher of Geneva were Robespierre and Marat. Society is no abstract personality that can be rendered responsible separately for the stubbornness of man. Society is the association of men. It is defective by reason of their vices and sublime in respect of their virtues, but in itself it is holy, like the religion which is bound up inseparably therewith. Is not religion, as a fact, an association of the highest aspirations and the most generous endeavors? After this manner does the blasphemy of anti-social equality and of right in the teeth of duty give answer to the lie about castes privileged by nature. Christianity alone has solved the problem by assigning supremacy to self-sacrifice and by proclaiming him as the greatest who offers up his pride for society and his appetites for the sake of the law. Though they were the depositaries of the tradition of Seth, the Jews did not preserve it in all its purity, and were infected by the unjust ambitions of the posterity of Cain. Believing that they were a chosen people, they deemed that God had allotted them truth as a patrimony rather than as a security held in trust for humanity at large. Side by side with the sublime traditions of the Sefer Yetzirah we meet with very curious revelations among the Talmudists. For example, they do not shrink from ascribing the idolatry of the Gentiles to the patriarch Abraham himself. They say that to the Israelites he bequeathed his inheritance, namely the knowledge of the true divine names. In a word, the Kabbalah was the lawful and hereditary property of Isaac, but the patriarch gave, as they tell us, certain presents to the children of his concubines, and by such presents they understand veiled dogmas and cryptic names, which became materialized speedily, and were transformed into idols. Chal's religions and their absurd mysteries, Oriental superstitions, with all their horrible sacrifices, what a gift from a father to his disowned family! Was it not sufficient to drive Hagar with her son into the desert? To their one loaf and their pitcher of water must he add the burden of falsehood, as a torment and poison in their exile? The glory of Christianity is that it called all men to truth, without distinction of races and castes, though not without distinction in respect of intelligence and of virtue. Cast not your pearls before swine, said the divine founder of Christianity, lest treading them underfoot, they turn and rend you. The Apocalypse or Revelation of St. John, which comprises all the Kabbalistic secrets concerning the doctrine of Christ Jesus, is a book no less obscure than the Zohar. It is written hieroglyphically in the language of numbers and images, and the Apostle appeals frequently to the knowledge of initiates. Let him understand who has knowledge, let him who understands compute, he says frequently, after reciting an allegory or giving a mystic number. Saint John, the beloved disciple and depositary of all the secrets of the Savior, did not therefore write to be understood by the multitude. The Sefer Yetzirah, the Zohar, and the Apocalypse are the masterpieces of occultism. They contain more meanings than words, their method of expression is figurative, like poetry, and exact, like numerical formulae. The Apocalypse summarizes, completes and surpasses all the science of Abraham and Solomon, as we will prove by explaining the keys of the transcendent Kabbalah. It is not less astonishing to observe at the beginning of the Zohar the profundity of its notions and the sublime simplicity of its images. It is said as follows: the science of equilibrium is the key of occult science. Unbalanced forces perish in the void. So passed the kings of the elder world, the princes of the giants. They have fallen like trees without roots, and their place is found no more. Through the conflict of unbalanced forces the devastated earth was void and formless, until the Spirit of God made for itself a place in heaven and reduced the mass of waters. All the aspirations of nature were directed then towards unity of form, towards the living synthesis of equilibrated forces. The face of God, crowned with light, rose over the vast sea and was reflected in the waters thereof. His two eyes were manifested, radiating with splendor, darting two beams of light which crossed with those of the reflection. The brow of God and his eyes formed a triangle in heaven, and its reflection formed a second triangle in the waters. So was revealed the number 6, being that of universal creation. The text, which would be unintelligible in a literal version, is translated here by way of interpretation. The author makes it plain that the human form which he ascribes to deity is only an image of his meaning and that God is beyond expression by human thought or representation by any figure. Pascal said that God is a circle, of which the center is everywhere and the circumference nowhere. But how is one to imagine a circle apart from its circumference? The Zohar adopts the antithesis of this paradoxical image and in respect of the circle of Pascal would say rather that the circumference is everywhere, while that which is nowhere is the center. It is, however, to a balance and not to a circle that it compares the universal equilibrium of things. It affirms that equilibrium is everywhere and so also is that central point where the balance hangs in suspension. We find that the Zohar is thus more forcible and more profound than Pascal. Its author continues as follows his sublime dream. That synthesis of the word, formulated by the human figure, ascended slowly and emerged from the water, like the sun in its rising. When the eyes appeared, light was made, when the mouth was manifested, there was the creation of spirits and the word passed into expression. The entire head was revealed, and this completed the first day of creation. The shoulders, the arms, the breast arose, and thereupon work began. With one hand the divine image put back the sea, while with the other it raised up continents and mountains. The image grew and grew, the generative organs appeared, and all beings began to increase and multiply. The form stood at length erect, having one foot upon the earth and one upon the waters. Beholding itself at full length in the ocean of creation, it breathed on its own reflection and called its likeness into life. It said, "Let us make man," and thus man was made. There is nothing so beautiful in the masterpiece of any poet as this vision of creation accomplished by the prototype of humanity. Hereby is man but the shadow of a shadow, and yet he is the image of divine power. He also can stretch forth his hands from east to west, to him is the earth given as a dominion. Such is Adam Kadmon, the primordial atom of the Kabbalists. Such is the sense in which he is depicted as a giant, and this is why Swedenborg, haunted in his dreams by reminiscences of the Kabbalah, says that entire creation is only a titanic man and that we are made in the image of the universe. The Zohar is a genesis of light, the Sefer Yetzirah is a ladder of truth. Therein are expounded the 32 absolute symbols of speech, being numbers and letters. Each letter produces a number, an idea, and a form, so that mathematics are applicable to forms and ideas, even as to numbers, in virtue of an exact proportion and a perfect correspondence. By the science of the Sefer Yetzirah the human mind is rooted in truth and in reason, it accounts for all progress possible to intelligence by means of the evolution of numbers. Thus does the Zohar represent absolute truth, while the Sefer Yetzirah furnishes the method of its acquisition, its discernment, and application. Chapter 2. Magic of the Magi. It is within probability that Zoroaster is a symbolical name, like that of Thoth or Hermes. According to Eudoxus and Aristotle, he flourished 6,000 years before the birth of Plato, but others say that he antedated the siege of Troy by about 500 years. He is sometimes represented as a king of the Bactrians, but the existence of 2 or 3 distinct Zoroasters is also one of the speculations. Eudoxus and Aristotle alone would seem to have realized that his personality was magical, and this is why they have placed the Kabbalistic epoch of an entire world between the birth of his doctrine and the theurgic reign of Platonic philosophy. As a fact, there are 2 Zoroasters, that is to say, 2 expounders of mysteries, one being the son of Ormuzd and the founder of an enlightened instruction, the other being the son of Ahriman and the author of a profanatory unveiling of truth. Zoroaster is the incarnate word of the Chaldeans, the Medes, and the Persians. His legend reads like a prophecy concerning that of Christ, and hence it must be assumed that he had also his Antichrist, in accordance with the magical law of universal equilibrium. To the false Zoroaster must be referred the cultus of material fire and that impious doctrine of divine dualism which produced at a later period the monstrous gnosis of Manes and the false principles of spurious masonry. The Zoroaster in question was the father of that materialized magic which led to the massacre of the Magi and brought their true doctrine at first into proscription and then oblivion. Ever inspired by the spirit of truth, the Church was compelled to condemn, under the names of magic, Manichaeanism, Illuminism and Masonry, all that was in kinship, remote or approximate, with the primitive profanation of the mysteries. One signal example is the history of the Knights Templar, which has been misunderstood to this day. The doctrines of the true Zoroaster are identical with those of pure Kabbalism, and his conceptions of divinity differ in no wise from those of the Fathers of the Church. It is the names only that vary. For example, the triad of Zoroaster is the trinity of Christian teaching, and when he postulates that triad as subsisting without diminution or division in each of its units, he is expressing in another manner that which is understood by our theologians as the circumcession of the divine persons. In his multiplication of the triad by itself, Zoroaster arrives at the absolute reason of the number 9 and the universal key of all numbers and forms. But those whom we term the 3 divine persons are called the 3 depths by Zoroaster. The first, or that of the Cather, is the source of faith, the second, being that of the Word, is the well of truth, while the third, or creative action, is the font of love. To check what is here advanced, the reader may consult the commentary of Psellus on the doctrine of the ancient Assyrians. It may be found in the work of Franciscus Patricius on philosophical magic, of the Hamburg edition, which appeared in 1593. Zoroaster established the celestial hierarchy and all the harmonies of nature on his scale of 9 degrees. He explains by means of the triad whatsoever emanates from the idea and by the tetrad all that belongs to form, thus arriving at the number 7 as the type of creation. Here ends the first initiation and the scholastic hypotheses begin. Numbers are personified and ideas pass into emblems, which at a later period became idols. The Synoches, the Teletarchy, and the Fathers, ministers of the triple Hecate, the 3 Omilists and the threefold visage of Hypsokos, all these intervene, the angels follow in their order, the demons, and lastly human souls. The stars are images and reflections of intellectual splendors. The material sun is an emblem of the Sun of Truth, which itself is a shadow of that first source whence all glory springs. This is why the disciples of Zoroaster saluted the rising day and so passed as sun worshippers among barbarians. Such were the doctrines of the Magi, but they were the possessors in addition of secrets which gave them mastery over the occult powers of nature. The sum of these secrets might be termed transcendental pyrotechny, for it was intimately related to the deep knowledge of fire and its ruling. It is certain that the Magi were not only familiar with electricity but were able to generate and direct it in ways that are now unknown. Numa, who studied their rites and was initiated into their mysteries, possessed, according to Lucius Pison, the art of producing and controlling the lightning. This sacerdotal secret, which the Roman initiator would have reserved to the kings of Rome, was lost by Tullus' host Aelius, who mismanaged the electrical discharge and was destroyed. Pliny relates these facts on the authority of an ancient Etruscan tradition and mentions that Numa directed his battery with success against a monster named Volta, which was ravaging the district about Rome. In reading this story, one is almost tempted to think that Volta, the discoverer, is himself a myth and that the name of voltaic piles goes back to the days of Numa. All Assyrian symbols connect with this science of fire, which was the great secret of the Magi. On every side we meet with the enchanter who slays the lion and controls the serpents. That lion is the celestial fire, while the serpents are the electric and magnetic currents of the earth. To this same great secret of the Magi are referable all marvels of Hermetic magic, the extant traditions of which still bear witness that the mystery of the great work consists in the ruling of fire. The learned Patricius published in his Philosophical Magic the oracles of Zoroaster, collected from the works of Platonic writers, from Proclus on Theurgy, from the commentaries on the Parmenides, commentaries of Hermias on the Phaedrus and from the notes of Olympiodorus on the Philebos and Phaedon. These oracles are firstly a clear and precise formulation of the doctrine here stated and secondly the prescriptions of magical ritual expressed in such terms as follow. Demons and sacrifices. We are taught by induction from nature that there are incorporeal demons and that the germs of evil which exist in matter turn to the common good and utility. But these are mysteries which must be buried in the recesses of thought. Cor ever agitated and ever leaping in the atmosphere, the fire can assume a configuration like that of bodies. Let us go further and affirm the existence of a fire which abounds in images and reflections. Term it, if you will, a superabundant light which radiates, which speaks, which goes back into itself. It is the flaming courser of light, or rather it is the stalwart child who overcomes and breaks in that heavenly steed. Picture him as vested in flame and emblazoned with gold, or think of him naked as love and bearing the arrows of Eros. But if thy meditation prolongeth itself, thou wilt combine all these emblems under the form of the lion. Thereafter, when things are no longer visible, when the vault of heaven and the expanse of the universe have dissolved, when the stars have ceased to shine and the lamp of the moon is veiled, when the earth trembles and the lightning plays around it, invoke not the visible phantom of nature's soul, for thou must in no wise behold it until thy body has been purified by the holy ordeals. Enervators of souls, which they distract from sacred occupations, the dog-faced demons issue from the confines of matter and expose to mortal eyes the semblances of illusory bodies. Labor round the circles is described by the rhombus of Hecate. Change thou nothing in the barbarous names of evocation, for they are pantheistic titles of God, they are magnetized by the devotion of multitudes and their power is ineffable. When after all the phantoms thou shalt behold the shining of that incorporeal fire, that sacred fire the darts of which penetrate in every direction through the depths of the world, hearken to the words of the fire. These astonishing sentences, which are taken from the Latin of Patricius, embody the secrets of magnetism and of things far deeper, which it has not entered into the heart of people like Dupotet and Mesmer to conceive. We find, a. the astral light described perfectly, together with its power of producing fluidic forms, of reflecting language and echoing the voice, b. the will of the adept signified by the stalwart child mounted on a white horse, a symbol met with in an ancient tarot card preserved in the Bibliothèque Nationale, c. the dangers of hallucination arising from misdirected magical works, d. the raison d'être of enchantments accomplished by the use of barbarous names and words, e. the magnetic instrument termed rhombos, which is comparable to a child's humming top, f. the term of magical practice, which is the stilling of imagination and of the senses into a state of complete somnambulism and perfect lucidity. It follows from this revelation of the ancient world that clairvoyant ecstasis is a voluntary and immediate application of the soul to the universal fire, or rather to that light, abounding in images, which radiates, which speaks and circulates about all objects in every sphere of the universe. This application is operated by the persistence of will liberated from the senses and fortified by a succession of tests. Herein consisted the beginning of magical initiation. Having attained the power of direct reading in the light, the adept became a seer or prophet. Then, having established communication between this light and his own will, he learned to direct the former, even as the head of an arrow is set in a certain direction. He communicated at his pleasure either strife or peace to the souls of others. He established intercourse at a distance which those fellow adepts who were his peers, and, in fine, he availed himself of that force which is represented by the celestial lion. Herein lies the meaning of those great Assyrian figures which hold vanquished lions in their arms. The astral light is otherwise represented by gigantic sphinxes having the bodies of lions and the heads of magi. Considered as an instrument made subject to magical power, the astral light is that golden sword of Mithra used in his immolation of the sacred bull. And it is the arrow of Phoebus which pierced the serpent Python. Let us now reconstruct in thought the great metropolitan cities of Assyria, Babylon, and Nineveh. Let us restore to their proper place the granite colossi. Let us formulate the massive temples, held up by elephants and sphinxes. Let us raise once more those obelisks from which dragons look down with shining eyes and wings outspread. Temples and palaces tower above these wondrous piles. Cor ever concealed, but manifested also forever by the fact of their miracles, the priesthood and the royalty, like visible divinities of earth, abide therein. The temple is surrounded with clouds or glows with supernatural brilliance at the will of the priests. Now it is dark in the daylight and again the night is enlightened. The lamps of the temple spring of themselves into flame, the gods are radiant, the thunders roll, and woe to that impious person who may have invoked on his own head the malediction of initiates. The temples protect the palaces and the king's retainers do battle for the religion of the Magi. The monarch himself is sacred, he is a god on earth, the people lie prone as he passes, and the maniac who would attempt to cross the threshold of his palace falls dead immediately, by the intervention of an invisible hand, and without stroke of mace or sword. He is slain as if by the bolt, blasted by fire from heaven. What religion and what power! How mighty are the shadows of Nimrod, of Belus, of Semiramis! What can surpass these almost fabulous cities, where such mighty royalties were enthroned, these capitals of giants, capitals of magicians, of personalities identified by tradition with angels and still termed sons of God or princes of heaven? What mysteries have been put to sleep in these sepulchres of past nations, and are we better than children when we exalt our enlightenment and our progress, without recalling these startling memorials? In his work on magic, M. du Potet affirms, with a certain timidity, that it is possible to overwhelm a living being by a current of magnetic fluid. Magical power extends beyond this limit, but it is not confined within the measures of the putative magnetic fluid. The astral light as a whole, that element of electricity and of lightning, can be placed at the disposition of human will. What must be done, however, to acquire this formidable power? Zoroaster has just told us, we must know those mysterious laws of equilibrium which subjugate the very powers of evil to the empire of good. We must have purified our bodies by sacred trials, must have conquered the phantoms of hallucination and taken hold bodily of the light, imitating Jacob in his struggle with the angel. We must have vanquished those fantastic dogs which howl in the world of dreams. In a word, and to use the forcible expression of the oracle, we must have heard the light speak. We are then its masters and can direct it, as Numa did, against the enemies of the holy mysteries. But if in the absence of perfect purity, and if under the government of some animal passion, by which we are still subjected to the fatalities of tempestuous life, we proceed to this kind of work, the fire which we kindle will consume ourselves, we shall fall victims to the serpent which we unloose and shall perish like Tullus Hostilius. It is not in conformity with the laws of nature for man to be devoured by wild beasts. God has armed him with the power of resistance, his eyes can fascinate them, his voice restrain, his sign bring them to a pause. We know indeed, as a literal fact, that the most savage animals quail before a steady human glance and seem to tremble at the human voice. The explanation is that they are paralyzed and awe-stricken by projections of the astral light. When Daniel was accused of imposture and false magic, both he and his accusers were subjected by the king of Babylon to an ordeal of lions. Such beasts attack those only who fear them or of whom they are themselves afraid. It is utterly certain that the tiger will recede before the magnetic glance of a brave man, although the latter may be disarmed. The Magi utilized this power, and the kings of Assyria kept tigers, leopards, and lions in their gardens, in a state of docility. Others were reserved in vaults beneath the temples for use in the ordeals of initiation. The symbolic bas-reliefs are the proof. They depict trials of strength between men and animals, and the adept, clothed in his priestly garb, controls the brutes by a glance of his eye and stays them with his hand. When such animals are depicted in one of the forms ascribed to the Sphinx, they are doubtless symbolical, but in other representations the brute is of the natural order, and then the struggle seems to illustrate a theory of actual enchantment. Magic is a science, to abuse is to lose it, and it is also to destroy oneself. The kings and priests of the Assyrian world were too great to be free from this danger. If ever they fell, as a fact, pride did come upon them and they did therefore fall. The great magical epoch of Chaldea is anterior to the reigns of Semiramis and Ninus. At this time religion had begun already to materialize and idolatry to prevail. The cultus of Astarte succeeded that of the heavenly Venus, and royalty arrogated to itself divine attributes under the names of Baal and of Bel, or Belus. Semiramis made religion subservient to politics and conquests, replacing the old mysterious temples by ostentatious and ill-advised monuments. This notwithstanding, the magical idea continued to prevail in art and science, sealing the constructions of that epoch with the characteristics of inimitable power and grandeur. The Palace of Semiramis was a building synthesis of entire Zoroastrian dogma, and we shall recur to it in explaining the symbolism of those 7 masterpieces of antiquity which are called the wonders of the world. The priesthood became secondary to the empire as the result of an attempt to materialize its own power. The fall of the one was bound to involve the other, and it came to pass under the effeminate Sardanapalus. This prince, abandoned to luxury and indolence, reduced the science of the Magi to the level of one of his courtesans. What purpose did marvels serve if they failed in ministration to pleasure? Compel, O enchanters, compel the winter to produce roses, double the savor of wine, apply your power over the light to make the beauty of women shine like that of divinities. The Magi obeyed, and the king passed from intoxication to intoxication. But it came about that war was declared and that the enemy was already on the march. That enemy might signify little to the Sybarite steeped in his pleasures. But it was ruin, it was infamy, it was death. Now Sardanapalus did not fear death, since for him it was an endless sleep, and he knew how to avoid the toils and humiliations of servitude. The last night came, the victor was already upon the threshold, the city could stand out no longer, the kingdom of Assyria must end on the morrow. The palace of Sardanapalus was illuminated and blazed with such splendor that it lightened all the consternated city. Amidst piles of precious stuffs, amidst jewels and golden vessels, the king held his final orgy. His women, his favorites, his accomplices, his degenerate priests surrounded him. The riot of drunkenness mingled with the music of 1,000 instruments, the tame lions roared, and a smoke of perfumes, going up from the vaults of the palace, enveloped the whole edifice in a heavy cloud. But tongues of fire began to penetrate the cedar paneling, the frenzied songs were replaced by cries of terror and groans of agony. The magic which, in the hands of its degraded adepts, could not safeguard the empire of Ninus, did at least mingle its marvels to emblazon the terrible memories of this titanic suicide. A vast and sinister splendor, such as the night of Babylon had never seen, seemed suddenly to set back and enlarge the vault of heaven. A noise, like all the thunders of the world pealing together, shook the earth, and the walls of the city collapsed. Thereafter a deeper night descended, the palace of Sardanapalus melted, and when the morrow came his conqueror found no trace of its riches, no trace even of the king's body and all his luxuries. So ended the first empire of Assyria, and the civilization founded of old by the true Zoroaster. Thus also ended magic, properly so called, and the reign of the Kabbalah began. Abraham on coming out from Chaldea carried its mysteries with him. The people of God increased in silence, and we shall meet before long with Daniel confounding the miserable enchanters of Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar. Chapter 3. Magic in India. We are told by Cabalistic tradition that India was peopled by the descendants of Cain, and thither at a later period migrated the descendants of Abraham and Keturah. In any case it is, above all others, the country of Goetia and illusionary wonders. Black magic has been perpetuated therein, as well as the original traditions of fratricide imposed by the powerful on the weak, continued by the dominant castes and expiated by the pariahs. It may be said of India that she is the wise mother of all idolatries. The dogmas of her gymnosophists would be keys of highest wisdom if they did not open more easily the gates leading to degradation and death. The astounding wealth of Indian symbolism seems to suggest that it is anterior to all others, and this is supported by the primeval freshness of its poetic conceptions. But the root of its tree seems to have been devoured by the infernal serpent. That deification of the devil against which we have already entered an energetic protest is displayed in all its grossness. The terrible Trimurti of the Brahmins comprises a creator, a destroyer, and a preserver. Their Adinari, who represents the Divine Mother, or celestial nature, is called also Bohani, to whom the thugs or stranglers make votive offerings of their murders. Vishnu, the preserver, incarnates only to destroy an inferior devil, who is always brought back to life by the intervention of Siva, or Rudra, the god of death. One is conscious that Siva is the apotheosis of Cain, but there is nothing in all this mythology which recalls the mildness of Abel. The mysteries of India are notwithstanding grandiose in their poetry and singularly profound in their allegories, but they are the Kabbalah in profanation, and hence so far from sustaining the soul and leading it to supreme wisdom, Brahmanism, with its learned theories, plunges it into gulfs of madness. It was from the false Kabbalism of India that the Gnostics borrowed their reveries, by turns horrible and obscene. It is also Indian magic, manifesting on the threshold of the occult sciences with 1,000 deformities, which terrifies reasonable minds and provokes the anathemas of all the understanding churches. It is this false and dangerous knowledge, so often confounded by the ignorant and by smatterers with true science, which has involved all that bears the name of occultism in a general condemnation, to which the author of these pages himself subscribed sincerely before he had attained the key of the magical sanctuary. Cor theologians of the Vedas, God manifests as force only, all progress and all revelations are determined by conquest. Vishnu incarnates in monstrous leviathans of the sea and in enormous wild boars, which mold the primeval earth with their snouts. Still, it is a marvelous pantheistic genesis, and the authors of its fables are lucid at least in their somnambulism. The 10 avatars of Vishnu correspond numerically to the Sephiroth of the Kabbalah. The god in question assumed successively 3 animal or elementary forms of life, after which he became a sphinx and then a human being. He appeared next as Brahma and in a guise of assumed humility possessed the whole earth. He was a child on another occasion, and as such the consoling angel of the patriarchs. After this he assumed the mask of a warrior and gave battle to the oppressors of the world. Again he was embodied as diplomacy, opposing it to violence, and seems at this point to have abandoned the human form to assume the agility of the monkey. Diplomacy and violence consumed each other, and the world awaited some intellectual and moral redeemer. Vishnu thereupon incarnated as Krishna. He was proscribed even in his cradle, beside which there watched the symbolical ass. He was carried far away to save him from the power of his enemies. He attained manhood and preached the doctrine of mercy and good works. He descended into hell, bound the infernal serpent and returned gloriously to heaven. His annual festival is in August, under the sign of the Virgin. Here is astonishing intuition concerning Christian mysteries, and so much the more impressive when we remember that the sacred books of India passed into writing many centuries before the Christian era. To the revelation of Krishna succeeded that of Buddha, who married the purest religion to philosophy of the highest kind. The happiness of the world was thus held to be secured, and there was nothing further to expect, pending the 10th and final incarnation, when Vishnu will return in his proper form, leading the horse of the Last Judgment, that dread steed whose forefoot is raised always, and when it is set down the world will be strewn in atoms. We may note herein the presence of the sacred numbers and prophetic calculations of the Magi. Gymnosophists and Zoroastrian initiates drew from the same sources, but it was the false and black Zoroaster who remained master of theology in India. The final secrets of this degenerate doctrine are pantheism and its legitimate consequence, being absolute materialism masquerading as the absolute negation of matter. But what, it may be asked, does it signify whether spirit is materialized or matter spiritualized so long as the equality and identity of the two terms are postulated? But the consequence of such pantheism is, however, mortal to ethics. There are neither crimes nor virtues in a world where all is God. We may expect after such teachings a progressive degradation of the Brahmins into a fanatical quietism, but as yet the end was not reached. It remained for their great magical ritual, the Indian book of occultism, otherwise the Unekhat, to furnish the physical and moral means of consummating the work of their stupefaction and arriving by a graduated method at that raving madness termed by their sorcerers the divine state. The work in question is the progenitor of all grimoires and the most curious among the antiquities of Goetia. It is divided into 50 sections and is a darkness spangled with stars. Sublime maxims are blended with false oracles. At times it reads like the Gospel of St. John, as, for example, in the following extracts from the 11th and 48th sections. The angel of creative fire is the word of God, which word produced the earth and the vegetation that issues therefrom, together with the heat which ripens it. The word of the Creator is itself the Creator and is also his only Son. Now, on the other hand, the reveries are worthy only of the most extravagant arch-heretics, matter being only a deceptive appearance, the sun, the stars, and the very elements are genii, while animals are demons and man is a pure spirit deceived by the illusions of forms. We are perhaps sufficiently edified by these extracts in respect of doctrinal matters and may proceed to the magical ritual of the Indian enchanters. In order to become God, the breath must be retained, that is to say, it must be inhaled as long as possible, till the chest is well distended, and in the second place, the divine Om must be repeated inwardly 40 times while in this state. Expiration, in the third place, follows very slowly, the breath being mentally directed through the heavens to make contact with the universal ether. Those who would succeed in this exercise must be blind, deaf, and motionless as a log of wood. The posture is on knees and elbows, with the face turned to the north. One nostril is stopped with a finger, the air is inhaled by the other, which is then also closed, the action being accompanied by dwelling in thought on the idea that God is the Creator, that He is in all animals, in the ant even as in the elephant. The mind must be absorbed in these thoughts. Om is at first recited 12 times and afterwards 24 times during each inspiration, and then as rapidly as possible. This regimen must be continued for 3 months, without fear, without remission, eating and sleeping little. In the 4th month the devas will manifest, in the 5th you will have acquired all qualities of the devatas, in the 6th you will be saved and will have become God. What seems certain is that in the 6th month the fanatic who is sufficiently imbecile to persevere in such a practice will be dead or insane. If, however, he should really survive this exercise in mystic breathing, the Unekhat does not leave him in the happy position mentioned but makes him pass to other experiences. With the end of one finger close the anus, and then draw the breath from below upwards on the right side, make it circulate 3 times round the second center of the body, thence bring it to the navel, which is the third center, then to the fourth, which is the middle of the heart, subsequently to the throat, which is the fifth, and finally to the sixth, which is the root of the nose. There retain the breath, it has become that of the universal soul. This seems simply an auto-hypnotic method of inducing a certain cerebral congestion. But the author of the treatise continues. Think therefore of the great Om, which is the name of the Creator and is that universal, pure, and indivisible voice which fills all things. This voice is the Creator himself, who becomes audible to the contemplative after 10 manners. The first sound is like that of a little sparrow, the second is twice the first in volume, the third is like the sound of a cymbal, the fourth is as the murmur of a great shell, the fifth is comparable to the song of the India lyre, the sixth is like the sound of the instrument called tal, the seventh resembles the sound of a bakaba flute, held close to the ear, the eighth is like that of the instrument called pakayoi, which is struck with the hand, the ninth is like the sound of a little trumpet and the 10th like that of a thunder cloud. At each of these sounds the contemplative passes through different states, and at the 10th he becomes God. At the first sound the hairs of his whole body rise erect, at the second his limbs become torpid, at the third he feels through all his frame the kind of exhaustion which follows the intercourse of love, at the fourth his head swims and he is as one intoxicated, at the fifth the life force flows back into his brain, at the sixth this force descends into him and he is nourished thereon, at the seventh he becomes the master of vision, can see into the hearts of others, and hears the most distant voices, at the ninth he becomes so ethereal that he can pass wheresoever he will and can see without being seen, like the angels, at the 10th he becomes the universal and indivisible voice. He is the great creator, the eternal being, exempt from all end, having become the perfect peace, he dispenses peace to the world. What is noticeable in these most curious extracts is their exhaustive description of phenomena which characterize lucid somnambulism combined with a complete practice of auto-hypnosis. It is the art of inducing ecstasy by tension of the will and fatigue of the nervous system. We recommend therefore to mesmerists a careful study of the mysteries of the Unekat. The graduated use of narcotics and of a scale of colored discs will produce effects analogous to those described by the Indian sorcerer. M. Ragan has provided the recipe in his work on La Maconnerie Occult. The Unekat gives a simpler method of losing consciousness and arriving at ecstasy. It is to look with both eyes at the end of the nose and to maintain this act, or rather this grimace, until paralysis of the optic nerve supervenes. All such practices are equally painful, dangerous, and ridiculous. We are far from recommending them to anyone, but we do not question that in a shorter or longer time, according to the sensibility of the subjects, they will induce ecstasy, catalepsy, and even a dead swoon. In order to obtain vision and the phenomena of second sight, a state must be reached which is akin to that of sleep, death, and madness. It is in this that the Indians excel, and it is perhaps to their secrets that we must refer the strange power of certain American mediums. Black magic may be defined as the art of inducing artificial mania in ourselves and in others, but it is also and above all the science of poisoning. What is, however, generally unknown, and the discovery in our days is due to M. du Potet, is that it is possible to destroy life by the sudden congestion or withdrawal of the astral light. This may take place when, through a series of almost impossible exercises, similar to those described by the Indian sorcerer, our nervous system, having been habituated to all tensions and fatigues, has become a kind of living galvanic pile, capable of condensing and projecting powerfully that light which intoxicates or destroys. We are not, however, at the end of the Unekat and its magical wonders. There is a final arcanum which the darksome Hierophant entrusts to his initiates as the supreme secret of all. It is actually the shadow and reverse side of the great mystery of transcendent magic. Now, the latter is the absolute in morality and consequently in the direction of activity and in freedom. On the other hand, that of the Unekat is the absolute in immorality, in fatality, and in deadly quietism. It is expressed as follows by the author of the Indian work. It is lawful to lie in order to facilitate marriages, to exalt the virtues of a Brahmin or the good qualities of a cow. God is truth, and in him shadow and light are one. Whosoever is acquainted with this truth never lies, for his very falsehood turns true. Whatever sin he commits, whatever evil he performs, he is never guilty. If he committed a double parricide, if he killed a Brahmin initiated into the mysteries of the Vedas, in a word, whatever he did, his light would not be impaired, for God says, I am the universal soul, in me are good and evil, which are moderated one by the other. He who knows this cannot sin, for he is universal even as myself. Such doctrines are incompatible with civilization, and furthermore, by stereotyping its social hierarchy, India has embedded anarchy in the castes whereas social life is a question of exchange. Now, exchange is impossible when everything belongs to a few and nothing to others. What do social gradations signify in a putative civil state wherein no one can fall or rise? Herein is the long-delayed punishment of the fratricide. It is one which involves his entire race and condemns it to death. Should some alien, proud, and egotistic nation intervene, it will sacrifice India, even as Oriental legends tell us that Cain was killed by Lamech. Woe, notwithstanding to the murderer of Cain, so say the sacred oracles of the Bible. Chapter 4. Hermetic Magic. It is in Egypt that magic attains the grade of completion as a universal science and is formulated as a perfect doctrine. As a summary of all the dogmas which obtained in the ancient world, nothing surpasses and indeed nothing equals those few paragraphs graven on precious stone by Hermes and denominated the Emerald Tablet. Unity of being and unity in the harmony of things, according to the ascending and descending scales, progressive and proportional evolution of the word, immutable law of equilibrium and graduated progress of universal analogies, correspondence between the idea and its expression providing a measure of likeness between creator and created, essential mathematics of the infinite, proved by the dimensions of a single angle in the finite, all this is expressed by the one proposition, that which is above is like that which is below, and that which is below is like that which is above, for the fulfillment of the wonders of the one thing. Hereunto are added the revelation and illuminating description of the creative agent, the pantomorphic fire, the great medium of occult force, in a word, the astral light. The sun is its father and the moon its mother, the wind has borne it in the belly thereof. It follows that this light has emanated from the sun and has received form and rhythmical movement from the influences of the moon, while the atmosphere is its receptacle and prison. The earth is its nurse, that is to say, it is equilibrated and set in motion by the central heat of the earth. It is the universal principle, the talisman of the world. Hermes goes on to set forth in what manner this light, which is also a force, can be applied as a lever, as a universal dissolvent and as a formative and coagulative agent, how also this light must be extracted from the bodies in which it lies latent in order to imitate all the artifices of nature by the aid of its diverse manifestations as fire, motion, splendor, radiant gas, scalding water, or finally igneous earth. The Emerald Tablet contains all magic in a single page. The other works attributed to Hermes, such as the Divine Pymander, Asclepius, Minerva of the World, c. are generally regarded by critics as productions of the school of Alexandria, but they contain notwithstanding the Hermetic traditions which were preserved in theurgic sanctuaries. Cor those who possess the keys of symbolism. The doctrines of Hermes can never be lost. Amidst all their ruin, the monuments of Egypt are as so many scattered leaves which can be collected in the book of those doctrines thus reconstructed entirely. In that vast book the capital letters are temples and the sentences are cities punctuated with obelisks and by the Sphinx. The physical division of Egypt was itself a magical synthesis, and the names of its provinces corresponded to the ciphers of sacred numbers. The realm of Sesostris was divided into three parts. Of these Upper Egypt, or the Thebaid, was a type of the celestial world and the land of ecstasy. Lower Egypt was the symbol of earth, while Middle or Central Egypt was the land of science and of high initiation. Each of these parts was subdivided into 10 provinces, called nomes, and was placed under the particular protection of a god. There were therefore 30 gods and they were grouped by threes, giving symbolical expression in this manner to all possible conceptions of the triad within the decade, or otherwise to the threefold material, philosophical and religious significance of absolute ideas attached primitively to numbers. We have thus the triple unity, or the first triad, the triple binary formed by the first triad and its reflection, being the Star of Solomon, the triple triad, or the complete idea under each of its three forms, the triple quaternary, being the cyclic number of astral revolutions, and so onward. The geography of Egypt under Sesostris is therefore a pantacly or symbolical summary of the entire magical dogma originating with Zoroaster and rediscovered or formulated more precisely by Hermes. In this manner did the land of Egypt become as a great volume, and the instructions contained therein were multiplied by translation into pictures, sculptures, architecture through the length and breadth of the towns and in all temples. The very desert had its eternal teachings, and its word of stone was set squarely on the foundations of the pyramids. The pyramids themselves stood like boundaries of the human intelligence, in the presence of which the colossal Sphinx meditated age after age, sinking by insensible degrees into the desert sand. Even at this day its head, defaced by the work of time, still emerges from its sepulchre, as if waiting expectantly the signal for its complete entombment at the coming of a human voice revealing to a new world the problem of the pyramids. Egypt from our standpoint is the cradle of science and of wisdom, for it clothed with images the antique dogma of the first Zoroaster more exactly arid more purely, if not more richly, than those of India. The sacerdotal art and the royal art made adepts by initiation in Egypt, and such initiation was not restricted within the egotistic limits of caste. We know that a Jewish bondsman himself attained not only initiation but the rank of minister-in-chief, perhaps even of Grand Hierophant, for he espoused the daughter of an Egyptian priest, and there is evidence that the priesthood in that country tolerated no misalliance. Joseph realized in Egypt the dream of communion. He established the priesthood and the state as sole proprietors and thus sole arbiters of labor and wealth. In this way he abolished distress and turned the whole of Egypt into a patriarchal family. It is a matter of common knowledge that his elevation was due to skill in the interpretation of dreams, a science which even devout Christians now refuse to credit, though they recognize that the Bible, which narrates the wonderful divinations of Joseph, is the word of the Holy Spirit. The science of Joseph was none other than a comprehension of the natural analogies which subsist between ideas and images, or between the word and its symbols. He knew that the soul, when immersed by sleep in the astral light, perceives the reflections of its most secret thoughts and even of its presentiments. He knew further that the art of translating the hieroglyphics of sleep is the key of universal lucidity, seeing that all intelligent beings have revelations in dreams. The basis of absolute hieroglyphical science was an alphabet in which deities were represented by letters, letters represented ideas, ideas were convertible into numbers, and numbers were perfect signs. This hieroglyphical alphabet was the great secret which Moses enshrined in his Kabbalah. Its Egyptian origin is commemorated in the Sefer Yetzirah, in which it is referred to Abraham. Now this alphabet is the famous Book of Thoth, and it was divined by Count de Gobelin that it has been preserved to our own day in the form of tarot cards. It passed later on into the hands of Attila, who interpreted it in the wrong sense, for even a study extending over 30 years could not atone for his want of common sense or supply deficiencies in his education. The record exists still among the drift and waste of Egyptian monuments, and its most curious, most complete key is found in the great work on Egypt by Athanasius Kircher. It is the copy of an Isiac tablet which belonged to the celebrated Cardinal Bimbo. The tablet in question is of copper with figures in enamel, and it has been unfortunately lost. The copy supplied by Kircher is, however, exact. The learned Jesuit divined that it contained the hieroglyphic key of sacred alphabets, though he was unable to develop the explanation. It is divided into 3 equal compartments. Above are the 12 houses of heaven and below are the corresponding distributions of labor throughout the year, while in the middle place are 21 sacred signs answering to the letters of the alphabet. In the midst of all is a seated figure of the pantomorphic IYNX, emblem of universal BEING1 and corresponding as such to the Hebrew Yod, or to that unique letter from which all other letters were formed. The IYNX is encircled by the Ophite triad, answering to the 3 mother letters of the Egyptian and Hebrew alphabets. On the right are the Ibomorphic and Serapean triads, on the left are those of Nephthys and Hecate, representing active and passive, fixed and volatile, fructifying fire and generating water. Each pair of triads in conjunction with the center produces a septenary, and a septenary is contained in the center. The 3 septenaries furnish the absolute number of the 3 worlds, as well as the complete number of primitive letters, to which a complementary sign is added, like 0 to the 9 numerals. The 10 numbers and the 22 letters are termed in Kabbalism the 32 paths of wisdom, and their philosophical description is the subject of that venerated Prima Eval book known as the Sefer Yetzirah, the text of which will be found in the collection of Pistorius and elsewhere. The alphabet of Thoth is the original of our tarot only in an indirect manner, seeing that the latter is of Jewish origin in the extant copies and that its pictures are not older than the reign of Charles. 7. The cards of Jacomin Gringener are the first tarots of which we have any knowledge, but they reproduce symbols belonging to the highest antiquity. The game in its modern form was an experiment on the part of astrologers to restore the king, who has been mentioned, to reason. The oracles of the tarot give answers as exact as mathematics and measured as the harmonies of nature. Such answers result from the varied combination of the different signs. but it requires a considerable exercise of reason to make use of an instrument belonging to reason and to science. The poor king, in his childish condition, saw only the playthings of an infant in the artist's pictures, and he turned the mysterious Kabbalistic alphabet into a game of cards. We are told by Moses that the Israelites carried away the sacred vessels of the Egyptians when they came out of the land of bondage. The account is allegorical, for the great prophet would scarcely have encouraged his people in an act of theft. The sacred vessels in question were the mysteries of Egyptian knowledge, acquired by Moses himself at the court of Pharaoh. We are by no means suggesting that the miracles of this man of God are referable to magic, but we know on the authority of the Bible that Jannes and Jambres, who were the magicians of Pharaoh and consequently grand hierophants of Egypt, began by performing in virtue of their art wonders which were similar to those of Moses. They transformed wands into serpents and serpents again into wands, which might be explicable by prestige or fascination. They changed water into blood. They produced a swarm of frogs in a moment, but they could not cause flies to appear or other parasitic insects, for reasons which we have explained already, as also the manner in which they were forced to confess themselves vanquished. Moses triumphed and led the Israelites out of the land of bondage. It was at this period that true science became lost to Egypt, for the priests, abusing the implicit confidence of the people, allowed that knowledge to degenerate into brutalizing idolatry. Such is the rock of peril for esoteric science. The truth must be veiled, yet not hidden from the people. Symbolism must not be disgraced by a lapse into absurdity. The sacred veil of Isis must be preserved in its beauty and dignity. It was over this that the Egyptian priesthood failed. The vulgar and the foolish understood the hieroglyphic forms of Isis and Hermanubis as real things, so that Osiris was understood to be an ox, while the wise Hermes was a dog. The transformed Osiris masqueraded in the fantastic guise of the bull of Apis, nor did the priests hinder the people from adoring flesh intended for their kitchens. It was time to save the holy traditions. Moses established a new nation and forbade all worship of images, but the people unfortunately had dwelt long among idolaters, and memories of the bull of Apis remained with them in the desert. We know the history of that golden calf to which the children of Israel have been always a little addicted. Moses, however, did not wish the sacred hieroglyphics to pass out of memory, and he sanctified them by their consecration to the purified worship of the true God. We shall see how all objects which entered into the cultus of Jehovah were symbolic in character and recalled the venerable signs of primeval revelation. But we must first finish with the Gentiles and follow through pagan civilization the story of materialized hieroglyphics and of ancient rites degenerated. Chapter 5. Magic in Greece. We pass now to the period when the exact sciences of magic assumed their natural external form, being that of beauty. We have seen in the Zohar how the human prototype rose in heaven and was reflected below in the waters of being. This ideal man, this shadow of the pantomorphic God, this virile phantom of perfect form, was not destined to dwell alone in the world of symbolism. There was given to him a companion under the beneficent sky of Hellas. The celestial Venus, the chaste and fruitful Venus, the triple mother of the three graces, rose in her turn, no longer from the sleeping deeps of chaos, but from the living and flowing waves of that echoing archipelago of poetry, where islands embroidered with green trees and flowers seem as the vessels of gods. The magical septenary of Chaldea passes into music on the 7 strings of the Orphic lyre. It is harmony which transforms the woods and wildernesses of Greece. To the melody of the songs of Orpheus the rocks are smoothed, the oaks sway in measures and the wild beasts become subject to man. By such magic did Amphion raise up the walls of Thebes, that wisdom city of Cadmus, the city of initiation, itself a pantacly like the 7 wonders of the world. As Orpheus gave life to numbers, so Cadmus bound thought to the sigils of letters. The one established a nation dedicated to all things beautiful, and for that nation the other provided a native land, corresponding to its genius and its love. In the ancient Greek traditions Orpheus is numbered among the heroes of the Golden Fleece, who were the primeval conquerors of the great work. The Golden Fleece is the vesture of the sun itself. It is light in application to the needs of man. It is the grand secret of magical works. It is, in fine, initiation as this should be understood essentially, and it was the quest of these this which carried the allegorical heroes into a mystic Asia. On the other hand, Cadmus was a voluntary exile from the glorious Thebes of Egypt. He brought into Greece the knowledge of letters and that harmony of which they are images. The new Thebes, the typical city of wisdom, was built to the measures of that harmony, for science consists in the rhythmic correspondence between hieroglyphical, phonetic, and numeral characters, the inherent motion of which follows the eternal laws of mathematics. Thebes is circular and its citadel is square, like the sky of magic. It has 7 gates, and its legend was destined to become the epic of occultism and the foreshadowed history of human genius. All these mysterious allegories, all these inspired traditions, are the soul of Greek civilization, but we must be dissuaded from seeking the real history of their poetic heroes otherwise than in the transformations of Oriental history carried into Greece by unknown hierophants. It was only the history of ideas which was written by the great of those days, and they were at little pains to acquaint us with the human struggles belonging to the birth of empires. Homer followed in their path, marshalling the gods, who are the immortal types of thought. It was in this sense that a world's upheaval followed on the frown of Jupiter. If Greece carried fire and sword into Asia, it was to avenge the profanations of science and virtue in their sacrifice to lust. It was to restore the empire of the world to Minerva and Juno, in despite of that sensuous Venus who ruined her devoted lovers. Such is the sublime mission of poetry, which substitutes gods for men, or causes in places of effects and eternal concepts for the sorry incarnations of greatness on earth. Ideas raise up and they also cast down empires. A faith of some kind is at the root of all grandeur, and in order that faith may be poetry, or in other words creative, it must be founded on truth. The only history which is worthy to occupy the wise is that of the light which is victorious over darkness forever. That which is called a civilization is one great day of this sun. The fable of the Golden Fleece connects Hermetic magic with Greek initiations. The golden fleece of the solar ram, which must be obtained by those by him who would possess universal sovereignty, is figurative of the great work. The argonautic vessel, built of timber from the prophetic oaks of Dodona, the speaking vessel, is the ship of the mysteries of Isis, the ark of life force and renewal, the coffer of Osiris, the egg of divine regeneration. The adventurer Jason is he who is prepared for initiation, but he is a hero in his valor only. He has all the inconstancy and all the weakness of humanity, but he takes with him the personifications of all power. Hercules, who signifies brute force, has no real part in the work, for he goes astray from the path in pursuit of his unworthy loves. The others arrive in the land of initiation, of Colchis, where the remnant of Zoroastrian secrets is still preserved. The question is how to obtain the key of these mysteries, and science is once again betrayed by a woman. Medea delivers to Jason the arcana of the great work, with the kingdom and the life of her father, for it is a fatal law of the occult sanctuary that the revelation of its secrets entails death upon him who has proved unable to preserve them. Medea informs Jason of the monsters with which he must do battle and of that which will ensure his victory. There is firstly the winged serpent of earth, the astral fluid which must be seized and fixed. Its teeth must be drawn and sown in a waste place which has been previously ploughed by the bulls of Mars. The dragon's teeth are those acids which dissolve the metallic earth after its preparation by a double fire and by the earth's magnetic forces. A fermentation follows, comparable to a great battle. The impure is devoured by the impure, and the splendid fleece is the reward of the adept. So ends the magical romance of Jason, and that of Medea follows. For Greek antiquity sought to include in this history the complete epic of occult science. Hermetic magic is succeeded by Goetia, parricide, fratricide, infanticide, sacrificing all to its passions but never enjoying the harvest of its crimes. Medea betrays her father like Ham and assassinates her brother like Cain. She stabs her children, poisons her rival and reaps the hatred of him whose love she has coveted. It may be surprising on the surface that Jason does not gain in wisdom by the mastery of the Golden Fleece, but it must be remembered that he owes the discovery of its secrets to treason only. He is a ravisher after the manner of Prometheus and not an adept like Orpheus. He is in search of wealth and power rather than of knowledge. Hence he perishes miserably, for the inspiring and sovereign virtues of the Golden Cleece will be never understood except by the disciples of Orpheus. Prometheus, the Golden Cleece, the Thebaid, the Iliad, and the Odyssey, these 5 great epics, full of the mysteries of nature and human destinies, constitute the Bible of ancient Greece, a cyclopean monument, a Pelion piled upon an Ossa, masterpiece over masterpiece, form on form, beautiful as light itself enthroned upon eternal thoughts, sublime in truth. It was, however, at their proper risk and peril that the hierophants of poetry committed to the Greek people these marvelous fictions in which truth was shrined. Aeschylus, who dared to depict the titanic struggles, superhuman woes and divine hopes of Prometheus, Aeschylus, the awe-inspiring poet of the family of Oedipus, was accused of betraying and profaning the mysteries and escaped with difficulty a severe condemnation. We are unable at this day to realize his whole intent, which was a dramatic trilogy embracing the entire symbolic history of Prometheus. It follows that he exhibited to the assembled people how Prometheus was delivered by Alcides and how Jupiter was cast from his throne. The omnipotence of genius in its suffering and the decisive victory of patience over power are fine, no doubt, but the crowd might see therein the future triumph of impiety and anarchy. Prometheus overcoming Jupiter might be understood as the people destined to be liberated one day from their priests and kings, and guilty hopes might count for much in the prodigal applause accorded to him who unveiled this prospect imprudently. To the leanings of dogma towards poetry we owe the masterpieces in question, and we are not therefore to be counted among the austere initiates who would wish, like Plato, to crown and then exile the poets, for the true poets are ambassadors of God on earth and those who cast them forth deserve no blessing from heaven. The great Greek initiator and he who civilized it first was also its first poet, for, even in allowing that Orpheus was a mystical or fabulous personality, we must believe in the existence of Muses and attribute to him the verses which pass under the name of his master. It matters little to us otherwise whether one of the Argonauts was called Orpheus or not, for the poetic creator has done more than live, he lives in immortality forever. The Orphic fable is a complete dogma, a revelation of priestly destinies, a new ideal form of the worship of beauty. The regeneration and redemption of love are indicated already therein. Orpheus descends into hell, seeking Eurydice, and must bring her back without seeing her, so must the pure man create his companion, raise her to himself by devotion and not by desire of her. It is in renouncing the object of passion that we deserve to possess the object of true love. We are already in the atmosphere of the pure dreams of Christian chivalry. But the Hierophant is still a man, he falters, questions and looks. A miser or Eurydice? She is lost, the error is committed, the expiation must now begin. Orpheus is widowed and remains as such in purity, the marriage with Eurydice had not attained consummation, and as the widower of one who was a virgin he rested himself in virginity. The poet is not two-hearted, and children of the race of God's love once and once alone. Paternal inspirations, yearnings for an ideal which shall be found beyond the tomb, widowhood made holy in its consecration to the sacred muse. What a revelation in advance of inspirations yet to come! Orpheus, bearing in his heart a wound that nothing but death shall heal, becomes a doctor of souls and bodies, he dies at length, the victim of his chastity, the death which he suffers is that of initiators and prophets. He perishes proclaiming the unity of God and the unity also of love, this at a later period was the root of the Orphic mysteries. Having shown himself raised so far above his own epoch, Orpheus earned in due course the reputation of a sorcerer and enchanter. To him, as to Solomon, was attributed the knowledge of simples and minerals, of celestial medicine and the philosophical stone. With these he was doubtless acquainted, since he personifies primitive initiation, fall, and reparation in his legend, the 3 divisions of the great work of humanity. Orphic initiation may, according to Ballanche, be summarized in the following manner: made subject in the first place to the influence of the elements, man's own influence must afterwards govern these. Creation is the act of a divine magism which is continuous and eternal. True being resides for man in self-knowledge. Responsibility is for him a conquest and the very penalty of sin is another occasion for victory. All life is founded on death, and palingenesis is the law of reparation. Marriage is the reproduction in humanity of the great cosmogonical mystery. It should be one, as God and nature are one. It is the unity of the tree of life, while debauch is division and death. Astrology is a synthesis, because the tree of life is a single tree and because its branches, spread through heaven and bearing flowers of stars, are in correspondence with its roots, which are hidden in earth. The knowledge of the medical and magical virtues resident in plants, metals, and bodies endowed with varying degrees of life, is also a synthetic knowledge. The capacities for organization in their various grades are revealed by a synthesis. The aggregations and affinities of metals, like the vegetative soul of plants and like all powers of assimilation, are also made known by a synthesis. It has been said that the beautiful is the splendor of the true, and it is therefore to this great light of Orpheus that we must ascribe the perfection of form which was manifested for the first time in Greece. To him also, as to a source, is referable the school of divine Plato, that pagan father of all high Christian philosophy. From him did Pythagoras and the Illuminati of Alexandria alike derive their mysteries. Initiation does not suffer vicissitude, it is one and the same, wheresoever we meet it through the ages. The last disciples of Martinus de Pasquale are still the children of Orpheus, but they adore the realizer of antique philosophy, who is the incarnate word of Christians. We have said that the first part of the fable concerning the golden fleece embodies the secrets of Orphic magic and that the second part is dedicated to judicious warnings against the abuses of Goetia or the magic of darkness. Chalce or Goetic magic, known at the present day under the name of sorcery, can never rank as a science, it is the empiricism of fatality. All excessive passion produces a factitious force of which will cannot be the master, but that force is obedient to the tyranny of passion. This is why Albertus Magnus counsels us to curse no one in our wrath. It is the story of the malediction of Hippolytus by Theseus. Excessive passion is real madness, and the latter in its turn is an intoxication or congestion of astral light. This is why madness is contagious and why passions in general operate as a veritable witchcraft. Women are superior to men in sorcery because they are more easily transported by excess of passion. The word sorcerer clearly designates victims of chance and, so to speak, the poisonous mushrooms of fatality. Greek sorcerers, but especially those of Thessaly, put horrible precepts to the proof and were given over to abominable rites. They were mostly women wasted by desires which they could no longer satisfy, antiquated courtesans, monsters of immorality and ugliness. Jealous of love and life, those wretched creatures found lovers only in the tombs, or rather they violated sepulchres to devour with foul caresses the icy bodies of young men. They stole children and stifled their cries by pressing them to their dangling breasts. They were known as Lami, Striges, Empus. Children were the objects of their envy and thus of their hatred, and they sacrificed them for this reason. Some, like that Canidia who is mentioned by Horace, buried them as far as the head and left them to die of hunger, surrounded with food which they could not reach. Others cut off the heads, hands, and feet, boiled their fat and grease, in copper basins, to the consistence of an ointment, which they afterwards mixed with the juice of henbane, belladonna, and black poppies. With this unguent they anointed the organ which was irritated unceasingly by their detestable desires, they rubbed also their temples and armpits, and then fell into a lethargy full of unbridled and luxurious dreams. There is need to speak plainly, these are the origins and this is the traditional practice of black magic, these are the secrets which were handed down to the Middle Ages, and such in time are the pretended innocent Vasims whom public execration, far more than the sentence of inquisitors, condemned to the flames. It was in Spain and in Italy above all that the race of Striges, Lami, and Empus abounded, even at a late period. Those who doubt should consult the most experienced criminologists of these countries, digested by Franciscus Torreblanca, Royal Advocate of the Chancellery of Granada, in his Epitome Delictorum. Medea and Circe are the types of malefic magic among the Greeks. Circe is the vicious female who bewitches and debases her lovers. Medea is the brazen poisoner who dares everything and makes nature itself the abettor of her crimes. There are actually creatures who enchant like Circe and whose proximity defile. They can inspire nothing but brutal passions, they exhaust and then disdain you. They must be treated according to the policy of Ulysses, by compelling them to obedience through fear and by being able to leave them in the end without regret. They are beautiful, heartless monsters and their vanity is their whole life. They were depicted by antiquity in the form of sirens. As to Medea, she is perversity incarnate, willing and working evil. She is capable of love and does not yield to fear, but her love is more terrible than her hate. She is a bad mother and the destroyer of children. She loves the night and under the rays of the moon she gathers noxious herbs for the brewing of poisons. She magnetizes the air, brings dole to earth, infects water, and makes even the fire venomous. Reptiles provide her with their skins, she mutters frightful words, the track of blood follows her, and mutilated limbs fall from her hands. Her counsels madden, her caresses beget horror. Such is the woman who has sought to rise beyond the duties of her sex by familiarity with forbidden sciences. Men avoid her, children hide when she passes. She is devoid of reason, devoid of true love, and the stratagems of nature in revolt against her are the ever-renewing torment of her pride. Chapter 6. Mathematical Magic of Pythagoras. He who initiated Pneuma, and of whose proficiency in magic something has been said already, was a personage known as Tarchon, himself the disciple of a Chaldean named Tages. Science had then its apostles who went to and fro in the world, making priests and kings therein. Not infrequently persecution itself was overruled to fulfill the designs of Providence, and so it came about towards the 72nd Olympiad, or 4 generations after the reign of Pneuma, that Pythagoras of Samos sought a refuge in Italy from the tyranny of Polycrates. The great promoter of the philosophy of numbers had visited all the sanctuaries of the world and had even been in Judica, where he suffered circumcision as the price of his admission into the mysteries of the Kabbalah, communicated to him, though not without a certain reserve, by the prophets Ezekiel and Daniel. Subsequently, but again not without difficulty, he obtained Egyptian initiation, being recommended by the king Amasis. The capacities of his own genius supplemented the imperfect revelations of the Hierophants, so that he became himself a master and one who expounded the mysteries. Pythagoras defined God as a living and absolute truth clothed in light, he defined the word as number manifested by form, and he derived all things from the tetractes, that is to say, the tetrad. He said also that God is supreme music, the nature of which is harmony. Religion was, according to him, the highest expression of justice, medicine was the most perfect practice of science, the beautiful was harmony, force, reason, felicity, perfection, while truth in application consisted in distrusting the weakness and perversity of men. When he made his dwelling at Crotona, the magistrates of that city, seeing that he exercised so great an influence over minds and hearts, were at first in some anxiety concerning him, but ultimately they sought his advice. Pythagoras counseled them to cultivate the muses and maintain the most perfect accord among themselves, because feuds between masters fomented rebellion among servants. Thereafter he imparted to them his grand religious, political, and social precept, there is no evil which is not to be preferred before anarchy, an axiom of universal application and almost infinite depth, though one which even our own age is not as yet sufficiently enlightened to understand. Outside the traditions of his life, the remains of Pythagoras are his golden verses and his symbols, of which the former have passed into commonplaces of popular morality, so great has been their success through the ages. They have been rendered as follows. First, worship the immortal gods as they are established and ordained by the law. Reverence the oath, and next the heroes, full of goodness and light. Honor likewise thy parents, and those most nearly related to thee. Of all the rest of mankind, make him thy friend who distinguishes himself by his virtue. Always give ear to his mild exhortations, and take example from his virtuous and useful actions. Avoid as much as possible hating thy friend for a slight fault. Understand that power is a near neighbor to necessity. Overcome and vanquish these passions, gluttony, sloth, sensuality, and anger. Do nothing evil, neither in the presence of others nor privately, and above all things respect thyself. In the next place, observe justice in thy actions and in thy words. The goods of fortune are uncertain, as they may be acquired, so may they likewise be lost. Always make this reflection, that it is ordained by destiny that all men shall die. Support with patience thy lot, be it what it may, and never repine at it, but endeavor what thou canst to remedy it. Consider that fate does not send the greatest portion of these misfortunes to good men. Let no man by his words or by his deeds seduce thee, nor entice thee to say or to do what is not profitable for thyself. Consult and deliberate before thou act, that thou mayst not commit foolish actions. It is the part of a miserable man to speak and to act without reflection. But do that which will not afflict thee afterwards, nor oblige thee to repentance. Never do anything which thou dost not understand, but learn all that thou oughtest to know, and by that means thou wilt lead a very pleasant life. In no wise neglect the health of thy body, but give it drink and meat in due measure, and also the exercise of which it has need. Accustom thyself to a way of living that is neat and decent without luxury. Do only the things which cannot hurt thee, and deliberate before thou dost them. Never suffer sleep to close thy eyelids, after thy going to bed, till thou hast examined by thy reason all thine actions of the day. Wherein have I done amiss? What have I done? What have I omitted that I ought to have done? Up to this point the golden verses seem to be only the instructions of a schoolmaster. They bear, however, a very different construction. They are the preliminary laws of magical initiation, which constitute the first part of the great work, that is to say the creation of the perfect adept. This is proved by the following verses. I swear by him who has transmitted into our souls the sacred quaternion, the source of nature, whose cause is eternal. Never begin to set thy hand to any work till thou hast prayed the gods to accomplish what thou art going to begin. When thou hast made this habit familiar to thee, thou wilt know the constitution of the immortal gods and of men. Even how far the different beings extend, and what contains and binds them together, and nothing in this world shall be hid from thee. O Jupiter, our Cather! If thou wouldst deliver men from all the evils that oppress them, shew them of what daemon they make use. But take courage, the race of men is divine. When, having divested thyself of thy mortal body, thou arrivest at the most pure ether, thou shalt be a god, immortal, incorruptible, and death shall have no more dominion over thee. Pythagoras said otherwise, as there are three divine concepts and three intelligible realms, so is there a triple word, because hierarchic order is ever manifested by the triad. There are, a. simple speech, b. hieroglyphical speech, and c. symbolical speech. In other terms, there is the word which expresses, there is the concealing, and, finally, there is the word that signifies, all hieratic intelligence in the perfect science of these three degrees. After this manner he enshrined doctrine in symbols, but eschewing personifications and images, which, in his opinion, begot idolatry sooner or later. He has been even charged with detestation of poets, but it was the makers of bad verses to whom he forbade the art. Thou who hast no harp, seek not to sing in measures, he says in his symbols. A man so great as he could never disregard the exact correspondence between sublime thoughts and beautiful figurative expressions. Indeed his own symbols are full of poetry. Do not scatter the flowers of which crowns are made. In such terms he exhorts his disciples never to diminish glory and never to flout that which it seems good for the world to honor. Pythagoras was chaste, but, far from commanding celibacy to his disciples, he married on his own part and had children. A beautiful saying of his wife has remained in memory. She had been asked whether purification was not requisite in a woman after intercourse with a man, and in such case after what lapse of time she might regard herself as sufficiently purified to approach holy things. She replied, immediately, if it be with her husband, but if it be with another, never. The same severity of principles, the same purity of manners, qualified in the school of Pythagoras for initiation into the mysteries of nature, and so was attained that empire over self by which the elementary powers could be governed. Pythagoras possessed the faculty which by us is termed second sight and was known then as divination. Being with his disciples one day on the seashore, a vessel appeared on the horizon. "Master," said one of the companions, would it mean wealth if they gave me the cargo carried by that ship? To you it would be more than useless, Pythagoras answered. In such case I would keep it for my heirs. Would you wish to bequeath them 2 corpses? The vessel came into port and proved to be bearing the body of a man who desired to be buried in his own country. It is related furthermore that beasts were obedient to Pythagoras. Once in the middle of the Olympic Games he signaled to an eagle winging its way through heaven. The bird descended, wheeling circle-wise, and again took rapid flight at the master's token of dismissal. There was also a great bear, ravaging in Apulia. Pythagoras brought it to his feet and told it to leave the country. It disappeared accordingly, and when asked to what knowledge he owed such a marvelous power, he answered, to the science of light. Animated beings are, in fact, incarnations of light. Out of the darkness of ugliness forms emerge and move progressively towards the splendors of beauty. Instincts are in correspondence with forms, and man, who is the synthesis of that light whereof animals may be termed the analysis, is created to command them. It has come about, however, that in place of ruling as their master, he has become their persecutor and destroyer, so that they fear and have rebelled against him. In the presence of an exceptional will which is at once benevolent and directing, they are completely magnetized, and a host of modern phenomena both can and should enable us to understand the possibility of miracles like those of Pythagoras. Physiognomists have observed that the majority of men have a certain facial resemblance to one or another animal. It may be a matter of imagination only, produced by the impression to which various physiognomies give rise, and revealing some prominent personal characteristics. A morose man is thus reminiscent of a bear, a hypocrite has the look of a cat, and so of the rest. These kinds of judgments are magnified in the imagination and exaggerated still further in dreams, when people who have affected us disagreeably during the waking state transform into animals and cause us to experience all the agonies of nightmare. Now, animals, as much as ourselves and more even than we, are under the rule of imagination, while they are devoid of that judgment by which we can check its errors. Hence they are affected towards us according to the sympathies or antipathies which are excited by our own magnetism. They are, moreover, unconscious of that which underlies the human form, and they regard us only as other animals by whom they are dominated, the dog taking his master for a dog more perfect than himself. The secret of dominion over animals lies in the management of this instinct. We have seen a famous tamer of wild beasts fascinate his lions by exhibiting a terrible countenance and acting himself as if he were a lion enraged. Here is a literal application of the popular proverb which tells us to howl with the wolves and bleat with the sheep. It must also be realized that every animal form manifests a particular instinct, aptitude, or vice. If we suffer the character of the beast to predominate within us, we shall tend to assume its external guise in an ever-increasing degree and shall even come to impress its perfect image on the astral light. More even than this, when we fall into dreams or ecstasy, we shall see ourselves as ecstatics and somnambulists would see us, and as we must appear undoubtedly in the eyes of animals. Let it happen in such cases that reason be extinguished, that persistent dreams change into madness, and we shall be turned into beasts like Nebuchadnezzar. This explains those stories of werewolves, some of which have been legally established. The facts were beyond dispute, but the witnesses were not less hallucinated than the werewolves themselves. Cases of coincidence and correspondence in the dream state are neither rare nor extraordinary. Persons in the state of magnetic ecstasy can see and talk to one another from opposite ends of the earth. We ourselves may meet someone for the first time and he or she will seem to be an old acquaintance because we have encountered frequently in dream. Life is full of these curious occurrences, and as regards the transformation of human beings into animals, the evidences are on every side. How many aged courtesans and gluttonous females, reduced almost to idiocy after threading all sewers of existence, are nothing but old she-cats egregiously enamored of their torn. Pythagoras believed above all things in the soul's immortality and in the perpetuity of life. The endless succession of summer and winter, day and night, sleeping and waking, illustrated amply for him the phenomenon of death. For him also the particular immortality of human souls consisted in persistence oi memory. He is said to have been conscious of his previous incarnations, and if the report is true it was something suggested by his reminiscences, for such a man as he could have been neither impostor nor fool. It is probable that he came upon former memories in his dreams, while simple speculation and hypothesis have been constructed as positive affirmation on his part. However this may be, his thought was great, for the real life of our individuality consists in memory alone. Those waters of Lethe pictured by the ancients were the true philosophical type of death. The Bible appears to impart a divine sanction to this idea when it is said in the book of Psalms that the just shall be in everlasting remembrance. Chapter 7. The Holy Kabbalah. Let us now have recourse to the origin of true science by recurring to the Holy Kabbalah, or tradition of the children of Seth, taken from Chaldea by Abraham, communicated by Joseph to the Egyptian priesthood, incarnate by Moses, concealed by symbols in the Bible, revealed by the Savior to Saint John, and embodied in its fullness in hieratic images, analogous to those of all antiquity, in the Apocalypse of this apostle. Whatsoever was in kinship with idolatry was held in detestation by the Kabbalists, which notwithstanding, God is represented by them under a human figure, but it is purely hieroglyphical. Cor them he is the intelligent, the loving, the living infinite. He is neither the totality of all beings, nor being in abstraction, nor a being who is philosophically definable. He is in all things, being more and greater than all. His very name is ineffable, and yet this name gives expression only to the human ideal of his divinity. It is not possible for man to understand God in himself. He is the absolute of faith, but the absolute of reason is being. Being is self-existent and is because it is. The cause of being is being itself. It is matter of legitimate speculation why this or that exists, but it would be absurd to inquire why being is, for it would be to postulate being as antecedent to being. It is demonstrated by reason and science that the modes of existence and being are equilibrated in accordance with harmonious and hierarchic laws. Now the hierarchy is graduated on an ascending scale, becoming more and more monarchic. At the same time reason cannot pause in the presence of one absolute chief without being overwhelmed by the heights which it discerns above this supreme king. It takes refuge therefore in silence and gives place to adoring faith. That which is certain, for science and for reason alike, is that the idea of God is the grandest, most holy and most serviceable of all aspirations in man, that mortality and its eternal sanction repose on this belief. In humanity it is therefore the most real phenomenon of being, and if it were false, therefore, nature would formulate the absurd, the void would affirm life, and it might be said at one and the same time that there was God and there was no God. It is to this philosophical and incontestable reality, or otherwise the notion of deity, that the Kabbalists give a name, and all other names are contained therein. The ciphers of this name produce all numbers and the hieroglyphical forms of its letters give expression to all laws of nature, with all that is therein. We shall not recur in this place to that which has been dealt with already as regards the divine tetragram in the doctrine of transcendental magic, but it may be added that the Kabbalists inscribe it in four chief ways. 1. As JHVH, which is spelt but not pronounced. The consonants are Yod, He, Vav, He, and they are rendered as Jehovah by us in opposition to all analogy, for the tetragrammaton so disfigured is composed of 6 letters. 2. Adni, meaning Lord, and pronounced by us Adonai. 3. Ahih, which signifies being and is pronounced by us Eiei. 4. Agla, pronounced as it is written and comprising hieroglyphically all mysteries of the Kabbalah. The letter Aleph is the first of the Hebrew alphabet, and expressing as it does unity, it represents hieroglyphically the dogma of Hermes, that which is above is analogous to that which is below. In consonance with this the letter has 2 arms, one of which points to earth and the other to heaven with an identical gesture. The letter Gimel is third in the alphabet. It expresses the triad numerically, and hieroglyphically it signifies childbirth, fruitfulness. Lamed is the 12th letter and is an expression of the perfect cycle. Considered as a hieroglyphical sign it represents the circulation of the perpetual movement and the relation of the radius to the circumference. The duplicated Aleph represents the synthesis. Therefore the name Agla signifies 1. Unity, which accomplishes by the triad the cycle of numbers, leading back to unity. 2. The fruitful principle of nature, which is one therewith. 3. The primal truth which fertilizes science and restores it to unity. 4. Solipsis, analysis, science, and synthesis. 5. The three divine persons who are one God, the secret of the great work, which is the fixation of the astral light by a sovereign act of will and is represented by the adepts as a serpent pierced with an arrow, thus forming the letter Aleph. 6. The three operations of dissolution, sublimation, and fixation, corresponding to the three essential substances, salt, sulfur, and mercury, the whole being expressed by the letter Gimel. 7. The 12 keys of Basil Valentine, represented by Lamed. 8. Senile, the work accomplished in conformity with its principle and reproducing the said principle. Herein is the origin of that Cabalistic tradition which comprises all magic in a single word. To know how this word is read and how also it is pronounced, or literally to understand its mysteries and translate the knowledge into action, is to have the key of miracles. In pronouncing the word Agla it is said that one must turn to the east, which means union of intention and knowledge with Oriental tradition. It should be remembered further that, according to Kabbalah, the perfect word is the word realized by acts, whence comes that expression which recurs frequently in the Bible, facere verbum, to make a word, that is, in the sense of performing an act. To pronounce the word Agla Kabbalistically is therefore to pass all tests of initiation and accomplish all its works. It has been said in the doctrine of transcendental magic that the name Jehovah resolves into 72 explicatory names, called Shema Hampharash. The art of employing these 72 names and discovering therein the keys of universal science is the art which is called by Kabbalists the keys of Solomon. As a fact, at the end of the collections of prayers and evocations which bear this title there are found usually 72 magical circles, making 36 talismans, or 4 times 9, being the absolute number multiplied by the tetrad. Each of these talismans bears 2 of the 270 names, the sign emblematical of their number and that of the 4 letters of tetragrammaton to which they correspond. From this have originated the 4 emblematical tarot suits, the wand, representing the yod, the cup, answering to the he, the sword, referable to the vav, and the pentacle, in correspondence with the final he. The complement of the denary has been added in the tarot, thus repeating synthetically the character of unity. The popular traditions of magic affirm that he who possesses the keys of Solomon can communicate with spirits of all grades and can exact obedience on the part of all natural forces. These keys, so often lost, and as often recovered, are no other than the talismans of the 72 names and the mysteries of the 32 hieroglyphical paths, reproduced by the tarot. By the aid of these signs and by their infinite combinations, which are like those of numbers and letters, it is possible to arrive at the natural and mathematical revelation of all secrets of nature, and it is in this sense that communication is established with the whole hierarchy of intelligence. The Kabbalists in their wisdom were on their guard against the dreams of imagination and hallucinations of the waking state. Therefore they avoided in particular all unhealthy evocations which disturb the nervous system and intoxicate reason. Makers of curious experiments in phenomena of extranatural vision are no better than the eaters of opium and hashish. They are children who injure themselves recklessly. It may happen that one is overtaken by intoxication, we may even so far forget ourselves voluntarily as to seek the experience of drunkenness, but for the man who respects himself a single instance suffices. Count Joseph de Maistre says that one of these days we shall deride our present stupidity, much as we deride the barbarity of the Middle Ages. What would he think, did he see our table turners or listen to makers of hypotheses concerning the world of spirits? Poor creatures that we are, we escape from one absurdity by rushing over to its opposite. The 18th century thought that it protested against superstition by denying religion, and we in return testify to the impiety of that period by believing in old wives' fables. Is it impossible to be a better Christian than Voltaire and still not believe in ghosts? The dead can no more revisit this earth which they have quitted than a child can return into the womb of its mother. That which we call death is birth into a new life. Nature does not repeat what it has once done in the order of necessary progression through the scale of existence, and she cannot belly her own fundamental laws. Limited by its organs and served by these, the human soul can enter into communication with things of the visible world only by the intermediation of these organs. The body is an envelope adjusted to the physical environments in which the soul abides here. By confining the action of the soul, it makes her activity possible. In the absence of body, the soul would be everywhere, and yet in so attenuated a sense that it could act nowhere, but, lost in the infinite, would be swallowed up and annihilated in God. Imagine a drop of fresh water shut up in a globule and cast in the sea. As long as that sheath is preserved intact, the drop of water will subsist in its separate form, but let the globule be broken and where shall we look for the drop in the vast sea? In creating spirits, God could endow them with self-conscious personality only by their restriction in an envelope, so as to centralize their action and by restriction save it from being lost. When the soul separates from the body, it changes environment of necessity, since it changes the envelope. It goes forth clothed only in the astral form, or vehicle of light, ascending in virtue of its nature above the atmosphere, as air rises from the water in escaping from a broken vessel. We say that the soul ascends because the vehicle ascends and because action and consciousness are both attached thereto. The atmospheric air becomes solid for luciform bodies which are infinitely rarer than itself, and they could only come down by assuming a grosser vehicle. Where would they obtain this in the region above our atmosphere? They could only return to earth by means of another incarnation, and such return would be a lapse, for they would be renouncing the state of free spirit and renewing their novitiate. The possibility of such a return is not admitted, moreover, by the Catholic religion. The doctrine here set forth is formulated by the Kabbalists in a single axiom: the spirit clothes itself to come down and unclothes itself to go up. The life of intelligence is essential. In the body of its mother the child has a vegetative life and draws nourishment through a cord to which it is attached, as the tree is attached to the earth by its root and is also nourished thereby. When the child passes from vegetative to instinctive and animal life, the cord breaks and henceforth he has free motion. When the child becomes man, he escapes from the trammels of instinct and can act as a reasonable being. When the man dies, he is liberated from the law of gravitation, by which he has been previously bound to earth. When the soul has expiated its offenses, it grows strong enough to emerge from the exterior darkness of the terrestrial atmosphere and mount towards the sun. The unending ascent of the sacred ladder begins therein, for the eternity of the elect cannot be a state of idleness. They pass from virtue to virtue, from bliss to bliss, from victory to victory, from glory to glory. There is no break in the chain, and those of the superior degrees can still exercise an influence on those who are below, but it is in harmony with the hierarchic order and after the same way that a king who rules wisely does good to the humblest of his subjects. From stage to stage the prayers arise and the graces pour down, never mistaking the path. But spirits who have once gone up cannot again come down, for in proportion to their ascent the zones solidify below them. The great gulf is fixed, says Abraham, in the parable of the rich man, so that they which would pass from hence to you cannot. Ecstasy may so exalt the powers to the star body that it can draw the material body after it, thus proving that the destiny of the soul is to ascend. The stories of aerial levitation are possible, but there is no instance of a man being able to live under the earth or in water. It would be not less impossible for a soul in separation from the body to subsist for a single moment in the density of our atmosphere. Therefore departed beings are not about us, as spiritists suppose. Those whom we love may see us and to us many still manifest, but only by mirage and reflection in the common mirror of the astral light. Furthermore, they can take interest no longer in mortal things. They hold to us only by that which is highest in our feelings and is in correspondence with their eternal mode. Such are the revelations of Kabbalism as embedded in the mysterious book of the Zohar. For science they are of course hypothetical, but they rest on a series of exact inductions, and these inductions are drawn from facts uncontested by science. We are brought at this point into touch with one of the most dangerous secrets in the domain of magic, being the more than probable hypothesis concerning the existence of those fluidic larvae known in ancient theurgy under the name of elementary spirits. Something has been said upon the subject in the doctrine and ritual of transcendental magic, and the ill-starred Abbé de Villers, who jested with these terrible revelations, paid for his imprudence with his life. The reason that the secret is dangerous is because it verges on the great magical arcanum. The truth is that the evocation of elementary spirits implies power to coagulate fluids by a projection of the astral light, and this power, so directed, can produce only disorders and misfortunes, as will be shown at a later stage. Meanwhile, the grounds of the hypothesis and the evidence of its probability follow. Spirit is everywhere, and is that which animates matter. It overcomes the force of gravity by perfecting the vehicle which is its form. We see everywhere around us how form develops with instincts, till intelligence and beauty are attained. These are efforts of the light attracted by the charm of the spirit. They are part of the mystery of progressive and universal generation. The light is the efficient agent of forms and life, because it is both motion and heat. When fixed and polarized about a center, it produces a living being and draws thereafter the plastic substance needed to perfect and preserve it. This plastic substance is, in the last analysis, formed of earth and water and, with good reason, is denominated slime of the earth in the Bible. But this light is in no wise spirit, as believed by the Indian hierophants and all schools of Goetia. It is only the spirit's instrument. Nor is it the body of the protoplasts, though so regarded by theurgists of the school of Alexandria. It is the first physical manifestation of the divine breath. God creates it eternally, and man, who is in the image of God, modifies and seems to multiply it. Prometheus, says the classical fable, having stolen fire from heaven, gave life thereby to images formed of earth and water, for which crime he was blasted and chained by Jupiter. Elementary spirits, say the Kabbalists in their most secret books, are children of the solitude of Adam, born of his dreams when he yearned for the woman who as yet had not been given to him by God. According to Paracelsus, the blood lost at certain regular periods by the female sex and the nocturnal emissions to which male celibates are subject in dream people the air with phantoms. The hypothetical origin of larvae, according to the masters, is here indicated with sufficient clearness and further explanation may be spared. Such larvae have an aerial body formed from vapor of blood, for which reason they are attracted towards spilt blood and in older days drew nourishment from the smoke of sacrifices. They are those monstrous offspring of nightmare which used to be called incubi and succubi. When sufficiently condensed to be visible, they are as a vapor tinged by the reflection of an image. They have no personal life, but they mimic that of the magus who evokes them, as the shadow images the body. They collect above all about idiots and those immoral creatures whose isolation abandons them to irregular habits. The cohesion of parts being very slight in their fantastic bodies, they fear the open air, a great fire and above all the point of a sword. They become, in a manner, as vaporous appendages to the real bodies of their parents, since they live only by drawing on the life either of those who have created them or those who appropriate them by their evocation. It may come about in this manner that if these shadows of bodies be wounded, their parent may be maimed in real earnest, even as the unborn child may be hurt and disfigured by the imaginations of its mother. The world is full of such phenomena. They justify these strange revelations and can only be explained thereby. Such larvae draw the vital heat of persons in good health and they drain those who are weak rapidly. Hence come the histories of vampires, things of terrific reality which have been substantiated from time to time, as it is well known. This explains also why in the neighborhood of mediums, who are persons obsessed by larvae, one is conscious of a cooling in the atmosphere. Seeing that their existence is due to the illusions of imagination and divagation of the senses, such creatures never manifest in the presence of a person who can unveil the mystery of their monstrous birth. Book 2. Formation and Development of Dogmas. Chapter 1. Primitive Symbolism of History. To explain Holy Scripture from the religious and dogmatic standpoint forms no part of our warrant. Subject above all things to the hierarchic order, we surrender theology to the doctors of the Church and we render to human science whatsoever is included in the domain of experience and reason. Therefore on those occasions when we may appear to be risking a new application of some biblical passage, it is always with proper respect for ecclesiastical decisions. We do not dogmatize on our own part, and we submit our observations and researches to the lawful authorities. On reading the earliest history of the human race in the sacred work of Moses, that which strikes one at once is the description of the earthly paradise, which is summarized in the figure of a perfect pantacly. It is circular or square, since it is watered equally by 4 rivers arranged in the form of a cross, while in the center are found 2 trees representing knowledge and life, stable intelligence and progressive motion, wisdom and creation. The serpent of Asclepios and Hermes is coiled about the tree, beneath its shadow are the man and woman, active and passive, intelligence and love. The serpent, symbolizing the primal attraction and the central fire of the earth, tempts her who is the weaker, and she causes the man to succumb, yet to the serpent she yields only in order that she may overcome it subsequently. One day she will crush the head of it by giving a savior to the world. All science is represented in this admirable scene. The man abdicates the realm of intelligence by yielding to the solicitations of the sensitive part, he profanes the fruit of knowledge, which should be the sustenance of the soul, by applying it to the uses of unjust and material satisfaction. He loses in consequence the sense of harmony and of truth. He is clothed thereafter with the skin of a beast, because the physical form takes shape sooner or later, and invariably, in correspondence to moral dispositions. He is cast out of the circle which is watered by the 4 rivers of life, and a cherub, armed with an ever-moving, burning sword, prevents his return into the domain of unity. As we have observed in the doctrine of magic, Voltaire discovered that the Hebrew word for cherub signifies a bull, and was highly amused at the story. He might have been less entertained had he recognized in the angel with the head of a bull the image of an obscure symbolism, and in the revolving sword of fire those flashes of ill-understood and illusory truth which provided, after the call, a pretext to the idolatry of nations. The burning sword typified also that light which man knew no longer how to direct, so that, instead of governing its force, he was made subject to its fatal influence. The great magical work, understood in an absolute sense, is the conquest and direction of the burning sword, and the cherub is the angel or soul of the earth, represented invariably under the figure of a bull in the ancient mysteries. Hence in Mithraic symbolism, the master of light is seen vanquishing the bull of earth and plunging into his flank that sword which sets free the life, represented by drops of blood. The first consequence of Eve's sin is the death of Abel. By separating love from understanding she separated it also from power, and this, reduced to blindness and in the bondage of earthly desires, became jealous of love and slew it. The children of Cain perpetuated the crime of their father. The daughters whom they brought into the world were disastrously beautiful, but, being void of love, they were born for the damnation of angels and for the scandal of the descendants of Seth. After the deluge, and as a sequel to the prevarication of Ham, some part of the mystery of which has been already indicated, the children of men attempted to realize an insensate project, by constructing an universal pantacly and palace. It was a vast experiment in socialistic equality, and the phalanstrium of Courier is a sorry conception in comparison with the Tower of Babel. The latter was an active protestation against the hierarchy of knowledge, a citadel built against floods and tempests, a promontory from the elevation of which the deified people would soar above the atmosphere and its commotions. But one does not ascend to knowledge on ladders of stone. The hierarchic degrees of the spirit are not built with mortar like the stories of a tower. Against such a materialized hierarchy anarchy itself protested, and men ceased to understand one another, a fatal lesson and one misinterpreted utterly by those who in our own days have dreamed of another Babel. The negations of equality give answer to doctrines which are hierarchic only in the sense of brutality and materialism. Whenever the human race builds such a tower, the summit will be contested and the multitude will desert the base. To satisfy all ambitions, the summit must be broader than the base and the result an unstable edifice which will collapse at the smallest shock. The scattering of men was the first result of the curse pronounced against the profane descendants of Ham, but the race of Canaan bore in a particular manner the burden of the malediction in question, which at a later period made all their posterity anathema. That chastity which is the guardian of the family is also the distinctive character of hierarchic initiations. Profanation and revolt are always unclean, they tend to promiscuity and infanticide. Desecration of the mysteries of birth and destruction of children were the basis of the religions of ancient Palestine, given over to the horrible rites of black magic, the black god of India, the monstrous priapic Rutrem, reigned therein under the name of Belphegor. The Talmudists and the Platonic Jew Philo recite things so shameful respecting the worship of this idol that they appeared incredible to the learned lawyer Saldinus. It is said to have been a bearded image, with gaping mouth and a tongue like a gigantic phallus. The worshippers exposed themselves without shame in the presence of such a visage and presented offerings of excrement. The idols of Moloch and Chamos were murderous machines which sometimes crushed unfortunate little children against their brazen breasts and sometimes consumed them in their red-hot arms. There was dancing to the sound of trumpets and tambourines, so that the cries of the victims were stifled, and these dances were led by the wretched mothers. Incest, sodomy, and bestiality were the authorized practices among these infamous people, and even formed part of the sacred rites. Such is the fatal consequence of doing violence to universal harmony. One does not sin against truth with impunity. In revolt against God, man is driven to the outrage of nature, despite himself. Identical causes ever produce the same effects, and the Sabbath of the sorcerers in the Middle Ages was but a repetition of the festivals of Chamos and Belphegor. It is against such crimes that a decree of eternal death is pronounced by nature itself. Worshippers of black gods, apostles of promiscuity, preachers of public wantonness, enemies of the family and hierarchy, anarchists in religion and politics are enemies of God and humanity. Not to isolate them from the world is to consent that the world shall be poisoned, or such at least was the view of inquisitors, but we are far on our own part from desiring to re-establish the cruel executions of the Middle Ages. In proportion as society shall become more truly Christian, it will realize more fully that we must heal those who are diseased and not destroy them. Now, criminal instincts are surely the most appalling of mental maladies. It must not be forgotten that transcendental magic is called the sacerdotal art and the royal art. In Egypt, Greece, and Rome it shared the grandeur and decadence of the kingdom and the priesthood. Every philosophy which is at issue with the cultus and its mysteries is baneful to the great political powers, for these, in the eyes of the multitude, lose in grandeur if they cease to be symbols of divine power. Every crown is broken which comes into collision with the Tiara. The eternal dream of Prometheus is to steal fire from heaven and cast down the gods therefrom. The popular Prometheus, unbound on Caucasus by Hercules, who typifies labor, will ever bear about with him his rivets and chains. He will carry his undying vulture, fastened on his gaping wound, till he shall learn obedience at the feet of him, who, being born the King of kings and God of gods, has elected in his turn to be nailed in hands and feet and pierced in the side for the conversion of all rebellious spirits. By opening the career of power to intrigue, republican institutions endangered the principles of the hierarchy. The task of forming kings was confided no longer to the hierarchy and was either replaced by right of inheritance, which abandons the throne to the unequal chances of birth, or by popular election, which sets aside religious influence to establish the monarchy on a basis of republican principles. Those governments which presided successively over the triumphs and humiliations of Greek and Roman states were formed in this manner. The science reserved to the sanctuaries fell into neglect, and men of boldness or genius, who had not been accepted by those who dispense initiation, devised another science in opposition to that of the priests, substituting doubt or denial for the secrets of the temple. In the excess of their adventurous imagination, such philosophers were landed quickly in absurdity and laid upon nature the blame which belonged to their own systems. Heraclitus fell a weeping, Democritus took refuge in laughter, and the one was a fool like the other. Pyrrhon ended by believing in nothing, which can scarcely exonerate him for the fact that he knew nothing. Into this philosophical chaos Socrates brought a certain light and good sense, by affirming the existence of pure and simple morality. But what does morality profit in the absence of religion? The abstract deism of Socrates was interpreted by the people as atheism. It came about, however, that Plato, the disciple of Socrates, attempted to supply that system of doctrine which was wanting in the latter and of which indeed he had never dreamed. The doctrine of Plato was epoch-making in the history of human genius, but it was not his own invention, for, realizing that there is no truth apart from religion, he went to consult the priests of Memphis and to obtain initiation into their mysteries. He is even credited with a knowledge of the Jewish sacred books. In Egypt, however, his initiation could have been imperfect only, for the priests by that time had forgotten themselves the import of their primeval hieroglyphics, as is indicated by the history of that priest who spent 3 days in deciphering a hieratic inscription found in the tomb of Alcmene and sent by Agesilaus, king of Sparta. Cornuphis, who was doubtless the most learned among the hierophants, consulted the old collections of signs and characters. In the end he found that the inscription was in the script of Proteus, being the Grecian name of the Book of Thoth, consisting of movable hieroglyphics, capable of variations as numerous as there are possible combinations of characters, numbers, and elementary figures. But the Book of Thoth, being the key of oracles and the elementary work on science, should not have involved such long research before its signs were identified, if Cornuphis had been really proficient in the sacerdotal art. Another proof that primeval truths were obscured at this period is the fact that the oracles which registered their protest on the subject were in a style that was understood no longer. After his return from Egypt, Plato was journeying with Simmias on the confines of Caria when he was met by some men of Delos, who begged him to interpret an oracle of Apollo. It declared that to make an end of the woes in Greece the cubic stone must be doubled. The attempt had been made with a stone kept in the temple of Apollo, but the work of doubling it on every side resulted in a polyhedron having 25 surfaces. To restore the cubic form they had to increase it 26 times the original volume of the stone, by a process of successive doubling. Plato sent back the emissaries to the mathematician Eudocus saying that the oracle had counseled the study of geometry. Whether he did not himself understand the deep sense of the symbol or disdain to unveil it to the ignorant are points which must be left to conjecture, but that which is certain is that the cubic stone and its multiplication explains all secrets of sacred numbers, including the mystery of perpetual motion, hidden by adepts and pursued by fools under the name of squaring the circle. By this cubic agglomeration of 26 cubes about a single central cube, the oracle indicated to the Delians not only the elements of geometry but the key of creative harmonies, explained by the interrelation of forms and numbers. The plan of all great allegorical temples throughout antiquity is found in the multiplication, a, of the cube by the cross, b, about which a circle is described, and then, c, the cubic cross moving in a globe. These notions, which are rendered more intelligible by a diagram, have been handed on to our own days in Masonic initiations, and they are a perfect justification of the name attributed to the modern societies in question, for they are also the root principles of architecture and the science of building. The Delians thought to answer the geometrical question by reducing their multiplication by half, but they had already obtained 8 times the volume of their cubic stone. Cor the rest, the number of their experiments may be extended at will, for the story itself is probably a problem set to his disciples by Plato. If the utterance of the oracle has to be taken as a fact, we can find a still deeper meaning in it. To double the cubic stone is to extract the duad from unity, form from idea, action from thought. It is to realize in the world the exactitude of eternal mathematics, to establish politics on the basis of exact sciences, to harmonize religious dogma with the philosophy of numbers. Plato has more eloquence but less depth than Pythagoras. He aspires to reconcile the philosophy of logicians with the immutable dogmas of seers. He does not seek to vulgarize but would reconstruct science. So was his philosophy destined at a later date to provide dawning Christianity with theories prepared beforehand and with vivifying doctrines. Notwithstanding, however, that he based his theorems on mathematics, Plato was poet rather than geometrician. He was rich in harmonious forms and was prodigal of marvelous hypotheses. Aristotle, who was a calculating genius exclusively, referred everything to debate in the schools. He made everything subject to the demonstrations of numeral evolutions and the logic of calculations. Excluding the faith of Platonism, he sought to prove all and likewise to comprehend all in his categories. He turned the triad into syllogism and the binary into enthymeme. Cor him the chain of being became a sorites. He reduced everything to an abstraction and reasoned on everything. Being itself passed into an abstraction in his process and was lost amidst the hypotheses of ontology. Plato was destined to inspire the fathers of the Church. Aristotle to be the master of medieval scholastics. God knows what clouds gathered about this logic which had no faith in anything and yet set out to explain all. A second Babel was in plan and another confusion of tongues was at no far distance. Being is being and in being is the reason of being. In the beginning is the word and the word, or logos, is logic formulated in speech, or spoken reason. The word is in God and the word is God himself manifested to intelligence. But this is precisely a truth which exceeds all philosophies and is that, also precisely, which must be believed, under the penalty of knowing nothing and falling back into the irrational doubt of Pyrrho. As guardian of faith, the priesthood rests entirely on this ground of science, and we are compelled to salute in its reaching the divine principle of the eternal word. Chapter 2. Mysticism. The legitimacy of divine right is so rooted in the priesthood that true priesthood does not exist apart from it. Initiation and consecration are a veritable heritage. So is the sanctuary inviolable on the part of the profane, and so also it cannot be seized by sectarians. For the same reason the glorious lights of divine revelation are diffused in accordance with supreme reason, because they come down in order and harmony. God does not enlighten the world by means of meteors and flashes, but he causes every planetary system to gravitate about its particular sun. It is this very harmony which vexes certain souls, who have grown impatient with duty, and it is thus that people come forward to pose as reformers of morals, having failed in coercing revelation to concur with their vices. Like Rousseau, they exclaim, "If God has spoken, why have I heard nothing?" And then presently they add, "He has spoken, but it is to me." Such is their dream, and they end by believing it themselves. So do the makers of sects begin, and these are fomenters of religious anarchy. We would by no means condemn them to the flames, but it is certainly desirable to intern them as sufferers from contagious folly. It is precisely in this manner that those mystic schools were founded which brought about the profanation of science. We have seen how the Indian fakirs attained their so-called uncreated light, that is to say, by the help of erethism and cerebral congestion. Egypt had also its sorcerers and enchanters, while Thessaly, in the days of Greece, swarmed with conjurations and witchcraft. To enter into direct communication with deities is to suppress the priesthood and subvert the basis of the throne, a fact which is realized keenly by the anarchic instinct of pretended Illuminism. It was by the allurement of license that such conspirators looked to recruit disciples, giving absolution beforehand to every scandal in manners, on the condition of strictness in revolt and energy in protestation against sacerdotal legitimacy. The Bacchantes, who dismembered Orpheus, believed themselves inspired by a god, and they sacrificed the great Hierophant to their deified drunkenness. The orgies of Bacchus were mystical tumults. The apostles of mania have always had recourse to disordered movements, frenetic agitations, and horrible convulsions. From the effeminate priesthood of Bacchus to the Gnostics, from whirling dervishes to epileptics at the tomb of Paris the Deacon, the characteristics of superstition and fanatic exaltation have been always the same. It has been invariably under the pretext of purifying doctrine and in the name of an exaggerated spiritualism that the mystics of all times have materialized the symbols of the cultus. It has been the same precisely with those who have profaned the science of the Magi, for transcendental magic, as it is needful to remember, is the primeval priestly art. It condemns all that is done outside the lawful hierarchy, and it justifies the condemnation, though not the torture, of sectarians and sorcerers. The two classes are here connected intentionally, because all heretics have been evokers of spirits and phantoms, whom they have foisted upon the world as gods. All have arrogated to themselves the power of working miracles in support of their falsehoods. On these evidences they were all practicers of Goetic, that is to say, of black magic. Anarchy being the point of departure and the primary characteristic of dissident mysticism, religious concord is impossible between sectarians, and yet they are in astonishing unanimity upon a single point, being the hatred of hierarchic and lawful authority. This in reality is the whole root of their religion, as it is the sole bond which links them one to another. Is as ever the crime of Ham, contempt of the family principle and outrage offered to the father, whose nakedness and shame they expose with sacrilegious mirth. All the anarchic mystics confuse the intellectual with the astral light, they worship the serpent instead of doing honor to that dutiful and pure wisdom which crushes its head. So are they intoxicated by vertigo and so fall inevitably into the abyss of folly. All fools are visionaries, and may no doubt believe sincerely that they work wonders. Indeed, hallucination is contagious and things inexplicable occur, or seem to occur, frequently enough in their vicinity. Moreover, the phenomena of the astral light in the excess of its attraction or projection are themselves of a kind to confuse those who are half-educated. It is centralized in bodies and, as the result of violent molecular distension, it imparts to them so high a degree of elasticity that bones may be twisted and muscles stretched out of all measure. It forms whirlpools and waterspouts, so to speak, which levitate the heaviest bodies and can sustain them in the air for a length of time proportionate to the force of the projection. The sufferers feel on the point of bursting and cry for compression or percussion to relieve them. The most violent blows and the utmost constriction, being counterpoised by the fluidic tension, cause neither bruises nor wounds and relieve instead of crushing the patient. As fools hold physicians in horror, so the hallucinated mystics detest wise men, they flee them in the first place and afterwards persecute them blindly, as if against their own will. In so far as they are mild and indulgent, it is in respect of vices, towards reason in submission to authority they are implacable. The most tolerant of heretics in appearance will be seized with fury and hatred if conformity and the hierarchy are mentioned. Hence heresies have led to disturbances invariably. The false prophet must slay if he cannot pervert. He clamors for tolerance towards himself but takes good care in what sense it shall be extended to others. Protestants were loud in their outcries against the faggots and pyres of Rome at the very time that John Calvin, on the warrant of his private judgment, condemned Servetus to be burnt. The crimes of the Donatists, circumcisionists, and others too many for enumeration, drove Catholic rulers into excess and caused the Church to abandon those who were guilty to the secular arm. Would it not be thought that Vaudois, Albigensians, and Hussites were lambs if one gave heed to the groans of irreligion? Where was the innocence of those darksome Puritans of Scotland and England who brandished the dagger in one hand and their Bible in the other, while preaching the extermination of Catholics? One only Church in the midst of so many reprisals and horrors has always postulated and in principle at least has maintained its hatred of blood. This is the hierarchic and legitimate Church. Now, in admitting the possibility and actuality of diabolical miracles, that Church recognizes the existence of a natural force which can be applied for good or evil, and hence it has decided in its great wisdom that although sanctity of doctrine can legalize miracle, the latter of itself can never authorize novelties in religious teaching. To say that God, whose laws are perfect and never falsify themselves, makes use of a natural instrument to produce effects which to us seem supernatural, this is to affirm the supreme reason and immutable power of God. It is to exalt our notion of his providence, and sincere Catholics should realize that such view by no means challenges his intervention in those marvels which operate in favor of truth. The false miracles caused by astral congestions have invariably an anarchic and immoral tendency, because disorder invokes disorder. So also the gods and familiars of heretics are athirst for blood and commonly extend their protection at the price of murder. The idolaters of Syria and Judea drew oracles from the heads of children torn from the bodies of the poor little victims. They dried these heads, and, having placed beneath the tongues a golden layman bearing unknown characters, they fixed them in the hollows of walls, built up a kind of body beneath them composed of magical plants secured by bands, lighted a lamp at the foot of the frightful idols, burnt incense before them and proceeded to their religious consultation. They believed that the heads spoke, and the anguish of the last cries had doubtless distracted their imaginations. Moreover, as said already, blood attracts larvae. The ancients, in their infernal sacrifices, were accustomed to dig a pit, which they filled with warm and smoking blood. Then from all the deep places of the night they beheld feeble and pallid shadows ascending, descending, creeping, and swarming about the cavity. With the sword's point steeped in the same blood, they traced the circle of evocation and kindled fire of laurel, alder, and cypress wood, on altars crowned with asphodel and vervain. The night seemed to grow colder and still more dark, the moon was hidden behind clouds, and they heard the feeble rustling of phantoms crowding about the circle, while dogs howled piteously over the countryside. All must be dared in order to achieve all, such was the axiom of enchantments and their associated horrors. The false magicians were banded together by crime and believed that they could intimidate others when they had contrived to terrify themselves. The rites of black magic have remained revolting like the impious worships it produced. This was the case indifferently in the association of criminals who conspired against the old civilizations and among the barbaric races. There was always the same passion for darkness, there were the same profanations, the same sanguinary processes. Anarchic magic is the cultus of death. The sorcerer devotes himself to fatality, abjures reason, renounces the hope of immortality, and then sacrifices children. He forswears marriage and is given over to barren debauch. On such conditions he enjoys the plenitude of his mania, is made drunk with iniquity till he believes that evil is omnipotent and, converting his hallucinations into reality, he thinks that his mastery has power to evoke at pleasure all death and Hades. Barbarian words and signs unknown, or even utterly unmeaning, are the best in black magic. Hallucination is ensured more readily by ridiculous practices and imbecile evocations than by rites or formulae which keep intelligence in a waking state. Du Potet says that he has tested the power of certain signs on ecstatics, and those which are published in his occult book, with precaution and mystery, are in analogy, if not absolutely identical, with pretended diabolical signatures found in old editions of the Grand Grimoire. The same causes always produce the same effects, and there is nothing that is new beneath the moon of sorcerers, any more than under the sun of sages. The state of permanent hallucination is death or abdication of consciousness, and one is then surrendered to all the chances comprised by the fatality of dreams. Every remembrance begets its own reflection, every evil desire creates an image, every remorse breeds a nightmare. Life becomes that of an animal, but of a peevish and tormented animal. The sense of morality and of time is alike absent, realities exist no longer, it is a general dance in the whirlpool of insensate forms. Sometimes an hour seems protracted over centuries, and again years may fly with an hour's swiftness. Rendered phosphorescent by the astral light, our brains swarm with innumerable reflections and images. We close our eyes, and it may happen that some brilliant, somber, or terrific panorama will unroll beneath our eyelids. He who is sick of a fever will scarcely close them through the night without being dazzled by an intolerable brightness. Our nervous system, which is a perfect electrical apparatus, concentrates the light in the brain, being the negative pole of that apparatus, or projects it by the extremities which are points designed for the circulation of our vital fluid. When the brain attracts powerfully some series of images analogous to any passion which has disturbed the equilibrium of the machine, the interchange of light stops. Astral respiration ceases and the misdirected light coagulates, so to speak, in the brain. It comes about for this reason that the sensations of hallucinated persons are of the most false and perverse order. Some find enjoyment in lacerating the skin with thongs and in roasting their flesh slowly, others eat and relish things unfit for sustenance. Dr. Brière de Boismont has collected a great series of instances, and many of them are extremely curious. All excesses in life, whether through the misconstruction of good or through the non-resistance of evil, may overstimulate the brain and occasion the stagnation of light therein. Overweening ambition, proud pretense of sanctity, a continence full of scruples and desires, the indulgence of shameful passions notwithstanding repeated warnings of remorse, all these lead to syncope of reason, to morbid ecstasy, hysteria, vision, madness. The learned doctor goes on to observe that a man is not mad because he is subject to visions but because he believes in his visions rather than in ordinary sense. Hence it is obedience and authority that alone can save the mystics. If they have obstinate self-confidence there is no cure, they are excommunicated already by reason and by faith, they are the aliens of universal charity. They think themselves wiser than society, they dream of founding a religion, but they stand alone. They believe that they have secured for their private use the secret keys of life, but their intelligence is plunged already in death. Chapter 3. Initiations and Ordeals. That which adepts have distinguished as the great work is not only the transmutation of metals but also and above all the universal medicine, that is to say, the remedy for all ills, including death itself. Now, the process which produces the universal medicine is the moral regeneration of man. It is that second birth alluded to by our Savior in his discourse to Nicodemus, a doctor of the law. Nicodemus did not understand, and Jesus said, "Are you a master in Israel and know not these things?" as if intending to intimate that they belonged to the fundamental principles of religious science, of which no professor could dare to be ignorant. The great mystery of life and its ordeals is represented in the celestial sphere and in the annual succession of the seasons. The four aspects of the Sphinx correspond to these seasons and to the four elements. The symbolical figure on the shield of Achilles, according to the description of Homer, are analogous in their meaning to the 12 labors of Hercules. Like Hercules, Achilles must die, after having conquered the elements and even done battle with the gods. Hercules, on his part, triumphant over all the vices, represented by the monsters whom he fought, succumbs for a moment to love, the most dangerous of all. But he tears from his body the burning tunic of Deianira, though the flesh comes with it from the bones, he leaves her guilty and vanquished, to die on his own part, but as one liberated and immortal. Every thinking man is in Oedipus called to solve the enigma of the Sphinx or, this failing, to die. Every initiate must become a Hercules, who, achieving the cycle of a great year of toil, shall, by sacrifices of heart and life, deserve the glory of apotheosis. Orpheus is not king of the lyre and of sacrifices till he has successively won and has learned how to lose Eurydice. Omphale and Deianira are jealous of Hercules, one would debase him, the other yields to the counsels of an abandoned rival, and so is induced to poison him who has emancipated the world, but in the act she cures him of a far more fatal poison, which is her own unworthy love. The flame of the pyre purifies his too susceptible heart, he perishes in all his vigor and is seated victorious close to the throne of Jupiter. So also Jacob was not appointed the great patriarch of Israel till he had wrestled with an angel through the length of an entire night. Ordeal is the great word of life, and life itself is a serpent which brings forth and devours unceasingly. We must escape from its folds, we must set our foot upon its head. Hermes duplicated the serpent, setting it against itself, and in an eternal equilibrium he converted it into the talisman of his power, into the glory of his caduceus. The great ordeals of Memphis and Eleusis were designed to form kings and priests by entrusting science to strong and valiant men. The price of admission to such tests was the surrender of body, soul, and life into the hands of the priesthood. The candidate descended thereafter through dark subterranean regions, wherein he traversed successively among flaming pyres, passed through deep and rapid floods, over bridges thrown across abysses, holding in his hand a lamp which must not be extinguished. He who trembled, he whom fear overcame, never returned to the light, but he who surmounted every obstacle intrepidly was received among the Mystici, which meant initiation into the lesser mysteries. He had yet to vindicate his fidelity and silence, it was only at the end of several years that he became an epopt, being a title equivalent to that of adept. Philosophy, in competition with the priesthood, imitated these practices, and put its disciples to the proof. Pythagoras exacted silence and abstinence for 5 years. Plato opened his schools to none but geometricians and those skilled in music. Furthermore, he reserved part of his instruction to initiates, so that his philosophy had its mysteries. He attributed the creation of the world to demons and represented man as the progenitor of all animals. But the demons of Plato signify the Elohim of Moses, being those powers by the combination and harmony of which the supreme principle created. When he represents beasts as begotten by humanity, he means that they are the analysis of that living form, the synthesis of which is man. It was Plato who first proclaimed the divinity of the Word, and he appeared to foresee the approaching incarnation of this creative Word on earth. He proclaimed the sufferings and execution of the perfect just man, condemned by the iniquity of the world. This sublime philosophy of the Word is part of the pure Kabbalah, whence Plato was in no wise its inventor. He makes no secret of this, and he proclaims that in any science only that must be received which is in harmony with eternal truths and with the oracles of God. Dacier, from whom this quotation comes, adds that by these eternal truths Plato signified an ancient tradition which he supposes primeval humanity to have received from God and transmitted to later generations. It would be impossible to speak more clearly without actually naming the Kabbalah. It is definition instead of name. In a sense, it is something more precise than the name itself. Plato says otherwise, that the root matter of this great knowledge is not to be found in books. We must seek in ourselves by means of deep meditation, discovering the sacred fire in its proper source. This is why I have written nothing concerning these revelations and shall never even speak about them. Whosoever shall undertake to popularize them will find the attempt futile, for, except in the case of a very small number of men who have been endowed with understanding from God to discern these heavenly truths within themselves, it will render them contemptible to some, while filling others with vain and rash self-confidence, as if they were depositaries of marvels which they do not understand all the same. To the younger Dionysius he wrote, I must bear witness to Archidemus concerning that which is far more precious, more divine by far, and that which you desire earnestly to know, having sent him to me expressly. He gives me to understand that in your view I have not explained to you sufficiently what I hold as to the nature of the first principle. I can only write in enigmas, so that if my letter be intercepted on land or water, he who may read it shall understand nothing. All things encompass their king, from whom they draw their being, he being the source of all good things, second for those which are second and third for those which are third. These few words are a complete summary of Sephirotic theology. The king is in Soph, supreme and absolute being. All radiates from this center, which center is everywhere, but we regard it after three especial manners and in three distinct spheres. In the divine world, which is that of the first cause, the king is one and first. In the world of science, which is that of secondary causes, the influence of the first principle is felt, but is conceived only as first of the said causes. Therein the king manifests by the duad, which is the passive creating principle. Finally, in the third world, which is that of forms, he is revealed as perfect form, the incarnate word, supreme goodness and beauty, created perfection. The king is therefore, at one and the same time, the first, second and third, seeing that he is all in all, center and cause of all. Let us be silent on the genius of Plato, recognizing only the exact knowledge of the initiate. Let it therefore be said no longer that our great apostle St. John borrowed from the philosophy of Plato the premium of his gospel. It is Plato, on the contrary, who drew from the same sources as St. John, but he had not received that spirit which makes alive. The philosophy of him who expounded the greatest of human revelations might aspire towards the Word made man, but the Gospel alone could give that Word to the world. The Kabbalah taught by Plato to the Greeks assumed at a later period the name of Theosophy and ended by embracing the whole of magical doctrine. It is to this sum total of secret doctrine that all discoveries of research gravitate successively. The ambition was to pass from theory to practice and to find the realization of words and works. The dangerous experiences of divination taught science how it might dispense with the priesthood, the sanctuary was betrayed, and men who had no mission dared to make the gods speak. It is for this reason that theurgy shared in the anathemas pronounced against black magic and was suspected of imitating its crimes because it could not exculpate itself from a share in its impiety. The evil of Isis is not lifted with impunity, and curiosity blasphemes faith when divine things are concerned. Blessed are those who have not seen and have believed, says the great master. The experiments of theurgy and necromancy are always fatal for those who are abandoned to their practice. To set foot upon the threshold of the other world spells death, and it follows often in a strange and terrible manner. Vertigo supervenes, catalepsy and madness finish the work. It is unquestionable that in the presence of certain persons a disturbance takes place in the air, wainscots split, doors shake and creak. Fantastic signs and even stains, as of blood, seem to impress themselves on virgin parchment or on linen. The nature of these signatures is always the same and they are classified by experts under the name of diabolical writings. The mere sight of such characters sends sufferers from magnetic hysteria into convulsions or ecstasy. They believe that they behold spirits, and Satan, or the genius of error, is transfigured for them into an angel of light. The pretended spirits require, as the condition of their manifestation, some kind of contact between the sexes, the putting of hand in hand, foot to foot, breathing face to face, and even immodest embraces. Devotees are besotted by this kind of intoxication. They think that they are elected by God, that they are interpreters of heaven, and they regard obedience to the hierarchy in the light of fanaticism. They are the successors of the Indian race of Cain, victims of hashish and fakirs. They profit by no warnings, and they perish by their own act and will. To restore sufferers of this kind, the Greek priests resorted to a species of homeopathy. They terrified the patients by exaggerating the disease itself, and for this purpose they put them to sleep in the cave of Trophonius. The preparation for this experience was by fastings, lust rations and vigils. The patients were then taken down into the vault and shut up in total darkness. Intoxicating gases, like those in the Grotto of the Dog near Naples, filled the cavern, and the visionary was overcome speedily. Incipient asphyxia induced frightful dreams, from which the victim was rescued in time and carried forth palpitating all over, pale and with hair on end. In this condition he or she was seated on a tripod, and prophetic utterances preceded complete awakening. Experiences of this sort so distracted the nervous system that their subjects never recalled them without trembling, and in future did not dare to mention evocations or phantoms. Some of them never smiled again or felt the impulse of gaiety. The general impression was so melancholy that it passed into a proverb, and it was said of anyone who did not unbend, "He has slept in the cave of Trophonius." Cor the remnants of science and the recovery of its mysteries, we must have recourse to the religious symbolism of antiquity rather than to the works of its philosophers. The priests of Egypt were better acquainted than ourselves with the laws of motion and of life. They could temper or promote action by reaction, and they foresaw without difficulty the realization of effects the cause of which they had postulated. The pillars of Seth, Hermes, Solomon, Hercules symbolized in magical traditions this universal law of equilibrium, while the science of equilibrium led the initiates to that of universal gravitation about centers of life, heat, and light. So in the Egyptian sacred calendars, where it is known that each month was placed under the protection of 3 decani or genii of 10 days, the first decanate in the sign of Leo is represented by a human head with 7 rays, the body has a Scorpio tail, and the sign of Sagittarius is under the chin. Beneath the head is the name of Iao, and the figure was called Knubis, an Egyptian word which signifies gold and light. Thales and Pythagoras learned in the Egyptian sanctuaries that the earth gravitated round the sun, but they did not seek to publish the fact generally because it would have involved the revelation of a great temple secret, being the dual law of attraction and radiation, of fixity and movement, which is the principle of creation and the unfailing cause of life. So also the Christian writer Lactantius, who had heard of this magical tradition, but as an effect in the absence of a cause, scoffed loudly at theurgical dreamers who believed in the motion of the earth and in antipodes, the result of which would be the fact that we walked on our heads with the feet upwards, though our heads appeared to be erect. Furthermore, as he added, with the logic of children, in such case we should infallibly fall head downwards through the heaven below us. So philosophers reasoned, while priests, without answering or even smiling at their blunders, continued to write in creative hieroglyphics concerning all dogmas, all forms of poetry, and all secrets of truth. In their allegorical description of Hades, the Greek hierophants concealed the palmary secrets of magic. We find 4 rivers therein, even as in the earthly paradise, plus a 5th, which wound 7 times round the others. There was a river of sorrows, and silence called Cocytus, there was a river of forgetfulness, or Lethe, and then there was a swift and irresistible river which carried all before it, flowing in an opposite course to yet another river of fire. The 2 last were named Acheron and Phlegethon, one being the negative and one the positive fluid, flowing eternally each in each. The black and icy waters of Acheron smoked with the warmth of Phlegethon, while the liquid flames of the latter were covered with thick vapors by the former. Larvo and lemur shadowy images of bodies which have lived and of those which have yet to come, issued from these vapors by myriads, but whether they drank or not from the flood of sorrows, all desired the waters of oblivion, to bring them youth and peace. The wise alone do not seek to forget, for memory is their reward already, so also they only are truly deathless, since they only are conscious of their immortality. The tortures of Tenerus are truly divine pictures of the vices and their eternal chastisement. The greed of Tantalus, the ambition of Sisyphus, will never be expiated, since they can never be satisfied. Tantalus is athirst in the water, Sisyphus rolls a stone towards the top of a mountain, hoping to take his seat thereon, but it falls back continually and drags him down into the abyss. Ixion, unbridled in license, would have violated the Queen of Heaven and was scourged by infernal furies. He did not consummate his crime, for he embraced only a phantom. The phantom may have condescended in appearance to his love and may have ministered to his passion, but when he disowned duty, when his satisfaction was at the price of sacrilege, that which he thought was love proved hatred in a mask of flowers. It is not from beyond the tomb, it is rather in life itself, that we must seek the mysteries of death. Salvation or condemnation begin here below, and this earth has also its heaven and hell. Virtue is ever rewarded, vice is ever punished. If the wealth of the wicked incline us at times to think that they enjoy impunity, that instrument of good and evil seeming to be given them by chance, there is woe notwithstanding to the unjust. They may possess the key of gold, but for them it opens only the gate of the tomb and hell. All true initiates have recognized the immense value of toil and suffering. A German poet tells us that sorrow is the dog of that unknown shepherd which leads the flock of humanity. Learn how to suffer and learn also to die. Such are the gymnastics of eternity and such is the immortal novitiate. This is the moral lesson of Dante's Divine Comedy, and it was outlined in the allegorical table of Cebes, which belongs to the time of Plato. An account of it has been preserved and many painters of the Middle Ages reconstructed the picture therefrom. It is at once a philosophical and magical monument, a perfect moral synthesis, and moreover the most audacious demonstration ever attempted of that great arcanum or secret, the revelation of which must subvert heaven and earth. Our readers will unquestionably expect us to furnish its explanation, but he who has solved this enigma knows that it is inexplicable by its nature and is a sentence of death to those who take it by surprise, even as to those who reveal it. This secret is the royalty of the age and the crown of that initiates who is represented coming down as a victor from the Mount of Ordeal in the beautiful allegory of Cebes. The great arcanum has made him master of gold and light, which fundamentally are one thing. He has solved the quadrature of the circle, he directs perpetual motion, and he possesses the philosophical stone. Those who are adepts will understand me. There is neither interruption in the process of nature nor a blank space in its work. The harmonies of heaven are in correspondence with those of earth, and eternal life fulfills its evolutions in accordance with the same laws which rule in the life of a day. The Bible says that God disposes all things according to weight, number and measure, and this luminous doctrine was also that of Plato. In the Phaeton he represents Socrates as discoursing on the destinies of the soul in a manner which is quite in conformity with Kabbalistical traditions. Spirits purified by trial are emancipated from the laws of weight, and they soar above the atmosphere of tears. Others grovel in darkness and are those who manifest to the weak or criminal. All who are liberated from the miseries of material life come back no more to contemplate its crimes or share its errors. Once is truly enough. The care taken by the ancients over the burial of the dead protested strongly against necromancy, and those who disturbed the sleep of the grave were always regarded as impious. To call back the dead would condemn them to a second death, and the dread of earnest people, belonging to old religions, lest they should remain without burial after death, was in view of the possibility that the corpse might be profaned by striges and used in witchcraft. After death the soul belongs to God and the body to the common mother, which is earth. Woe to those who dare to invade these asylums. When the sanctuary of the tomb was disturbed, the ancients offered sacrifices to the angry Manes, and a holy thought lay at the root of this practice. As a fact, were it permitted anyone to attract, by means of conjurations, the souls floating in darkness but aspiring towards the light, such a person would be begetting retrograde and posthumous children, whom he must nourish with his own blood and with his own soul. Necromancers are makers of vampires, and they deserve no pity if they die devoured by the dead. Chapter 4. The Magic of Public Worship. Forms are the product of ideas, and they in their turn reflect and reproduce ideas. So far as sentiments are concerned, these are multiplied by association in the union of those who share them, so that all are charged with the enthusiasm common to all. It comes about in this manner that if one or another individual be deceived easily on questions of the just and the beautiful, the people at large will, this notwithstanding, continue to exalt in their minds whatsoever things are sublime, and they will do it with a longing which is itself sublime. These two great laws of nature were known to the ancient Magi and led them to see the necessity of a public worship which should be one in its nature, imposed on all, hierarchic and symbolic in character, like all religion, splendid as truth, rich and varied as nature, starry as heaven, odoriferous as earth, a worship in fact of the kind established afterwards by Moses, realized in all its glory by Solomon, and, once again transfigured, centralized today in the great metropolis of St. Peter. At Rome, humanity as a fact has never known more than one religion and one worship. This universal light has had its uncertain reflections and its shadows, but ever after the dark night of error we behold it emerge, one and pure like the sun. The magnificence of the cultus is the life of religion, and if Christ chose poor ministers, his sovereign divinity did not demand poor altars. Protestants have failed to understand that ritual constitutes an instruction and that a sordid or negligible God must not be created in the imagination of the multitude. The English, who lavish so much wealth on their own homes, who also affect to prize the Bible highly, would find their particular churches exceedingly cold and bare if they remembered the unparalleled pomp of Solomon's temple. But that which withers their forms of worship is the dryness of their own hearts, and with a cultus devoid of magic, splendor and pathos, how shall their hearts be ever informed with life? Look at their meeting houses, which resemble town halls, and look at those honest ministers, dressed like ushers or clerks, and who can do otherwise in their presence than regard religion as formalism and God as a justice of the peace. Orthodoxy is the absolute character of transcendental magic. When truth is born into the world, the star of science announces the fact to the Magi, and they come to adore the infant creator of futurity. Initiation is obtained by understanding in respect of the hierarchy, as also by the practice of obedience, and he who is initiated truly will never turn sectarian. The orthodox traditions were carried from Chaldea by Abraham, in combination with the knowledge of the true God. They reigned in Egypt at the period of Joseph. Kung Fu sought to establish them in China, but the imbecile mysticism of India, under the idolatrous form of the occultists, was destined to prevail in that great empire. As by Abraham out of Chaldea, so was orthodoxy taken out of Egypt by Moses, and in the secret traditions of the Kabbalah we find a theology at once complete, perfect, unique, and comparable to our own at its grandest, when seen under the light of its interpretation by the fathers and doctors of the Church, a perfect whole, including lights which it is not given to the world yet to understand. The Zohar, which is the head and crown of the Kabbalistic sacred books, unveils furthermore all depths and enlightens all obscurities of ancient mythologies and of sciences concealed in the sanctuaries of Eld. It is true that we must know the secret of its meaning in order to make use of it, and it is further true that the keenest intellects which are not acquainted with the secret will find the Zohar beyond all understanding and even unreadable. It is to be hoped that careful students of our works on magic will attain the secret for themselves, that they will come in their turn to decode and thus be able to read the book which explains so many mysteries. Initiation being the necessary consequence of that hierarchic principle which is the basis of realization in magic, it follows that the profane, after striving vainly to force the doors of the sanctuary, have been driven to raise altar against altar and to oppose ignorant disclosures of schism to the reticence of orthodoxy. Horrible histories were circulated concerning the Magi. Sorcerers and vampires cast upon them the responsibility of their own crimes. They were represented as feasting on infants and drinking human blood. Such attacks of presumptuous ignorance against the prudence of science have invariably met with success sufficient to perpetuate their use. Has not some miserable creature set forth, in I know not what pamphlet, how he has heard with his own ears, and within the precincts of a club, the author of this book demanding the blood of the wealthy to make it into puddings for the nourishment of starving people? The more monstrous the calumny, the greater the impression that it produces in the minds of fools. Those who slandered the Magi committed themselves the enormities of which they accused them and were abandoned to all the excesses of shameless sorcery. There was everywhere the rumor of apparitions and prodigies, and the gods themselves came down in visible forms to authorize orgies. The maniacal circles of pretended Illuminati go back to the Bacchantes who murdered Orpheus. Since the days of those fanatical and clandestine circles where promiscuity and assassination were combined with ecstasies and prees, a luxurious and mystical pantheism increased continually. But the fatal destinies of this consuming and destroying dogma are recorded in one of the finest fables of Greek mythology. Certain pirates of Tyre surprised Bacchus in his sleep and carried him on board their vessel, thinking that the god of inspiration had so become their slave, but on a sudden, in the open sea, their ship was transfigured, the masts became vine-stalks, the rigging branches, satyrs were seen everywhere, dancing with lynxes and panthers, the crew were seized with frenzy, they felt themselves changed into goats and cast themselves into the sea. Bacchus subsequently landed in Boeotia and repaired to Thebes, the city of initiation, where he found that Pentheus had usurped the supreme power. The latter in his turn attempted to imprison the god, but the dungeon opened of itself and the captive came forth triumphant. Pentheus was enraged and the daughters of Cadmus, transformed into Bacchantes, tore him in pieces, thinking that they were immolating a young bull. Pantheism can never form a synthesis, but must be disintegrated by the sciences, which the daughters of Cadmus typify. After Orpheus, Cadmus, Deipos, and Amphiaraos, the great fabulous symbols of magical priesthood in Greece are Tiresias and Colchis, but the first of these was an undiscerning or faithless hierophant. Meeting on a day with two interlaced serpents, he thought that they were fighting and separated them by a stroke of his wand. He did not understand the emblem of the caduceus, and hence sought to divide the forces of nature, to separate science from faith, intelligence from love, man from woman. He mistook their union for warfare, wounded them in the act of separation, and so lost his own equilibrium. He became alternately male and female, but neither in a perfect way, for the consummation of marriage was forbidden him. The mysteries of universal equilibrium and creative law are revealed fully herein. Generation is in fact a work of the human androgyne, in their division man and woman remain sterile, as religion without science, and, conversely, as mildness without force and force apart from mildness, justice in the absence of mercy and mercy divorced from justice. Harmony results from the analogy of things in opposition, they must be distinguished with a view to unite them and not separate, so that we may choose between them. It is said that man shifts incessantly from black to white in his opinions and ever deceives himself. It is so of necessity, for visible and real form is black and white. It manifests itself by an alliance of light and shadow which does not confuse them together. So are all contraries in nature married, and he who would part them risks the punishment of Tiresias. Others say that he was smitten with blindness because he had surprised Minerva naked, that is to say, he had profaned the mysteries. This is another allegory, but it is always the same thing symbolized. Bearing, no doubt, this profanation in mind, Homer depicts the shade of Tiresias wandering in Cimmerian darkness and seeking amidst other hapless shades and larvae to quench his thirst with blood when Ulysses consulted spirits, using a ceremonial which was magical and terrific after another manner than the contortions of our own mediums, or the harmless precipitated missives of our modern necromancers. The priesthood is almost silent in Homer, for Colchis the diviner is neither a sovereign pontiff nor a great hierophant. He seems to be in the service of kings, with an eye to their possible wrath, and he dares not speak unwelcome truths to Agamemnon till he has besought the protection of Achilles. Thus he sows division between these chiefs and brings disasters on the army. All the narratives of Homer contain important and profound lessons, and he sought in the present case to impress upon Greece the need for divine ministry to be independent of temporal influences. The priestly caste should be responsible only to the supreme pontificate, and the high priest is incapacitated if one crown be wanting in his tiara. That he may be on equality with earthly sovereigns he must be himself a temporal king, he must be king in understanding and science, king also by his divine mission. Homer seems to tell us in his wisdom that failing such a priesthood there is something wanting to the equilibrium of empires. Theoclymenes, another diviner, who appears in the Odyssey, fills almost the part of a parasite, purchasing a not too friendly hospitality from the suitors of Penelope by a useless warning and prudently withdrawing before the disturbance which he foresees. There is a gulf between these good and bad fortune-tellers and the Sibyls dwelling unseen in their sanctuaries, which are approached in fear and trembling. This notwithstanding, the successors of Circe yield only to daring. Force or subtlety must be used to enter their retreat. They must be seized by the hair, threatened with the sword and dragged to the fatal tripod. Then, crimsoning and whitening by turn, shuddering and with hair on end, they utter disconnected words, escape in a fury, scribble on the leaves of trees detached sentences forming prophetic verses when collected, and casting these leaves to the wind, they shut themselves up in their refuge and ignore any further calls. The oracle thus produced had as many meanings as the modes of its possible combination varied. Had the leaves borne hieroglyphical signs instead of words, the interpretations would have been multiplied further, while destiny could have been also consulted by their chance combination, a method followed subsequently in the divinations of geomancers by means of numbers and geometrical figures. It is followed also at this day by adepts of cartomancy, who make use of the great magical tarot alphabets, for the most part, without being acquainted with their values. In such operations accident only chooses the signs on which the interpreter depends for inspiration, and in the absence of exceptional intuition and second sight, the phrases indicated by the combinations of sacred letters or the revelations of the combined figures prophesy according to chance. It is insufficient to combine letters, one must know how to read. Cartomancy in its proper understanding is a literal consultation of spirits, without necromancy or sacrifices, but it postulates a good medium. It is otherwise dangerous and we do not recommend it to anyone. Is the memory of our bygone misfortunes not enough to embitter the sufferings of today, and must we then overload them with all the anxiety of the future, by partaking in advance of the catastrophes which it is impossible to avoid? Chapter 5. Mysteries of Virginity. The Roman Empire was but the Greek in transfiguration. Italy was a greater Greece, and when Hellenism had perfected its dogmas and mysteries, the education of the children of the wolf was the next task before it. Rome was already on the scene. The particular feature of the initiation conferred on the Romans by Numa was the typical importance ascribed to woman, following the lead of Egypt, which worshipped the supreme divinity under the name of Isis. The Greek god of initiation is Iacchos, the conqueror of India, the splendid androgynous being wearing the horns of Ammon, the Pantheus holding the sacrificial cup and pouring therefrom the wine of universal life, Iacchos, the son of thunder, the conqueror of tigers and lions. When the Bacchantes dismembered Orpheus, the mysteries of Iacchos were profaned, and under the Roman name of Bacchus he was only the god of intoxication. It was from Egeria, goddess of mystery and solitude, a sage and discreet divinity, that Numa sought his inspiration. His devotion was rewarded. He was instructed by Egeria as to the honor which should be paid to the mother of the gods. Under this dedication he erected a circular temple beneath a cupola, and a fire was burnt therein which was never suffered to go out. It was maintained by 4 virgins, who were termed Vestals, and so long as they were faithful to their trust they were surrounded with strange honors, while, on the other hand, their failure was punished with exceptional rigor. The maid's honor is that also of the mother, and the sanctity of every family depends on the recognition of virginal purity as a possible and glorious thing. Herein already woman is emancipated from the old bondage. She is no more an oriental slave, but a domestic divinity, guardian of the hearth, the honor of father and spouse. Rome in this manner became a sanctuary of morality, and on such condition was also queen of the nations and metropolis of the world. The magical tradition of all ages attributes a certain supernatural and divine quality to the virgin state. Prophetic inspirations adorn it, while it is the hatred of innocence and virginity which prompted Goetic magic to sacrifice children, whose blood was regarded notwithstanding as having a sacred and expiatory virtue. To withstand the allurement of generation is to graduate in the conquest of death, and supreme chastity was the most glorious crown set before Hierophants. To expend life in human embraces is to strike roots in the grave. Chastity is a flower which is so loosely bound to earth that, when the sun's caresses draw it upwards, it is detached without effort and takes flight like a bird. The sacred fire of the Vestals was a symbol of faith and of pure love. It was an emblem also of that universal agent, the terrible and electric nature of which Numa could produce and direct. If by culpable negligence the Vestals allowed their fire to die out, it could only be rekindled by the sun's rays or by lightning. It was renewed and consecrated at the beginning of each year, a custom perpetuated and observed among us on Easter Eve. Christianity has been wrongly accused of taking over all that was beautiful in anterior forms of worship. It is the last transfiguration of universal orthodoxy, and as such it has preserved whatsoever belonged to it, while rejecting dangerous practices and idle superstitions. Furthermore, the sacred fire represented love of country and the religion of the hearth. To this religion, and to the inviolability of the conjugal sanctuary, Lucretia offered herself in sacrifice. Lucretia personifies all the majesty of ancient Rome. She could doubtless have escaped outrage by abandoning her memory to slander, but good repute is a noblesse qui oblige. In the matter of honor a scandal is more deplorable than an indiscretion. Lucretia raised her dignity as a virtuous woman to the height of the priesthood by suffering an assault so that she might expiate and avenge it afterwards. It was in memory of this illustrious Roman lady that high initiation in the cultus of the fatherland and the hearth was entrusted to women, men being excluded. It was for them to learn in this manner that true love is that which inspires the most heroic sacrifices. They were taught that the real beauty of man is heroism and grandeur, that the woman capable of betraying or forsaking her husband blasts both her past and future and is branded on the forehead with the ineffaceable stain of a retrospective prostitution, aggravated further by perjury. To cease loving him to whom the flower of her youth has been given is the greatest woe which can afflict the heart of a virtuous woman, but to publish it abroad is to falsify past innocence, to renounce probity of heart and integrity of honor, it is the last and most irreparable shame. Such was the religion of Rome, to the magic of such a moral code she owed all her greatness, and when marriage ceased to be sacred in her eyes her decadence was at hand. In the days of Juvenal the mysteries of the Bona Dea are said to have been mysteries of impurity, which it may perhaps be possible to question, seeing that as women alone were admitted to these pretended orgies they must have betrayed themselves, but on the assumption that the charge is true, because anything seems possible after the reigns of Nero and Domitian, we can only conclude that the clean reign of the Mother of the Gods was over and was giving place to the popular, universal, and purer worship of Mary, the Mother of God. Initiate of magical laws, and knowing the magnetic influences of communal life, Numa instituted colleges of priests and augurs, living under prescribed rules. This was the first idea of conventional institutions, which are one of the great powers of religion. Long anterior to this, the Jewish prophets were joined in sympathetic bonds, having prayer and inspiration in common. It would seem that Numa was acquainted with the traditions of Judea. His famines and salii worked themselves into a state of exaltation by evolutions and dances recalling the performance of David before the ark. Numa did not establish new oracles intended to rival those of Delphos, but he instructed his priests especially in the art of auguries, which means that he acquainted them with a certain theory of presentiments and second sight, determined by secret laws of nature. We despise nowadays the art of soothsaying and portents, because we have lost the profound science of light and the universal analogies of its reflections. In his charming tale of Zadig, Voltaire delineates, with light and unserious touch, a purely natural science of divination, but it is not for that less wonderful, presupposing as it does an exceptional fineness of observation and that power of deduction which escapes habitually the limited logic of the vulgar. It is said that Parmenides, the master of Pythagoras, having tasted the water of a certain spring, predicted an approaching earthquake. The circumstance is not extraordinary, for the presence of a bituminous and sulphureous flavor in water may well have advised the philosopher of subterranean activities in the district. Even the water itself may have been unusually disturbed. However this may be, the flight of birds is still considered premonitory of severe winters, and it may be possible to foresee some atmospheric influences by inspecting the digestive and respiratory apparatus of animals. Now, physical disturbances of the air have not infrequently a moral cause. Revolutions are translated therein by the phenomena of great storms, the deep breathing of nations moves heaven itself. Success proceeds coincidentally with electric currents, and the hues of the living light reflect the motions of thunder. There is something in the air, says the crowd, with its particular prophetic instinct. Soothsayers and augurs knew how to read the characters which the light inscribes everywhere and how to interpret the sigils of astral currents and revolutions. They knew why birds wing their flight in isolation or in flocks, under what influences they turn to north or south, to east or west, which is just what we cannot explain, though we scoff now at the augurs. It is so very easy to scoff and it is so difficult to learn thoroughly. It was owing to such predetermined disparagement and to denial of what is not understood that men of parts, like Continel, and men of learning, as Kircher, have written such intemperate things concerning the ancient oracles. Everything is craft and jugglery for strong minds of this order. They suppose automatic statues, concealed speaking trumpets and artificial echoes in the vaults of every temple. Why this eternal slander of the sanctuary? Has there been nothing but roguery in the priesthoods? Would it have been impossible to find men of uprightness and conviction among the hierophants of Ceres or Apollo? Or were these deceived like the rest? And in such case how did it happen that the impostors continued their traffic for centuries without ever betraying themselves, individual rogues not being gifted with immortality? Recent experiments have shown us that thoughts can be transferred, translated into writing and printed by the unaided force of the astral light. Mysterious hands still write on our walls, as at the feast of Belshazzar. Let us not forget the wise observation of a scholar who assuredly cannot be accused either of fanaticism or credulity, outside pure mathematics, said Arago, he who pronounces the word impossible is wanting in caution. The religious calendar of Numa is based upon that of the Magi. It is a sequence of feasts and mysteries, recalling throughout the secret doctrine of initiates and perfectly adapting the public enactments of the occultist to the universal laws of nature. Its arrangement of months and days has been preserved by the conservative influence of Christian regeneration even as the Romans under Numa. We still hallow by abstinence the days consecrated to the commemoration of birth and death, but for us the day of Venus is sanctified by the expiations of Calvary. The gloomy day of Saturn is that during which our incarnate God sleeps in his tomb, but he will rise up, and the life which he promises will blunt the scythe of Cronus. That month which Romans dedicated to Mela, the nymph of youth and flowers, the young mother who smiles upon the year's first fruits, is consecrated by us to Mary, the mystical rose, the lily of purity, the heavenly mother of the Savior. So are our religious observances ancient as the world, our feasts are like those of our forefathers, for the Redeemer of Christendom came to suppress none of the symbolic and sacred beauties of old initiation. He came, as he said himself, in reference to the figurative law of Israel, to realize and fulfill all things. Chapter 6. Superstitions. Superstitions are religious forms surviving the loss of ideas. Some truth no longer known or a truth which has changed its aspect is the origin and explanation of all. Their name, from the Latin superstes, signifies that which survives. They are the dead remnants of old knowledge or opinion. Ever governed by instinct rather than by thought, the common people cleave to ideas through the mediation of forms, and it is with difficulty that they modify their habits. The attempt to destroy superstitions impresses them always as an attack on religion itself, and hence Saint Gregory, one of the greatest popes in Christendom, did not seek to suppress the old practices. He recommended his missionaries to purify and not destroy the temples, saying that so long as a people have their old places of worship they will frequent them by force of habit and will thus be led more easily to the worship of the true God. He said also, the Bretons have fixed days for feasts and sacrifices, leave them their feasts and do not restrain their sacrifices, leave them the joy of their festivals, but from the state of paganism draw them gently and progressively into the estate of Christ. It came about in this manner that older pious observances were replaced by holy mysteries with scarcely a change of name. There was, for example, the yearly banquet called Charistia, to which ancestral spirits were invited, so making an act of faith in universal and immortal life. The Eucharist, or supernal Charistia, has replaced that of antiquity, and we communicate Easter by Easter with all our friends in heaven and on earth. Far from maintaining the old superstitions by such adaptations, Christianity has breathed soul and life into the surviving signs of universal beliefs. That science of nature which is in such close consanguinity with religion, seeing that it initiates men into the secrets of divinity, that forgotten science of magic, still lives undivided in hieroglyphical signs and, to some extent, in the living traditions or superstitions which it has left outwardly untouched. For example, the observation of numbers and days is a blind reminiscence of primitive magical dogma. As a day consecrated to Venus, Day was always considered unlucky, because it signified the mysteries of birth and death. No enterprise was undertaken on Friday by the Jews, but they completed thereon the work which belonged to the week, seeing that it preceded the Sabbath, or day of compulsory rest. The number 13, being that which follows the perfect cycle of 12, also represents death, succeeding the activities of life, and in the Jewish symbolism the article relating to death is numbered 13. The partition of the family of Joseph into 2 tribes brought 13 guests to the first Passover of Israel in the Promised Land, meaning 13 tribes to share the harvests of Canaan. One of them was exterminated, being that of Benjamin, youngest of the children of Jacob. Hence comes the tradition that when there are 13 at table the youngest is destined to die quickly. The Magi abstained from the flesh of certain animals and touched no blood. Moses raised this practice into a precept, on the ground that it is unlawful to partake of the soul of animals, which soul is in the blood. It remains therein after their slaughter, like a phosphorus of coagulated and corrupted astral light, which may be the germ of many diseases. The blood of strangled animals digests with difficulty and predisposes to apoplexy and nightmare. The flesh of carnivora is also unwholesome on account of the savage instincts with which it has been associated and because it has already absorbed corruption and death. When the soul of an animal is separated violently from its body, says Porphyry, it does not depart, but, like that of human beings which have died in the same way, it remains in the neighborhood of the body. It is so retained by sympathy and cannot be driven away. Such souls have been seen moaning by their bodies. It is the same with the souls of men whose bodies have not been interred. It is to these that the operations of magicians do outrage, by enforcing their obedience, so long as the operators are masters of the dead body in whole or in part. Theosophers who are familiar with these mysteries, with the sympathy of animal souls for the bodies from which they are separated, and with their pleasure in approaching these, have rightly forbidden the use of certain meats, so that we may not be infected by alien souls. Porphyry adds that prophecy may be acquired by feeding on the hearts of ravens, moles, and hawks. Here the Alexandrian theurgist betakes himself to the processes of the little Albert, but though he lapses so quickly into superstition it is by entering a wrong path, for his point of departure was science. To indicate the secret properties of animals, the ancients said that at the epoch of the War of the Giants, various forms were assumed by the gods with a view to concealment, and that they resumed these subsequently at pleasure. Thus, Diana changed into a she-wolf, the sun into a bull, lion, dragon, and hawk, Hecate into a horse, lioness, and bitch. The name of Phrbates was, according to several theosophers, assigned to Proserpine because she lived upon turtle doves, and these birds were the usual offering which the priestesses of Maya made to that goddess, who is the Proserpine of earth, daughter of the fair Ceres, and foster mother of the human race. The initiates of Eleusis abstained from domestic birds, fish, beans, peaches, and apples. They abstained also from intercourse with a woman in childbed, as well as during her normal periods. Porphyry, from whom this information is derived, adds as follows: whosoever has studied the science of visions knows that one must abstain from all kinds of birds in order to be liberated from the bondage of terrestrial things and find a place among the celestial gods. But the reason he does not give. According to Euripides, the initiates of the secret cultus of Jupiter in Crete touched no flesh meat. In the chorus addressed to King Minos, the priests in question are made to speak as follows: son of a Phoenician Tyrian woman, descendant of Europa and great Jupiter, king of the Isle of Crete, famous through 100 cities, we come unto thee, forsaking temples built of oak and cypress fashioned with knives, leaders of a pure life, Behold, we come. Since I was made a priest of Jupiter Aetheus, I take no part in the nocturnal feasts of Bacchanals, I eat no half-cooked meats, but I offer tapers to the mother of the gods. I am a priest among the curettes clothed in white, I keep far from the cradles of men, I shun also their tombs, and I eat nothing which has been animated by the breath of life. The flesh of fish is phosphorescent and hence is aphrodisiacal. Beans are heating and cause absence of mind. Cor every form of abstinence, including the most irregular forms, a deep reason, apart from all superstition, can probably be found. There are certain combinations of foods which are opposed to the harmonies of nature. Thou shalt not seethe the kid in his mother's milk, said Moses, a prescription which is touching as an allegory and wise on the ground of hygiene. The Greeks, like the Romans, but not to the same extent, were believers in presages. It was good augury when serpents tasted the sacred offerings, it was favorable or the reverse when it thundered on the right or the left hand. There were presages in the ways of sneezing and in other natural weaknesses which may be left here to conjecture. In the Hymn to Mercury, Homer narrates that when the god of thieves was still in his cradle he stole the oxen of Apollo, who took the youngster and shook him, to make him confess the larceny. Mercure savazandi un étrange miracle. De ses flancs courrouses fit entendre l'oracle, jusqu'au grand Apollon lava pure and monta. It was all presage with the Romans, a stone against which the foot struck, the cry of a screech owl, the barking of a dog, a broken vase, an old woman who was first to look at you. All such idle terrors had for their basis that grand magical science of divination which neglects no token but from an effect overlooked by the vulgar ascends through a sequence of interlinked causes. This science knows, for example, that those atmospheric influences which cause the dog to howl are fatal for certain sufferers, that the appearance and the wheeling of ravens mean the presence of unburied bodies, which is always of sinister augury, localities of murder and execution are frequented by these fowl. The flight of other birds prognosticates hard winters, while yet others, by their plaintive cries over the sea, give the signal of coming storms. On that which science discerns ignorance remarks and generalizes, the first sees useful warnings everywhere, the other distresses and frightens itself at everything. The Romans furthermore were great observers of dreams, the art of their interpretation belongs to the science of the vital light, to the understanding of its direction and reflections. Men versed in transcendental mathematics are well aware that there can be no image in the absence of light, be it direct, reflected, or refracted, and by the direction of the ray, the return under the fold of which they know how to find, they arrive by an exact calculation, and invariably, at the source of light and can estimate its universal or relative force. They take into account also the healthy or diseased state of the visual mechanism, external or internal, and attribute thereto the apparent deformity of rectitude of images. Such persons' dreams are a complete revelation, since dream is a semblance of immortality during that nightly death which we call sleep. In the dream state we share in the universal life, unconscious of good or evil, time or space. We leap over trees, dance on water, breathe upon prisons and they fall, or, alternatively, we are heavy, sad, hunted, chained up, according to the state of our health and often that of our conscience. All this is useful to observe, and unquestionable, but what can be inferred therefrom by those who know nothing and are without the wish to learn? The all-powerful action of harmony, in exalting the soul and giving it rule over the senses, was well known to the ancient sages, but that which they employed to soothe was wrested by enchanters to excite and intoxicate. The sorceresses of Thessaly and of Rome believed that the moon could be dragged from the sky by the barbarous verses which they recited and that it fell pale and bleeding to the earth. The monotony of their recitations, the sweep of their magical wands, their circumambulations about circles, magnetized, excited, and led them by stages to fury, to ecstasy, even to catalepsy itself. In this kind of waking state they fell into dream, saw tombs open, the air overcast by clouds of demons, the moon falling from heaven. The astral light is the living soul of the earth, a material and fatal soul, controlled in its productions and movements by the eternal laws of equilibrium. This light, which environs and permeates all bodies, can also suspend their weight and make them revolve about a powerfully absorbent center, phenomena which have been so far insufficiently examined, though they are being reproduced in our own days, prove the truth of this theory. To the same natural law must be ascribed those magical whirlpools in the center of which enchanters located themselves. It explains the fascination exercised on birds by certain reptiles and on sensitive natures by others which are negative and absorbent. Mediums are generally diseased creatures in whom the void opens and who thus attract the light, as abysses draw the water of whirlpools. The heaviest bodies can then be lifted like straws and are carried away by the current. Such negative and unbalanced natures, whose fluidic bodies are formless, can project their force of attraction, delineating by this means supplementary and fantastic members in the air. When the celebrated medium Home makes hands without bodies appear in his vicinity, his own hands are dead and frozen. It may be said that mediums are phenomenal beings in whom death struggles visibly against life. As much may be concluded in the case of enchanters, fortune-tellers, those with the evil eye and casters of spells. Consciously or unconsciously, they are vampires, who draw the life which they lack and thus disturb the balance of the light. When this is done consciously, they are criminals who should be punished, and when otherwise they are still exceedingly dangerous subjects, from whom delicate and nervous people should be carefully isolated. Porphyry tells the following story in his life of Plotinus. Among those who professed philosophy, there was a certain Olympus, who was of Alexandria and for a time disciple of Ammonius. He treated Plotinus with disdain, being ambitious to surpass him in repute. He sought also to injure him by magical ceremonies, but having found that the attempt reacted on himself, he admitted to his friends that the soul of Plotinus must be one of great power, since it could turn back on his enemies their own evil designs. Plotinus was conscious of the hostile attempts of Olympus, and there were times when he said suddenly, "Now he is having convulsions." This kind of thing being repeated, and finding that he was afflicted himself with the evils which he would have wrought on Plotinus, Olympus ceased to persecute. Equilibrium is the great law of the vital light, projected with force and repelled by a nature more balanced than our own, it comes back upon ourselves with equal violence. Woe therefore to those who would employ natural powers in the service of injustice, since nature is just and her reactions are terrible. Chapter 7. Magical Monuments. We have said that Egypt of old was itself a pantacly, and as much might be affirmed concerning the elder world at large. In proportion as the great hierophants were at pains to conceal their absolute science, they sought more and more to extend and multiply its symbols. The triangular pyramids, with their square bases, represented metaphysics grounded on the science of nature, and the symbolical key of this science assumed the gigantic form of that wonderful Sphinx which, in its age-long vigil at the foot of the pyramids, has hollowed for itself so deep a bed in the sand. Those 7 great monuments called the wonders of the world were sublime commentaries on the pyramids and on the 7 mysterious gates of Thebes. At Rhodes there was the Pantacly of the sun, in which the god of light and truth was symbolized under a human form clothed with gold. He raised in his right hand the torch of intelligence and in his left held the shaft of activity. His feet were fixed on moles representing the eternal equilibrating forces of nature, necessity, and liberty, active and passive, fixed and volatile, in a word, the pillars of Hercules. At Ephesus was the Pantacly of the moon, which was the temple of Diana Panthea, made in the likeness of the universe. It was a dome surmounting a cross, with a square gallery and a circular precinct recalling the shield of Achilles. The tomb of Mausoleus was the Pantacly of the chaste and conjugal Venus. In form it was after the manner of a lingam, having a square elevation and a circular precinct. In the middle place of the square rose a truncated pyramid, on which was a chariot with 4 horses, harnessed so as to form a cross. The pyramids were the Pantacly of Hermes or of Mercury. The Olympian Jupiter was the Pantacly of that god. The walls of Babylon and the citadel of Semiramis were Pantaclys of Mars. In fine, the Temple of Solomon, that universal and absolute Pantacly destined to replace the others, was for the Gentile world the terrible Pantacly of Saturn. The philosophical septenary of initiation, according to the mind of the ancients, may be summarized as 3 absolute principles, reducible to a single principle, and 4 elementary forms, which are one form only, the whole constituting an unity composed of form and idea. The 3 principles are as follows. 1. Being is being. In philosophy this signifies the identity of the idea and that which is, or truth. In religion it is the first principle, the Father. 2. Being is real. This means in philosophy the identity of knowledge and of that which is, or reality. In religion it is the logos of Plato, the demiurgos, the word. 3. Being is logical. In philosophy this signifies the identity of reason and reality. In religion it is providence, or the divine action by which the good is realized, the mutual love of the true and the good, called the Holy Spirit in Christianity. The 4 elementary forms were the expression of 2 fundamental laws, resistance and motion, the fixed state, or that inertia which resists, and active life, or the volatile, in other and more general terms, matter and spirit, matter being that nothingness which is formulated by passive affirmation, spirit being the principle of absolute necessity in that which is true. The negative action of material nothing on spirit was termed the evil principle, the positive action of spirit on this same nothingness, so that it might be filled with creation and with light, was called the good principle. To these conceptions there corresponded, on the one hand, humanity and, on the other, the rational and saving life, redeeming those who are conceived in sin, that is to say, in nothingness, because of their material generation. Such was the doctrine of secret initiation, such the admirable synthesis that the spirit of Christianity came to vivify, enlightening by its splendor, establishing divinely by its dogma and realizing by its sacraments. Under the veil which was intended to preserve it, this synthesis has vanished. It is destined to be recovered by man in all its primitive beauty and all its material fecundity. Book 3. Divine Synthesis and Realization of Magic by the Christian Revelation. Chapter 1. Christ accused of magic by the Jews. At the beginning of the Gospel according to St. John there is one sentence which is never uttered by the Catholic Church except in the bending of the knees. That sentence is, "The Word was made flesh." The plenary revelation of Christianity is comprised therein. So also elsewhere the evangelist furnishes the criterion of orthodoxy, which is the confession of Jesus Christ manifested in flesh, that is to say, in visible and human reality. After emblazoning in his visions the pentacles and hieroglyphs of esoteric science, after exhibiting wheels revolving within wheels, after picturing living eyes turning to all the spheres, after deploying the beating wings of the 4 mysterious living creatures, Ezekiel, the most profound Kabbalist of the ancient prophets, beholds nothing but a plain strewn with dry bones. At his word they are covered with flesh and so is form restored to them. A pitiful beauty invests these remnants of death, but that beauty is cold and lifeless. Of such were the doctrines and mythologies of the elder world, when a breath of love descended upon them from heaven. Then the dead shapes rose up, the wraiths of philosophy gave place to men of true wisdom, the Word was incarnate and alive, it was no longer the day of abstractions but one of reality. That faith which is proved by works replaced the hypotheses which ended in nothing but fables. Magic was transformed into sanctity, wonders became miracles, the common people, excluded by ancient initiation, were called to the royalty and priesthood of virtue. Realization is thus of the essence of Christian religion, and its doctrine gives a body even to the most obvious allegories. The house of the young man who had great possessions is still shown in Jerusalem, and it might be in no sense impossible for careful research to discover a lamp which, by a similar tradition, once belonged to one of the foolish virgins. Such ingenuous credulities are fundamentally not very dangerous, indeed they prove only the living and realizing power of the Christian faith. The Jews accused that faith of having materialized belief and idealized earthly things. In our doctrine and ritual of transcendental magic we have recited the scandalous parable of the Sefer Toldosht which was invented to support the accusation. It is related in the Talmud that Jesus ben Sabta, or the son of the divorced woman, having studied profane mysteries in Egypt, set up a false stone in Israel and led the people into idolatry. It was acknowledged notwithstanding that the Jewish priesthood did wrong when it cursed him with both hands, and it is in this connection that we find in the Talmud one beautiful precept which is destined hereafter to unite Christendom and Israel: never curse with both hands, so that one of them may always be free to forgive and to bless. As a fact, the priesthood was guilty of injustice towards that peace-bringing master who counseled his disciples to obey the constituted hierarchy. They are in the seat of Moses, the Savior said, do therefore that which they tell you, but not as they do themselves. On another occasion he commanded 10 lepers to shew their persons to the priests, and they were cured on the road. What touching abnegation in the divine worker of miracles, who thus ascribed to his most deadly enemies the very honor of his miracles! Icor the rest, were those who accused Christ of setting up a spurious cornerstone, acquainted themselves with the true one. Had not the Jews in the days of the Pharisees lost the science of that which is at once the cornerstone, the cubic stone, the philosophical stone, in a word, the fundamental stone of the Kabbalistic temple, square at the base and triangular above like the pyramids? By impeaching Jesus as an innovator, did they not proclaim that they had themselves forgotten antiquity? Was not that light which Abraham saw and rejoiced extinguished for the unfaithful children of Moses, and was it not recovered by Jesus, who made it shine with a new splendor? To be quite certain on the subject, the Gospel and Apocalypse of St. John must be compared with the mysterious doctrines of the Sefer Yetzirah and Zohar. It will then be realized that Christianity, so far from being a heresy in Israel, was the true orthodox tradition of Jewry, while it was the scribes and Pharisees who were sectarians. Furthermore, Christian orthodoxy is proved by the consent of the world at large and by the suspension of the sovereign priesthood, together with the perpetual sacrifice, in Israel, the two indisputable marks of a true religion. Judaism without a temple, without a high priest and without a sacrifice survives only as a dissident persuasion. Certain persons are still Jews, but the temple and altar are Christian. There is a beautiful allegorical exposition in the apocryphal Gospels of this criterion of certitude in respect of Christianity, its evidences that of realization. Some children were amusing themselves by fashioning birds of clay, and among them was the child Jesus. Each little artist praised his own work, and only Jesus said nothing, but when he had molded his birds, he clapped his hands, telling them to fly, and they flew. So did Christian institutions shew their superiority over those of the ancient world. The latter are dead, but Christianity is alive. Considered as the fully realized and vital expression of the Kabbalah, that is to say, of primitive tradition, Christianity is still unknown, and hence that Kabbalistic and prophetic book called the Apocalypse yet remains to be explained, being incomprehensible without the Kabbalistic keys. The traditional interpretation was long preserved by the Johannites, or disciples of St. John, but the Gnostics intervened, to the total confusion and loss of everything, as will be made clear at a later stage. We read in the Acts of the Apostles that St. Paul at Ephesus collected all the books which treated of things curious and burnt them in public. The reference is no doubt to the old Goetic texts, or works of necromancy. The loss is regrettable assuredly, since even from the memorials of error there may shine some rays of truth, while information may consequently be derived which will prove precious to science. It is a matter of general knowledge that at the advent of Christ Jesus the oracles were silenced everywhere, and a voice went wailing over the sea, crying, "Great Pan is dead." A pagan writer, who takes exception to the report, declares on his own part that the oracles did not cease, but in a little while no one was found to consult them. The rectification is valuable, for such an attempted justification is more conclusive than the pretended calumny. Much the same thing should be said concerning the works of wonder, which fell into contempt in the presence of real miracles. As a fact, if the higher laws of nature are obedient to true moral superiority, miracles become supernatural like the virtues which produce them. This theory detracts nothing from the power of God, while the fact that the astral light is obedient to the superior light of grace signifies in reality for us that the old serpent of allegory places its vanquished head beneath the foot of the Queen of Heaven. Chapter 2. The Witness of Magic to Christianity. Magic, being the science of universal equilibrium and having the truth, reality, and reason of being for its absolute principle, accounts for all the antinomies and reconciles all actualities which are in conflict one with another by the one generating principle of every synthesis, that harmony results from the analogy of opposites. The initiate of this science religion is not in doubt because it exists, and we do not deny what is. Being is being. The apparent opposition of religion and reason is the strength of both, establishing each in its distinct domain and fructifying the negative side of each by the positive side of the other. As we have just said, it is the attainment of agreement by the correspondence between things that are contrary. The cause of all religious errors and confusions is that, in ignorance of this great law, it has been sought to make religion a philosophy and philosophy in its turn a religion, subjecting matters of faith to the processes of science, which is no less ridiculous than the subjection of science to the blind obedience of faith. It is no more the province of a theologian to affirm a mathematical absurdity or reject the demonstration of a theorem than it is the province of a man of learning, in the name of science, to oppose or maintain the mysteries of dogma. If we inquire of the Academy of Sciences whether it is mathematically true that there are 3 persons in one God and whether, on the basis of physiology, it can be certified that Mary, the Mother of God, was conceived immaculate, the Academy of Sciences will decline to judge thereon, and it will be right. Scholarship has no title to pronounce, as the questions belong to the realm of faith. An article of faith is believed or is not believed, but in either case it is not a matter of discussion, it is of faith precisely because it eludes examination by science. When Joseph de Maistre assures us that one of these days we shall speak in terms of wonder about our actual stupidity, he is referring, no doubt, to those people of pretended strong mind who daily inform us that they will believe in the truth of a dogma when it has been proved scientifically. This is equivalent to saying that they will believe when nothing is left for believing, when dogma as such is destroyed, having become a scientific theorem. It is another way of suggesting that we shall confess to the infinite when it has been explained, determined, circumscribed, defined, or, in a word, changed into the finite. We will believe in the infinite when we are quite certain that it does not exist, we will admit the immensity of the ocean when we see it put into bottles. But then, my friends, that which has been proved to you and brought within your comprehension is henceforth a matter of knowledge and not of faith. On the other hand, if you are informed that the Pope has decided that 2 and 2 acts not 4 and that the square of the hypotenuse is not equal to the squares drawn on the 2 other sides of a right-angled triangle, you would be justified in replying that the Pope has not so decided because he has no title, these things do not concern him and he may not meddle therein. Here a disciple of Rousseau will exclaim that this is all very well, but the Church does require us to believe in things which are in formal opposition to mathematics. All mathematical science tells us that the whole is greater than the part. This notwithstanding, when Jesus Christ communicates with his disciples, he must hold his entire body in his hand and put his head in his own mouth. The miserable pleasantry in question occurs textually in Rousseau. It is easy to answer that the sophist is confounding science with faith and the natural order with that which is supernatural or divine. Were it claimed by religion that in the communication of the Eucharist our Saviour had 2 natural bodies of the same form and size, and that one was eaten by the other, science would be entitled to protest. But religion lays down that the body of the Master is divinely and sacramentally contained under the natural sign or appearance of a fragment of bread. Once more, it is a question of believing or not believing. Whosoever reasons thereon, and discusses the thing scientifically, deserves to be classed as a fool. 1. Truth in science is proved by exact demonstrations, truth in religion is proved by unanimity of faith and holiness of works. We have authority in the Gospel to recognize that he who could say to the paralytic, "Take up thy bed and walk," had the right to forgive sins. Religion is true if it is the realization of perfect morality. Works are the proof of faith. It is permissible to ask science whether Christianity has constituted a vast association of men for whom the hierarchy is a principle, obedience the rule and charity a law. If science answers, on the basis of historical documents, that this is the case but that the association of Christians has failed in the matter of charity, then I take it at its own word, which admits the existence of charity, since it recognizes that there can be deficiency therein. Charity is at once a great word and a great thing. It is a word which did not exist prior to Christianity, and that which it stands for is the sum total of religion. Is not the spirit of charity the divine spirit made visible on earth? Has not this spirit manifested its sensible existence by acts, institutions, monuments, and by immortal works? To be brief, we do not understand how a skeptic, who is a man of good faith, can see a daughter of Saint Vincent de Paul without wishing to kneel and pray. The spirit of charity, this indeed is God, it is immortality in the soul, it is the hierarchy, obedience, the forgiveness of injuries, the simplicity and integrity of faith. The separated sects are death-struck at the root because in separating they were wanting in charity, while in trying to reason on faith they were wanting in simple good sense. It is in the sects that dogma is absurd because it is pseudo-reasonable. As such it must be a scientific theorem or nothing. Now, in religion we know that the letter kills and that the spirit alone gives life, but what is the spirit in question unless it be that of charity? The faith which moves mountains and withstands martyrdom, the generosity which gives all, the eloquence which speaks with the tongue of men and angels, all this, says St. Paul, is nothing without charity. He adds that knowledge may vanish away and prophecy may cease, but charity is eternal. Charity and its works, hereof is the reality in religion. Now, true reason never denies reality, for it is the demonstration of that being which is truth. It is in this manner that philosophy extends a hand to religion, but without ever wishing to usurp its domain, and, on this condition, religion blesses, encourages and enlightens philosophy by its loving splendors. Charity is the mysterious bond which, according to the dream of Greek initiates, must reconcile Eros and Anteros. It is that coping of the door of Solomon's temple which unites the two pillars Jachin and Boaz. It is the common guarantee between rights and duties, between authority and liberty, between the strong and weak, between the people and the government, man also and woman. It is the divine sentiment which is requisite for life in human science. It is the absolute of good, as the triple principle being reality reason is the absolute of the true. These elucidations have been necessary for the proper interpretation of that beautiful symbol of the Magi adoring the Savior in the manger. The kings are three, one white, one tawny and one black. They offer gold, frankincense, and myrrh. The reconciliation of opposites is expressed by this double triad, and it is precisely that which we have just been seeking to explain. Christianity, as expected by the Magi, was in effect the consequence of their secret doctrine, but this Benjamin of ancient Israel caused, by the fact of its birth, the death of its mother. The magic of light, that of the true Zoroaster, of Melchizedek and Abraham, came to an end with the advent of the great fulfiller. Henceforth, in a world of miracles, mere prodigies could be nothing more than a scandal, and magical orthodoxy was transfigured into the orthodoxy of religion. Those who dissented could be only Illuminati and sorcerers. The very name of magic could be interpreted only according to its evil sense, and it is under this inhibition that we shall follow hereafter its manifestations through the centuries. The first arch-heretic mentioned in the traditions of the Church was Simon the Magician. His legend embodies a multitude of marvels. It is an integral part of our subject, and we shall endeavor to separate its basis from the cloud of fables by which it is surrounded. Simon was by nationality a Jew and is believed to have been born in the Samaritan town of Gittyn. His master in magic was a sectarian named Dositheus, who gave out that he was sent by God and was the Messiah foretold by the prophets. Point 2 Under his tuition Simon not only acquired the illusory arts but also certain natural secrets which belong really to the tradition of the Magi. He possessed the science of the astral Sirae and could attract great currents thereof, making himself seem impassible and incombustible. He had also the power to rise and remain in the air. Feats of this kind have been performed frequently, in the absence of science and, so to speak, accidentally, by enthusiasts intoxicated with astral light, as for example the convulsionaries of Saint Medard, and the phenomena recur at the present day in the mediumistic state. Simon magnetized at a distance those who believed in him and appeared to them under various figures. He produced images and visible reflections, e.g. everyone, on a certain occasion, thinking that they could see fantastic trees in a bare country. Moreover, objects which are normally inanimate were moved in his vicinity, as furniture is now moved within the atmosphere of home, the American, and, finally, When he intended to enter or leave a house, the doors creaked, shook, and ended by opening of their own accord. Simon performed these wonders before the chief people of Samaria, and as his actual achievements were in due course exaggerated, the thaumaturgist passed for a divine being. It came about also that as he owed his power to states of excitement by which reason is disturbed, so he came to regard himself as such an exceptional being that he did not hesitate to claim divine honors and dreamed modestly of usurping the worship of the whole world. His crises or ecstasies produced extraordinary physical results. Sometimes he appeared pale, withered, broken, like an old man at the point of death. Sometimes the luminous fluid revitalized his blood, so that his eyes shone, his skin became smooth and soft, and he appeared regenerated and renewed suddenly. The Easterns have great capacity for the amplification of wonders. They claim to have seen Simon passing from childhood to decrepitude and again at his will returning from decrepitude into childhood. His miracles were noised abroad everywhere, till he became not only the idol of Jewish Samaria but also of the neighboring countries. However, the worshippers of marvels are generally hungry for new emotions, and they did not fail to get weary of that which at first had astonished them. The apostle Saint Philip having reached Samaria, to preach the gospel therein, a new current of enthusiasm was thus started, with the result that Simon lost all his prestige. He was conscious, moreover, that his abnormal states had ceased, as he thought through loss of power. He believed that he was surpassed by magicians more learned than himself, and the course which he took was to attach himself to the apostles in the hope of studying, discovering, or buying their secret. Simon was certainly not an initiate of transcendental magic, which would have told him that wisdom and sanctity are needful for those who would direct the secret forces of nature without being broken thereby, that to play with such terrible weapons without understanding them was the act of a fool, and that swift and terrible death awaits those who profane the sanctuary of nature. Simon was consumed by an unquenchable thirst, like that of a drunkard. The suspension of his ecstasy was the loss of all his happiness, and made ill by past excesses, he thought to regain health in renewed intoxication. One does not willingly come back to the state of a simple mortal after posing as a god. To recover that which he had lost, Simon submitted therefore to all the rigors of apostolic austerity. He watched, he prayed, he fasted, but the wonders did not return. Then he reflected that between Jews it might be possible to reach an understanding, and he offered money to Saint Peter. The chief of the apostles drove him indignantly away, and he who received so willingly the contributions of his disciples was now at the end of his resources. He abandoned forthwith the society of men who had shown such disinterestedness, and with the money which Saint Peter disdained he purchased a female slave named Helena. Mystical vagaries are always akin to debauch. Simon became passionately enamored of his servant. That passion, at once weakening and exalting, restored his cataleptic states and the morbid phenomena which he termed his gifts of wonders. A mythology full of magical reminiscences, combined with erotic dreams, issued fully armed from his brain. He undertook pilgrimages like the apostles, carrying Helena with him, dogmatizing and shewing himself to those who were willing to worship and doubtless also to pay him. According to Simon, the first manifestation of God was by means of a perfect splendor which produced its reflection immediately. He was himself this son of souls, and the reflection was Helena, whom he affected to call Selene, being the name of the moon in Greek. Now the moon of Simon came down at the beginning of the ages on that earth which the Magus had mapped out in his perpetual dreams. There she became a mother, impregnated by the thought of his son, and she brought into the world angels, whom she reared by herself without speaking of them to their father. The angels rebelled against her and imprisoned her in a mortal body. It was then that the splendor of God was compelled to descend in its turn that it might redeem Helena, and so the Jew Simon was manifested on earth. There he had to overcome death and carry his Helena through the air, followed by the triumphant choir of the elect, while the rest of mankind was abandoned on earth to the eternal tyranny of the angels. Thus the arch-heretic, imitating Christianity but in the reverse sense, affirmed the eternal reign of revolt and evil, represented the world as created or at least completed by demons, destroyed the order and the hierarchy, to pose alone with his concubine as the way, the truth, and the life. Here was the doctrine of Antichrist, and it was not to perish with Simon, for it has been perpetuated to our own days. Indeed, prophetic traditions of Christianity speak of his transitory reign and triumph to come as heralding the most terrible calamities. Simon claimed the title of saint and, by a curious coincidence, the chief of a modern Gnostic sect which recalls all the sensuous mysticism of the first arch-heretic, the inventor of the free woman, is also named Saint Simon. Cainism is the name which might be given to all the false revelations issued from this impure source. They are dogmas of malediction and of hatred against universal harmony and social order. They are disordered passions affirming license in the place of duty, sensual love instead of chaste and devoted love, the prostitute in place of the mother, and Helena, concubine of Simon, in place of Mary, the mother of the Savior. Simon became a notoriety and repaired to Rome, where the emperor, attracted by all extraordinary spectacles, was disposed to welcome him. This emperor was Nero. The illuminated Jew astonished the crowned fool by a trick which is common in jugglery. He was decapitated, but afterwards saluted the emperor, his head being restored to his shoulders. He caused furniture to move and doors to open. In a word, he acted as a veritable medium and became sorcerer in ordinary at the orgies of Nero and the banquets of Trim Alcyone. According to the legend makers, it was to rescue the Jews of Rome from the doctrine of Simon that Saint Peter himself visited that capital of the world. Nero, by means of his inferior spies, was informed speedily that a new worker of Israelitish wonders had arrived to make war on his own enchanter, and he resolved to bring them together for his amusement. Petronius and Tigellinus were perhaps at this feast. "May peace be with you," said the Prince of Apostles on entering. "We have nothing to do with your peace," answered Simon. "It is by war that truth is discovered. Peace between adversaries is the victory of one and the defeat of the other." Saint Peter answered, "Why do you reject peace? The vices of men have created war, but peace ever abides with virtue." "Virtue is power and skill," said Simon. "Cor myself I face the fire, I rise in the air, I restore plants, I change stones into bread, and you, what do you do?" "I pray for you," said Saint Peter, "that you may not perish the victim of your enchantments. Keep your prayers, they will not ascend to heaven as quickly as myself." And behold the magician passing out by a window and rising in the air outside. Whether this was accomplished by means of some aerostatic apparatus concealed under his long robes or whether he was lifted up, like the convulsionals of Paris the Deacon, owing to an exaltation of the astral light, we are unable to say, but during this phenomenon Saint Peter was praying on his knees, and Simon fell suddenly with a great cry, to be raised with his thighs broken. Nero imprisoned Saint Peter, who seemed a far less diverting magician than Simon. The latter died of his fall. The whole of this history, which belongs to the popular rumors of the period, is now relegated, though perhaps wrongly, to the region of apocryphal legends. 1 On such account it is not less remarkable or less worthy to be preserved. The sect of Simon did not end with himself, and his successor was one of his disciples, named Menander. 2 He did not pose as a god, being contented with the role of a prophet, but when he baptized proselytes, a visible fire came down upon the water. He also promised immortality of soul and body as the result of this magical immersion, and in the days of Saint Justin, there were still followers of Menander who firmly believed themselves immortal. The deaths which occurred among them by no means disabused the others, for those who died were excommunicated forthwith, on the ground that they had been false brethren. These believers' death was an actual apostasy and their immortal ranks were filled up by enrolling new proselytes. Those who understand the extent of human folly will not be surprised to hear that in this present year, being 1858, there exists in America and France a fanatical sect in continuation of that of Menander. The qualification of magician added to the name of Simon rendered magic a thing of horror to Christians, but they did not on this account cease to honor the memory of the Magi kings who adored the Savior in his cradle. Chapter 3. The Devil. By its clear formulation of concepts respecting the divine, Christianity leads us to the understanding of God as the most absolute and the most purest love, while it defines, not less clearly, the spirit which is opposed to God, the spirit of revolt and hatred, hereof is Satan. But this spirit is not a personality and is not to be regarded as a kind of black god, it is a perversity which is common to all extralineal intelligences. My name is Legion, says Satan in the Gospel, for we are many. The birth of intelligence may be compared to the star of the morning, and after it has shone for an instant, if it fall of its own accord into the void of darkness we may apply to it that apostrophe which was uttered by Isaiah to the king of Babylon, How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? But does this mean that the celestial Lucifer, the morning star of intelligence, has been changed into a brand of hell? Can the name of light-bearer be applied justly to the angel of trespass and of darkness? We think not, more especially if it be understood, as we understand, who have the magical tradition behind us, that the hell personified by Satan, and symbolized by the old serpent, is that central fire which encompasses the earth, consuming all that it produces and devouring its own tail, like the serpent of Cronus, in a word, that astral light of which the Almighty spoke to Cain when he said, If thou doest evil, sin shall be straightway at thy gates, that is to say, disorder will take possession of all thy senses, yet unto thee I have made subject the lust of death, and it is for thee to rule it. The royal and almost divine personification of Satan is a blunder which goes back to the false Zoroaster or, otherwise, to the sophisticated doctrine of the later and materialistic Magi of Persia. It was they who represented the two poles of the intellectual world as deities, making a divinity out of passive force in contradistinction to that force which is active. We have indicated that the same grave error was made by Indian mythology. Ahriman, or Siva, is the father of the demon, as the latter is understood by superstitious makers of legend, and hence it was said by our Savior, the devil is a liar like his father. On this question the Church rests satisfied with the Gospel texts and has published no dogmatic decisions, having the definition of the devil as their object. Good Christians avoid even naming him, while religious moralists recommend the faithful to take no concern regarding him, seeking to resist his arts by thinking only of God. We cannot but admire this wise reserve on the part of priestly teaching. Why indeed should the light of doctrine be reflected on him who is intellectual obscurity and darkest night of the heart? Let the spirit which would distract us from the knowledge of God remain unknown by us. It is assuredly not of our intention to perform what the Church has omitted. We certify on such a subject only as to the secret instruction of initiates in the occult sciences. They have said that the great magical agent, accurately termed Lucifer because it is the vehicle of light and the receptacle of all forms, is a mediating force diffused throughout creation, that it serves for creation and destruction, that the fall of Adam was an erotic intoxication which made his race subject to that fatal light, that all amorous passion which invades the senses is a whirlpool of this light, seeking to draw us down into the gulf of death, that madness, hallucinations, visions, ecstasies, constitute an exceedingly dangerous exaltation of this interior phosphorus, finally, that the light in question is of the nature of fire, that it is warming and vivifying in its prudent use, but that it burns, dissolves, and destroys in its excess. Over this light man is called, on the one hand, to assume a sovereign empire, so earning his immortality, but, on the other, he is menaced by the intoxication, absorption, and eternal destruction thereof. In its devouring, avenging, and fatal aspect the astral light may be called the fire of hell, the serpent of legend, while the tormented sin which abounds therein, the tears and the gnashing of teeth on the part of the abortions that it consumes, the phantom of life which escapes them and seems to insult their misery, all this may be termed the devil or Satan. Among the pomps and works of hell may be included, in fine, those actions, those illusionary images of pleasure, wealth, and glory which are misdirected by the vertigo of this light. Father Hilarion Tizot regards certain nervous diseases which are accompanied by hallucinations and delirium as diabolical possessions, and, understood in the sense of the Kabbalists, he is right assuredly. Whatsoever delivers our soul to the fatality of vertigo is truly infernal, since heaven is the eternal reign of order, intelligence, and liberty. The possessed people of the gospel fled away from Jesus Christ, the oracles were silenced in the presence of the apostles, while those who are prey to the disease of hallucination have ever manifested an invincible repugnance for initiates and sages. The suspension of oracles and obsessions proved the triumph of human liberty over fatality. When astral diseases reappear, it is an ominous sign of spiritual enervation, and manifestations of this kind are followed invariably by fatal disorders. The disturbances here referred to continued till the French Revolution, and the fanatics of Saint Méthode were the prophets of its sanguinary calamities. The famous criminologist Torreblanca, who had gone to the root of diabolical magic, described accurately all the phenomena of astral disturbance when classifying the works of the daemon. Here are some extracts from the 15th chapter of his work on operative magic. 1. The demon is endeavoring continually to lead us into error. 2. He deludes the senses by disturbing the imagination, though he cannot change its nature. 3. When things abnormal are manifested to the eye of man, an imaginary body assumes shape in the mind, and so long as that phantom remains therein the phenomena continue. 4. The demon destroys equilibrium in the imagination by a disturbance of the vital functions, whether by irregularity in health or actual disease. 5. When some morbid cause has destroyed this equilibrium, and that also of reason, waking dream becomes possible and that which has no existence assumes the semblance of reality. 6. The mental perception of images in this manner makes sight unworthy of trust. 7. Visions are bodied forth, but they are merely thought forms. 8. The ancients distinguished two orders of disease, one of them being the perception of imaginary forms, which was termed frenzy, and the other corybantism, or the hearing of voices and other sounds which have no existence. It follows from these statements, which are curious in several respects, that disease is attributed by Torreblanca to the demon, who indeed is disease itself, with which we should agree entirely, if permitted by dogmatic authority. The recurring efforts of the astral light to disintegrate and absorb entities are part of its nature. Its ceaseless currents have a wearing effect like water, and it consumes even as fire, for it is the very essence and dissolving force of fire. The spirit of perversity and the love of destruction which series those whom it governs are instincts of this force. They are further consequent on the suffering of the soul, which is conscious of incomplete life and feels torn in opposite directions. The soul yearns to make an end of itself, yet fears to die alone, and therefore would include all creation in its destruction. Such astral perversity assumes frequently the form of the hatred of children. An unknown power impels certain subjects to kill them, and imperious voices seem to demand their death. Dr. Brière de Boismont cites terrible examples of this mania, recalling the crimes of Papavoine and Henriette Cornier. Sufferers from astral perversion are malevolent, and they are jealous at the joy of others. They are especially inimical to hope, and even when offering consolation they choose the most desperate and heartrending figures of speech. The explanation is that their life is synonymous with suffering and that they have been whirled into the dance of death. It is, moreover, astral perversion and the lust of death which abuses the act of generation, leading to its perversion or dishonor by sacrilegious mockeries and shameful pleasantries. Obscenity is a blasphemy against youth. Each of these vices is personified by a black idol or by a demon, which is the negative and distorted reflection of the divinity who communicates life. These are idols of death. Moloch is the fatality which devours infants. Satan and Nisroch are gods of hatred, fatality, and despair. Astarte, Lilith, Nehemah, Ashtaroth are idols of debauchery and abortion. Adramelech is the god of murder, while Belial is that of eternal revolt and anarchy. Such are the monstrous conceptions of reason, when it pauses on the verge of extinction and slavishly worships its destroyer, so that it may reach the end of its torment by the destroyer absorbing it. According to the Kabbalists, the true name of Satan is that of Jehovah reversed, for Satan is not a black god but the negation of deity. He is the personification of atheism and idolatry. The devil is not a personality for initiates but a force created with a good object. Though it can be applied to evil, it is really the instrument of liberty. They represented this force, which presides over physical generation, under the mythological figure of the horned god Pan, and hence comes the goat of the Sabbath, brother of the old serpent, the light-bearer, or Phosphorus, converted by poets into the false Lucifer of legend. Chapter 4. The Last Pagans. The eternal miracle of God is the unchangeable order of his providence in the harmonies of nature. Prodigies are derangements and are attributable only to degeneration in the creature. Divine miracle is thus a providential reaction for the restoration of the broken order. When Jesus cured the possessed, he calmed them and suspended the marvels which they produced. When the apostles subdued the exaltation of the Pythonesses, they put an end to divination. The spirit of error is a spirit of agitation and subversion. The spirit of truth brings tranquility and peace in its path. Such was the civilizing influence of Christianity at its dawn, but those passions which are friends of disturbance did not, without a struggle, leave it in possession of the palm of easy victory. Expiring polytheism drew powers from the magic of the old sanctuaries. To the mysteries of the gospel it still opposed those of Eleusis. Apollonius of Tyana was set up as a parallel to the Savior of the world, and Philostratus undertook to construct a legend on the subject of this new deity. Thereafter came the Emperor Julian, who would have been himself deified if the javelin which slew him had not also struck the last blow at Caesarean idolatry. The enforced and decrepit rebirth of a religion which was dead in its forms was a literal abortion, and Julian, who attempted it, was doomed to perish with the senile offspring which he strove to bring into the world. This notwithstanding, Apollonius and Julian were two curious, even great, personalities, and their history is epoch-making in the annals of magic. Allegorical legends were in fashion at that period. Those who were masters embodied their doctrine in their personality, and those who were initiated disciples wrote fables which combined the secrets of initiation. The history of Apollonius by Philostratus, too absurd if it be taken literally, becomes memorable when its symbolism is examined according to the data of science. It is a kind of pagan gospel, opposed to that of Christianity. It is a secret doctrine at large, and we are in a position to reconstruct and explain it. In the third book of Philostratus, the initial chapter contains an account of Hyphasis, a wonderful river which rises in a certain plain and is lost in unapproachable regions. That river represents magical knowledge, which is simple in its first principles but difficult to deduce accurately in respect of final consequences. Philostratus tells us in this connection that marriages are not fruitful unless consecrated by the balsam of trees which grow on the banks of Hyphasis. The fish of this river are sacred to Venus, their crest is blue, the scales are of many colors and their tail is golden. They can raise the tail at will. In the river there is also an animal resembling a white worm, the stewing of which produces an inflammable oil that can be kept in glass only. The animal is reserved only for the king's service, as it has power to overthrow walls. When the grease of it is exposed to the air it ignites, and there is then nothing in the whole world with which the flame can be extinguished. By the fish of the river Hyphasis Apollonius signifies universal configuration, which magnetic experiments have recently proved to be blue on one side, golden on that which is opposite, and of many colors at the center. The white worm is the astral light, which resolves into oil when condensed by a triple fire, and such oil is the universal medicine. It can only be contained by glass, this being a non-conductor for the astral light, its porousness being inappreciable. This secret is reserved to the king, which means an initiate of the first order, for it is truly concerned with a force by which cities can be destroyed. Some important secrets are here indicated with great clearness. In the next chapter Philostratus speaks of unicorns and says that the horn of these animals can be fashioned into drinking cups which are a safeguard against all poisons. The single horn of the symbolical creature represents hierarchic unity, and hence Philostratus adds, on the authority of Damis, that the cups in question are also exclusive to kings. Happy, says Apollonius, is he who is never intoxicated but in drinking out of such a goblet. Damis narrates further that Apollonius met with a woman who was white from feet to breasts but black in the upper region. His disciples were alarmed at the prodigy, but the master gave her his hand, for he knew her. He told them that she was the Indian Venus, whose colors are those of the bull Apis, adored by the Egyptians. This harlequin female is magical science, the white limbs, or created forms, of which reveal the black head, or that supreme cause which is unknown to man at large. But Philostratus and Damis knew, and it was under emblems like these that they gave expression in concealment to the doctrine of Apollonius. The secret of the great work is contained in the 5th to the 10th chapters of this third book, and the form of symbolism adopted is that of dragons defending the entrance to a palace of the wise. There are 3 species of dragons, dwellers respectively of marshes, plains, and mountains. The mountain is sulfur, the marsh mercury, and the plain is the salt of the philosophers. The dragons of the plain are pointed on the back, like a sawfish, referring to the acid potency of salt. Those of the mountains have golden scales and a golden beard, while the sound of their creeping movement is like the tinkling of copper. In their head is a stone by which all miracles can be worked. They bask on the shores of the Red Sea, and they are caught by the help of a red cloth embroidered with golden letters. On these enchanted letters they lay their head and fall asleep, and they are then decapitated with an axe. Who does not recognize here the stone of the philosophers, the magistery at the red, and the famous regimen of fire, represented by golden letters? Under the name of Citadel of the Wise, Philostratus goes on to describe the Athenor as a hill surrounded by a mist but open on the southern side. It has a well 4 paces in breadth, from which an azure vapor rises, drawn up by the warmth of the sun and displaying all colors of the rainbow. The bottom of the well is sanded with red arsenic. In its vicinity is a basin filled with fire, and thence rises a livid flame, odorless and smokeless, and never higher or lower than the basin edge. There are also 2 reservoirs of black stone, in one of which rain is stored and in the other wind. The rain cistern is opened when there is excessive drought, and then clouds come forth which water the whole country. It would be difficult to describe more exactly the secrets array of the philosophers and that which they term their balneum maris. It follows from this account that the ancient alchemists employed electricity, magnetism, and steam in their great work. Philostratus speaks subsequently of the philosophical stone itself, which he calls indifferently a stone and light. The profane are not permitted to discover it, because it vanishes if not laid hold of according to the processes of the art. It is the wise only who, by means of certain verbal formulae and rites, can attain the Pantarba. This is the name of the stone, which at night has the appearance of fire, being flaming and sparkling, while in the day it dazzles by its brightness. This light is a subtle matter of admirable virtue, for it attracts all that is near it. The above revelation concerning the secret doctrines of Apollonius proves that the philosophical stone is no other than an universal magnet, formed of the astral light condensed and fixed about a center. It is an artificial phosphorus containing the concentrated virtues of all generative heat, and the multitude of allegories and traditions extant concerning it are as testimonies to its certain existence. The entire life of Apollonius, as recorded by Philostratus, following Damas the Assyrian, is a tissue of apologues and parables, the concealed doctrine of great masters of initiation being written in this manner at the period, as already intimated. We know therefore why the recital embodies fables, and underneath the text of these fables we should expect to find, and may even look to understand, the secret knowledge of the Hierophants. His great science and conspicuous virtues notwithstanding, Apollonius was not a successor in the hierarchic school of the Magi. His initiation had India as its source, and he was addicted to the enervating practices of the Brahmins. Further, he preached rebellion and regicide openly. He was a great character in a wrong path. The figure of the Emperor Julian seems more poetic and beautiful than that of Apollonius. He maintained on the throne of the world all the austerity of a sage, and he sought to transpose the young sap of Christianity into the enfeebled body of Hellenism. He was a noble maniac, guilty only of too much devotion to the associations of the fatherland and the images of its ancestral gods. As a counterpoise to the realizing efficacy of Christian doctrine, he called black magic to his aid and plunged into darksome evocations, following the lead of Jamblichus and Maximus of Ephesus. But the gods whom he desired to resuscitate in their youth and beauty appeared before him cold and decrepit, shrinking from life and light, and ready to fly before the sign of the cross. The closing had been taken in full according to the grade of Hellenism, and the Galilean had conquered. Julian died like a hero, without blaspheming him who overcame, as it had been falsely pretended. 1 Ammianus Marcellinus portrays his last moments at length. They were those of a warrior and philosopher. The maledictions of Christian sacerdotalism echoed long over his tomb. Has not the Saviour, that lover of noble souls, pardoned adversaries less interesting and less generous than the unfortunate Julian? On the death of this emperor, magic and idolatry were involved in one and the same universal reprobation. At this time there came into existence those secret associations of adepts, to which Gnostics and Manichaeans gravitated at a later period. The societies in question were the depositaries of a tradition of errors and truths admixed, but they transmitted, under the seal of terrific pledges, the great arcanum of ancient omnipotence, together with the ever-frustrated hopes of extinct worships and fallen priesthoods. Chapter 5. Legends. The strange narratives embodied in the Golden Legend, howsoever fabulous they may be, are referable notwithstanding to the highest Christian antiquity. They are parables rather than histories, the style is simple and Eastern, like that of the Gospels, and their traditional existence proves that a species of mythology had been devised to conceal the Cabalistic mysteries of Johannite initiation. The Golden Legend is a Christian Talmud expressed in allegories and apologues. Studied from this point of view, the newer in proportion as it is more ancient, the work will become of real importance and highest interest. 1 of the narratives in this legend so full of mysteries characterizes the conflict of magic and dawning Christianity in a manner which is equally dramatic and startling. It is like an outline in advance of Chateaubriand's Martyrs and the Cost of Goethe combined. Justina was a young and lovely pagan maiden, daughter of a priest of the idols, after the manner of Simodos. Her window opened on a court which gave upon the Christian church, so that she heard daily the pure and recollected voice of a deacon reading the Holy Gospels aloud. The unknown words touched and stirred her heart, so deeply indeed that when her mother remarked one evening how grave she seemed, and sought to be the confidant of her preoccupations, Justina fell at her feet and said, "Bless me, my mother, or forgive me, I am a Christian." The mother wept and embraced her, after which she returned to her husband and related what she had heard. That night in their sleep the parents were both visited by the same dream. A divine light descended upon them, a sweet voice called them and said, "Come unto me, all ye that are afflicted, and I will comfort you. Come, ye beloved of my Father, and I will give unto you the kingdom which has been prepared for you from the beginning of the world." The morning dawned, father and mother blessed their daughter. All three were enrolled among the catechumens and, after the usual probation, they were admitted to holy baptism. Justina returned white and radiant from the church, between her mother and aged father, when two forbidding men, wrapped in their mantles, passed as Cost and Mephistopheles going by Margaret. They were Cyprian the magician and his disciple Acladius. They stopped, dazzled by the apparition, but Justina went on without seeing them and reached home with her family. The scene now changes and we are in the laboratory of Cyprian. Circles have been traced, a slaughtered victim still palpitates by a smoking chafing dish, the genius of darkness stands in the presence of the magician, saying, "Thou hast called me, I come. Speak, what dost thou require? I love a virgin, seduce her, she is a Christian, denounce her, I would possess and not lose her, canst thou aid me? I tempted Eve, who was innocent and conversed daily with God himself. If thy virgin be Christian, know that it is I who caused Jesus Christ to be crucified, thou wilt deliver her into my hands, therefore, take this magical unguent, and anoint the threshold of her dwelling, the rest concerns me." And now Justina is asleep in her small and simple room, but Cyprian is at the door murmuring sacrilegious words and performing horrible rites. The demon creeps to the pillow of the young girl and instills voluptuous dreams full of the image of Cyprian, whom she seems to meet again on issuing from the church. This time, however, she looks at him, she listens, while the things which he whispers fill her heart with trouble. But she moves suddenly, she awakes and signs herself with the cross. The demon vanishes and the seducer, doing sentinel at the door, waits vainly through the whole night. On the morrow he renews his evocations and loads his infernal accomplice with bitter reproaches. The latter confesses his inability, is driven forth in disgrace, and Cyprian invokes a demon of superior class, who transforms himself by turns into a young girl and a beautiful youth, tempting Justina by advice as well as caresses. She is on the point of yielding, but her good angel helps her, she joins inspiration to the sign of the cross and expels the evil spirit. Cyprian thereupon invokes the king of hell and Satan arrives in person. He visits Justina with all the woes of Job and spreads a frightful plague through Antioch. The oracles, at his instigation, declare that it will cease only when Justina shall satisfy Venus and Love, who are alike outraged. Justina, however, prays in public for the people, and the pest ceases. Satan is baffled in his turn. Cyprian compels him to acknowledge the omnipotence of the sign of the cross and defies him by making it on his own person. He abjures magic, becomes a Christian, is consecrated bishop and meets with Justina in a convent. They love now with the pure and lasting love of heavenly charity. Persecution befalls both, they are arrested together, put to death on the same day and ratify in the breast of God their mystical and eternal marriage. According to the legend, Saint Cyprian was bishop of Antioch, but ecclesiastical history says that his seat was that of Carthage. It matters little, for the rest, whether the personalities are the same. The one belongs to poetry, while the other is a father and martyr of the Church. There is extant among the old grimoires a prayer attributed to the Saint Cyprian of legend, who is possibly the holy bishop of Carthage. Its obscure and figurative expressions may have given credit to the idea that prior to his conversion he was addicted to the deadly practices of black magic. It may be rendered thus: I, Cyprian, servant of our Lord Jesus Christ, have prayed unto God the Father Almighty, saying, Thou art the strong God, my God omnipotent, dwelling in the great light. Thou art holy and worthy of praise, and thou hast beheld in the old days the malice of thy servant and the iniquities into which I was plunged by the wiles of the demon. I was ignorant of thy true name, I passed in the midst of the sheep and they were without a shepherd. The clouds shed no dew on earth, trees bear no fruit and women in labor could not be delivered. I bound and did not loose, I bound the fishes of the sea, and they were captive, I bound the pathways of the sea, and many evils did I encompass. But now, Lord Jesus Christ, I have known thy holy name, I have loved thee, I am converted with my whole heart, my whole soul and all my inward being. I have turned from the multitude of my sins, that I may walk in thy love and follow thy commandments, which are henceforth my faith and my prayer. Thou art the word of truth, the sole word of the Father, and I conjure thee now to break the chain of clouds and send down on thy children thy goodly rain like milk, to set free the rivers and liberate those who swim, as also those which fly. I conjure thee to break all the chains and remove all the obstacles by the virtue of thy holy name. The antiquity of this prayer is evident and it embodies most remarkable reminiscences of primitive types belonging to Christian esotericism during the first centuries of this era. The qualification of golden given to the fabulous legend of allegorical saints is a sufficient indication of its character. Gold, in the eyes of initiates, is condensed light. The sacred numbers of the Kabbalah were called golden, the moral instructions of Pythagoras were contained in golden verses, and for the same reason that mysterious work of Apuleius in which an ass has an important role, is called the golden ass. The Christians were accused by pagans of worshipping an ass, and the slander in question is not of their own devising, it is referable to the Jews of Samaria, who expressed Kabbalistic ideas on the divinity by means of Egyptian symbols. Intelligence was represented in the symbol of a magical star, venerated under the name of Remphan. Science was depicted by the emblem of Anubis, the latter name being altered into Nibas, whilst vulgar faith or credulity appeared in the likeness of Thartak, a god represented holding a book, wearing a mantle and having the head of an ass. 1 According to the Samaritan doctors, Christianity was the reign of Thartak, or blind faith and vulgar credulity set up as an universal oracle, superior to understanding and knowledge. This is why, in their intercourse with Gentiles and when they heard themselves identified by these with Christians, they protested and begged not to be confounded with the worshippers of an ass's head. The pretended revelation diverted the philosophers, and Tertullian mentions a Roman caricature, extant in his days, which exhibited Thartak in all his glory, identified as the god of Christianity, much to the amusement of Tertullian, though he was the author of that famous aphorism, Credo quia absurdum. The Golden Ass of Apuleius is the occult legend of Thartak. It is a magical epic and a satire against Christianity, which the author had doubtless professed for a period, or so at least he appears to intimate under the allegory of his metamorphosis into an ass. The story of the work is as follows. Apuleius was traveling in Thessaly, the country of enchantments. He received hospitality at the house of a man whose wife was a sorceress, and he seduced the servant of his hostess, thinking to obtain in this manner the secrets of her mistress. The maid promised to deliver to her lover a concoction by means of which the sorceress changed herself into a bird, but she made a mistake in the box and Apuleius was transformed into an ass. She could only console him by saying that to regain his proper form it would be sufficient to eat roses, the rose being the flower of initiation. The difficulty at the moment being to find roses in the night, it was decided to wait till the morrow and the servant therefore stabled the ass, but only for it to be taken by robbers and carried off. There was little chance now of coming across roses, which are not intended for asses, and gardeners chased away the animal with sticks. During his long and sad captivity he heard the history of Psyche related, that marvelous and symbolical legend which was like the soul and poetry of his own experience. Psyche desired to take by surprise the secrets of love, as Apuleius sought those of magic. She lost love and he the human form. She was an exiled wanderer, living under the wrath of Venus, and he was the slave of thieves. But after having journeyed through hell, Psyche was to return into heaven, and the gods took pity on Lucius. Isis appeared to him in a dream and promised that her priest, warned by a revelation, would give him roses during the solemnities of her coming festival. That festival arrived, and Apuleius describes at great length the procession of Isis. The account is valuable to science, for it gives the key of Egyptian mysteries. Men in disguise come first, carrying grotesque animals, these are the vulgar fables. Women follow strewing flowers and bearing on their shoulders mirrors which reflect the image of the great divinity. So do men go in front and formulate dogmas which women embellish, reflecting unconsciously the higher truths, owing to their maternal instincts. Men and women came afterwards in company as light-bearers, they represented the alliance of the two terms, the active and passive generators of science and life. 1 After the light came harmony, represented by young musicians, and, in fine, the images of gods, to the number of 3, followed by the grand Hierophant, carrying, instead of an image, the symbol of great Isis, being a globe of gold surmounted by a caduceus. Lucius Apuleius beheld a crown of roses in the hands of the high priest. He approached and was not repulsed, he ate the roses and was restored to human shape. All this is learnedly written and intermingled with episodes which are now heroic and again grotesque in character, as befitted the double nature of Lucius and the ass. Apuleius was at once the Rabelais and Swedenborg of the Old World at the close of the epoch. The great masters of Christianity either failed or refused to understand the mysticism of the Golden Ass. Saint Augustine in the City of God asks in the most serious manner whether one is to believe that Apuleius was metamorphosed literally into an ass, and seems disposed to admit the possibility, but only as an exceptional phenomenon, from which nothing follows as a consequence. If this be an irony on his part, it must be allowed that it is cruel, but if it be ingenuousness, however, Saint Augustine, the acute rhetorician of Madura, was scarcely given to being ingenuous. Blind and unfortunate indeed were those initiates of the antique mysteries who ridiculed the ass of Bethlehem without perceiving the infant God who shone upon the peaceful animals in the stable, the child on whose forehead reposed the conciliating star of all the past and future. Whilst philosophy, convicted of impotence, offered insult to victorious Christianity, the fathers of the Church assumed all the magnificence of Plato and created a new philosophy based upon the living reality of the divine word, ever present in his Church, reborn in each of its members and immortal in humanity. It would be a greater dream of pride than that of Prometheus, were it not at the same time a doctrine which is all abnegation and all devotion, human because it is divine and divine because it is human. Chapter 6. Some Kabbalistic Paintings and Sacred Emblems. In obedience to the Saviour's formal precept, the primitive Church did not expose its most holy mysteries to the chance of profanation by the crowd. Admission to baptism and the Eucharist was in virtue of progressive initiations. The sacred books were also held in concealment, their free study and, above all, interpretation being reserved to the priesthood. Moreover, images were fewer and less explicit in character. The feeling of the time refrained from reproducing the figure of Christ himself, and the paintings on the catacombs were, for the most part, Kabbalistic emblems. There was the Edenic cross with the 4 rivers, where hearts came to drink. The mysterious fish of Jonah was replaced frequently by a 2-headed serpent. A man rising from a chest recalls pictures of Osiris. All these allegories at a later period fell under proscription, owing to the Gnosticism which misapplied them, materializing and debasing the holy traditions of the Kabbalah. The name of Gnostic was not always rejected by the Church. Those fathers whose doctrine was allied to the traditions of St. John frequently made use of this title to designate the perfect Christian. Apart from the great Saint-Zeus, who was a finished Kabbalist but of questionable orthodoxy, Saint Irenaeus and Saint Clement of Alexandria applied it in this sense. The false Gnostics were all in revolt against the hierarchic order, seeking to level the sacred science by its general diffusion, to substitute visions for understanding, personal fanaticism for hierarchic religion, and especially the mystical license of sensual passions for that wise Christian sobriety and obedience to law which are the mother of chaste marriages and saving temperance. The induction of ecstasy by physical means and the substitution of somnambulism for sanctity, these were the invariable tendency of those Cainite sects which perpetuated the black magic of India. The Church could do no less than condemn them energetically, and it did not swerve from its mission. It is only regrettable that the good grain of science often suffered when the spade was driven and the flame kindled in fields overgrown by tares. Enemies of generation and the family, the false Gnostics sought to ensure sterility by increasing debauch. Their pretense was to spiritualize matter, but actually they materialized spirit, and this in the most repulsive manner. Their theology abounds in the copulation of aeons and in voluptuous embraces. 1 Like the Brahmins, they worshipped death under the symbol of the lingam. Their creation was an infinite onanism and their redemption an eternal abortion. Looking to escape from the hierarchy by the help of miracle, as if miracle apart from the hierarchy proved anything but disorder or rascality, the Gnostics, from the days of Simon Magus, were great workers of prodigies. Substituting the impure rites of black magic for the established worship, they caused blood to appear instead of the Eucharisty wine and substituted cannibal communions for the peaceful and pure supper of the heavenly Lamb. The arch-heretic Marcos, a disciple of Valentinus, said Mass with 2 chalices. He poured wine into the smaller and on pronouncing a magical formula the larger vessel was filled with a liquor like blood, which swelled up seething. He was not a priest, and he sought to prove in this manner that God had invested him by a miraculous ordination. He incited all his disciples to perform the same marvel in his presence. It was women more especially whose success was parallel to his own, but when they passed subsequently into convulsions and ravishment, Marcos breathed upon them, communicating his own mania, so that they covenanted to forget for his sake, and for that of religion, not only all prudence but all decency. Such intervention of women in the priesthood was always the dream of false Gnostics, for in so equalizing the sexes they introduced anarchy into the family and raised a stumbling block in the path of society. Maternity is the true priesthood of women, modesty is the ritual of the fireside and the religion thereto belonging. This the Gnostics failed to understand, or they understood it too well rather, and in misguiding the sacred instincts of the mother they cast down the barrier which stood between them and complete liberty for their desires. The sorry candor of lewdness was not, however, a gift possessed by all. On the contrary, the Montanists, among other Gnostics, exaggerated morality in order to make it impracticable. Montanus himself, whose acrid doctrines inveigled the paradoxical and extremist genius of Tertullian, was given over, with Priscilla and Maximilla, his prophetesses, or, as we should now say, his somnambulists, to all the boundless licentiousness of frenzy and ecstasy. The natural penalty of such excesses was not wanting to their authors, they ended in raving madness and suicide. The doctrine of the Marcosians was a profound and materialized Kabbalah. They dreamed that God had created everything by means of the letters of the alphabet, that these letters were as so many divine emanations, having the power of generating beings, that words were all-powerful and worked wonders virtually, as also in literal reality. All this is true in a certain sense, but not in that of the Marcosian heresy. The heretics in question supplemented actualities by hallucinations and believed that they went invisible because they were transported mentally where they wished in the somnambulistic state. In the case of false mystics, life and dream are frequently so confused together that the predominant dream state invades and submerges reality. It is then uttermost rule of folly. The natural function of imagination is to evoke images and forms, but in a condition of abnormal exaltation it can also exteriorize forms, as proved by the phenomena of monstrous pregnancies and a host of analogous facts which official science would do more wisely to study rather than deny stubbornly. Of such are the disorderly creations which religion brands justly under the name of diabolical miracles, and of such were those of Simon, the Menandrians, and Marcos. In our own days a false Gnostic named Vintras, at present a refugee in London, causes blood to appear in empty chalices and on sacrilegious hosts. The unhappy being then passes into ecstasies, after the manner of Marcos, prophesies the downfall of the hierarchy and the coming triumph of a pretended priesthood, given up to unrestricted intercourse and unbridled love. After the Protean pantheism of the Gnostics came the dualism of Marcos, formulating as religious dogma the false initiation prevalent among the pseudo-magi of Persia. The personification of evil produced a god in competition with God himself, a king of darkness as well as a king of light, and there is referable to this period that pernicious doctrine of the ubiquity and sovereignty of Satan against which we register our most energetic protest. We make no pretense in this place of denying or affirming the tradition concerning the fall of angels, deferring herein, as in all that concerns faith, to the supreme and infallible decisions of the Holy, Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman Church. But assuming that the fallen angels had a leader prior to that apostasy, the event in question could not do otherwise than precipitate them into total anarchy, tempered only by the inflexible justice of God. Separated from that divinity which is the source of all power, and more guilty by far than the others, the prince of angels in rebellion could be nothing but the last and most impotent of all outcasts. But if there be a force in nature which attracts those who forget God towards sin and death, such force is no other than the astral light, and we do not decline to recognize it as an instrument in subservience to fallen spirits. We shall recur to this subject, prepared with a complete explanation, so that it may be intelligible in all its bearings and all its orthodoxy. Point 1. The revelation of a great secret of occultism thus effected will make evident the danger of evocations, all curious experiences, abuses of magnetism, table turning and whatever connects with wonders and hallucinations. Arius had prepared the way for Manichaeanism by his hybrid creation of a Son of God distinct from God himself. It was equivalent to the hypothesis of dualism in deity, inequality in the absolute, inferiority in supreme power, the possibility of conflict between the Cather and the Son, and even its necessity. These considerations, and the disparity between the terms of the divine syllogism, make inevitable the rejection of the notion. Is there any question whether the divine word can be good or evil, can be either God or the devil? But this was the great dilemma involved by the addition of a diphthong to the Greek word by which it was changed to. In declaring the Son consubstantial with the Father, the Council of Nicaea saved the world, though the truth can be realized only by those who know that principles in reality constitute the equilibrium of the universe. Gnosticism, Arianism, Manichaeanism came out of the Kabbalah misconstrued. The Church was therefore right in forbidding to its faithful the study of a science so dangerous. The keys thereof should be reserved solely to the supreme priesthood. The secret tradition would appear as a fact to have been preserved by sovereign pontiffs, at least till the papacy of Leo III, to whom is attributed an occult ritual said to have been presented by him to the Emperor Charlemagne. It contains the most secret characters of the Keys of Solomon. This little work, which should have been kept in concealment, came into circulation later on, necessitating its condemnation by the Church, and it has passed consequently into the domain of black magic. It is known under the name of the Enchiridion of Leo III, and we are in possession of an old copy which is exceedingly rare and curious. The loss of the Kabbalistic keys could not entail that of the infallibility of the Church, which is ever assisted by the Holy Spirit, but it led to great obscurity in exegesis, the sublime imagery of Ezekiel's prophecy and the Apocalypse of St. John being rendered completely unintelligible. May the lawful successors of Saint Peter accept the homage of this book and bless the labors of their humblest child, who, believing that he has found one of the keys of knowledge, comes to lay it at the feet of those who alone have the right to open and to shut the treasures of understanding and of faith. Chapter 7. Philosophers of the Alexandrian School. On the eve of its extinction, the school of Plato diffused a great light at Alexandria, but, victorious after 3 centuries of warfare, Christianity had assimilated all that was permanent and true in the doctrines of antiquity. The last adversaries of the new religion attempted to check the progress of men who were alive by galvanizing mummies. The time had come when the competition could be taken seriously no longer, and the pagans of the school of Alexandria, unwillingly and unconsciously, were at work on the sacred monument raised by the disciples of Jesus of Nazareth to confront all the ages. Ammonius Saccas, Plotinus, Porphyry, Proclus are great names in the annals of science and virtue. Their theology was elevated, their doctrine moral, their own manners were austere. But the chief and most touching figure of this epoch, the brightest star in the whole constellation, was Hypatia, the daughter of Theon, that virginal and learned girl whose understanding and virtues would have taken her to the baptismal font, but she died a martyr for liberty of conscience when they attempted to drag her thereto. Sincerity of Cyrene was trained at the school of Hypatia. He became bishop of Ptolemy, and was one of the most instructed philosophers as well as the best Christian poet of the early centuries. It was he who remarked that the common people always despised things which are of easy understanding and that what they require is imposture. When it was proposed to confer on him episcopal dignity, he wrote thus in a letter to a friend: "The mind which is drawn to wisdom and to the contemplation of truth at first hand is forced to disguise it, so that it may be rendered acceptable to the multitude." There is a real analogy between light and truth, as between our eyes and ordinary understandings. The sudden communication of a light too brilliant dazzles the material eye, and rays that are moderated by shadow are more serviceable to those whose sight as yet is feeble. So, in my opinion, fictions are necessary for the people, truth being harmful to those who are not strong enough to contemplate it in all its splendor. If, therefore, the ecclesiastical laws permit reserve in judgment, an allegory in mode of expression, I can accept the dignity which is offered me. The condition is, in other words, that I shall remain a philosopher at home, though I shall tell apologues and parables in public. What can there be in common, as a fact, between the vulgar crowd and sublime wisdom? Truth must be kept in secret, the multitude need instruction proportioned to their imperfect reason. It is regrettable that Sincerity should write in this strain, as nothing can be more impolitic than to let a reservation appear when one is entrusted with public teaching. As a result of similar indiscretions, there is the common remark of today that religion is necessary for the people. The question is for what people, seeing that no one will tolerate inclusion in this category when understanding and morality are involved. The most remarkable work of Sincerity is a treatise on dreams, in which he unfolds the purest Cabalistic doctrines and appears as a theosophist whose exaltation and obscure style have rendered suspect of heresy, but he had neither the obstinacy nor the fanaticism of sectarians. He died as he had lived, in the peace of the Church, confessing his doubts frankly but submitting to hierarchic authority. His clergy and his flock asked nothing better at his hands. According to Sincerity, the state of dream proves the individuality and immaterial nature of the soul, which in this condition creates for itself a heaven, a country, palaces shining with light, or otherwise darksome caverns, according to its inclinations and desires. Moral progress may be estimated by the tendency of dreams, for in these free will is suspended, while fancy is abandoned entirely to the dominant instincts. Images are produced in consequence as a reflection or shadow of thought, presentiments take bodily shape, memories are intermingled with hopes. The Book of Dreams is inscribed sometimes with radiant and sometimes with dark characters, but accurate rules can be established by which they may be decoded and read. Jerome Cardan wrote a long commentary on the treatise of Sincerity and may even be said to have completed it by a dictionary of all dreams, having their explanation attached. The whole is to be distinguished entirely from the little books of colportage, and it really claims a serious place in the library of occult science. A certain section of criticism has ascribed to Sincerus those remarkable works which appear under the name of Dionysius the Areopagite. In any case, these are regarded as apocryphal and belonging to the brilliant period of the school of Alexandria. They are monuments of the conquest of higher Kabbalism by Christianity, and they are intelligible only for those who have been initiated therein. The chief treatises of Dionysius are on divine names and the celestial and ecclesiastical hierarchies. The first explains and simplifies all mysteries of rabbinical theology. According to the author, God is the infinite and indefinable principle, in himself he is one and inexpressible, but we ascribe to him names which formulate our own aspirations towards his divine perfection. Point 2. The sum of these names and their relation with numbers constitute that which is highest in human thought. Theology is less the science of God than that of our most sublime yearnings. The degrees of the spiritual hierarchy are afterwards established on the primitive scale of numbers, governed by the triad. The angelical orders are 3, and each order contains 3 choirs. It is on this model that the hierarchy should be established on earth, and the Church is its most perfect type. Therein are princes, bishops, and lastly simple ministers. Among the princes are cardinal bishops, cardinal priests and cardinal deacons. Among prelates there are archbishops, simple bishops, and suffragans. Among ministers there are rectors or vicars, simple priests, and those who hold the diaconate. The progression to this holy hierarchy is by 3 preparatory degrees, being the subdiaconate, minor orders, and clerkship. The functions of all correspond to the angels and the saints. They are to glorify the threefold divine names, in each of the 3 persons, because the undivided Trinity is adored in its fullness in each of the divine hypostases. This transcendental theology was that of the primitive Church, and possibly it is attributed to Saint Dionysius only in virtue of a tradition which goes back to his and the apostolic times, much as the rabbinical editors of the Sefer Yetzirah attributed that text to the patriarch Abraham, because it embodies the tradition perpetuated from father to son in the family of this patriarch. However it may be, the books of Saint Dionysius are precious for science. They consecrate the mystical marriage of antique initiation with the gospel of Christianity, uniting a perfect understanding of supreme philosophy with a theology which is absolutely complete and in all things above reproach. Book 4. Magic and Civilization. Chapter 1. Magic among Barbarians. Black magic retreated before the light of Christianity. Rome was conquered by the cross, and prodigies took refuge in that dark circle with which the barbarous provinces enringed the new Roman splendor. Among a large number of extraordinary phenomena there is one which was verified in the reign of the Emperor Hadrian. At Tralles, in Asia, a young and noble girl named Philinium, originally of Corinth and daughter of Demostrates and Charito, was captivated by Machates, a youth of mean condition. Marriage was impossible, for, as it has been said, Philinium was noble, moreover, an only daughter and a rich heiress. Machates was a man of the people and kept a tavern. The passion of Philinium was increased by difficulties. She escaped from her father's home and took refuge with Machates. An illicit intercourse began and continued for 6 months, when the girl was discovered by her parents, rescued by them and sequestered carefully. Measures were now projected for leaving the country and removing her to Corinth, but Philinium, who had visibly wasted since separation from her lover, was seized thereupon with a languishing disorder, neither smiling nor sleeping, and refusing all nourishment. It came to pass, in fine, that she died. The parents then relinquished their determination to depart and purchased a vault, where the young girl was deposited, clothed in her richest garments. The sepulchre was situated in an enclosure belonging to the family and no one entered therein after the burial, for pagans did not pray at the tombs of the departed. The noble family were so anxious to avoid all scandal that all the arrangements took place in secret, and Machates had no idea as to what had become of his mistress. But on the night following the entombment, when he was about to retire, the door opened slowly and, coming forward with lamp in hand, he beheld Philinium magnificently apparelled, but pallid, cold and fixing him with a dreadful stare in the eyes. Machates ran to meet her, took her in his arms, asked 1,000 questions amidst as many caresses, and they passed the night together. Before daybreak Philinium rose up and disappeared, while her lover was still plunged in profound sleep. Now, the girl had an old nurse who loved her tenderly and wept bitterly at her loss. She may have been an accomplice in her misconduct, and since the burial of her beloved, being unable to sleep, she rose frequently at night in a kind of delirium and wandered round the dwelling of maggots. It came about in this manner that a few days after the episode just narrated she observed a light in the young man's chamber. Drawing nearer and looking through the chinks of the door, she recognized Philoneum seated beside her lover, looking at him in silence and yielding to his embraces. In a state of distraction the poor woman ran back to awaken the mother and give account of what she had seen. It was regarded at first as the raving of a visionary, but in the end, persuaded by her entreaties, the mother rose and repaired to the house of maggots. All were asleep therein and there was no answer to knocking. The lady looked through the chinks of the door, the lamp was extinguished, but a moonbeam lighted the chamber and the mother saw on a chair the draperies of her daughter and could distinguish two persons asleep in the bed. She was seized with fright, returned home trembling, not daring to visit the sepulchre of her child, and passed the rest of the night in agitation and tears. On the morrow she sought the lodging of maggots and questioned him gently. The young man confessed that Philoneum visited him every night. "Why refuse her to me?" he said to the mother. "We are affianced before the gods." Then opening a coffer he shewed Charito the ring and girdle of her daughter, adding, "She gave me these last night, pledging me never to belong to anyone but her. Seek therefore to separate us no longer, since we are united by a mutual promise." "Will you therefore in your turn go to the grave in search of her?" said the mother. "Philoneum has been dead for these 4 days, and it is doubtless a sorceress or a strige who has assumed her likeness to deceive you. You are the spouse of death, your hair will whiten tomorrow, and the day after you also will be buried. In this manner do the gods avenge the honor of an outraged family." Maggots turned white and trembled at this language. He began to fear on his own part that he was the sport of infernal powers. He begged Charito to bring her husband that evening, when he would hide them near his room, and at the time of the phantom's arrival would give a signal to warn them of the fact. They came, and at the allotted hour came also Philoneum to maggots, who was in bed, but fully clothed and only pretending to sleep. The girl undressed and placed herself beside him. Maggots gave the signal. The parents entered with torches and uttered a great cry on recognizing their daughter. Philoneum, with pallid face, rose from the bed to her full height, and said in a hollow and terrible voice, "Zero, my father and my mother, why have you been jealous of my happiness and why have you pursued me even beyond the grave? My love had compelled the infernal gods, the power of death was suspended, 3 days only and I should have been restored to life. But your cruel curiosity makes void the miracle of nature, you are killing me a second time." After these words she fell back, an inert mass, upon the bed, her countenance faded, a cadaverous odor filled the chamber, and there was nothing now but the disfigured remains of a girl who had been 5 days dead. On the morrow the whole town was in commotion over this prodigy. People crowded to the amphitheatre, where the history was recounted in public, and the crowd then visited the mortuary vault of Philoneum. There was no sign of her presence, but they came upon an iron ring and a gilded cup, which she had received as presents from maggots. The corpse was in the room of the tavern, but the young man had vanished. The diviners were consulted and they directed that the remains should be interred without the precincts of the town. Sacrifices were offered to the Curies and to the terrestrial Mercury, the celestial Manes were conjured and there were offerings to Jupiter Hospitalis. Phlegon, a freedman of Adrian, who was the ocular witness of these facts, and relates them in a private letter, adds that he had to exercise his authority to calm a place disturbed by so extraordinary an event, and he finishes his story with the following words, "If you think fit to inform the emperor, let me know, that I may send some of those who have been witnesses of these things." The history of Philoneum is therefore well authenticated. A great German poet one has made it the subject of a ballad which everyone knows under the title of The Bride of Corinth. He supposes that the girl's parents were Christians, and this gives him the opportunity to make a powerful poetic contrast between human passions and the duties of religion. The medieval demonographers have not failed to explain the resurrection, or possibly the apparent death, of the young Greek lady as a diabolical obsession. On our own part, we recognize an hysterical coma accompanied by lucid somnambulism. The father and mother of Philonium killed her by their rough awakening, and public imagination exaggerated all the circumstances of this history. The terrestrial Mercury, to whom sacrifices were ordained by diviners, is no other than the astral light personified. It is the fluidic genius of the earth, fatal for those who arouse it without knowing how to direct. It is the focus of physical life and the magnetist receptacle of death. This blind force, which the power of Christianity enchained and cast into the abyss, meaning into the center of the earth, made its last efforts and manifested its final convulsions by monstrous births among barbarians. There is scarcely a district in which the preachers of the gospel did not have to contend with animals in hideous forms, being incarnations of idolatry in its death throes. The Vouvras, Gruillas, gargoyles, Tarasques are not allegorical only. It is certain that moral disorders produce physical deformities and do, to some extent, realize the frightful forms attributed by tradition to demons. The question arises whether those fossil remains from which Cuvier built up his mammoth monsters belong really in all cases to epochs preceding our creation. Is also that great dragon merely an allegory which Regulus is represented as attacking with machines of war and which according to Livy and Pliny lived on the borders of the river Bagrata? His skin, which measured 120 feet, was sent to Rome and was there preserved until the period of the war with Numa and Tia. There was an ancient tradition that when the gods were angered by extraordinary crimes they sent monsters upon earth, and this tradition is too universal not to be founded upon actual facts. It follows that the stories concerning it belong more frequently to history than mythology. In all memorials of barbarian races, at that epoch when Christianity conquered them with a view to their civilization, we find a. the last traces of high magical initiation spread formerly throughout the world, and b. proofs of the degeneration which had befallen such primitive revelation, together with the idolatrous vileness into which the symbolism of the old world had lapsed. In place of the disciples of the Magi, diviners, sorcerers, and enchanters reigned everywhere. God was forgotten in the deification of men. The example was given by Rome to its various provinces, and the apotheosis of the Caesars familiarized the whole world with the religion of sanguinary deities. Under the name of Irminsul the Germans worshipped and sacrificed human victims to that Arminius or Hermann who caused Augustus to mourn the lost legions of Varus. The Gauls referred to Brennus the attributes of Tyrannes and of Tudas, burning in his honor colossi built of rushes and filled with Romans. Materialism reigned everywhere, idolatry being synonymous therewith, as is also the superstition which is ever cruel because it is always base. Providence, which predestined Gaul to become the most Christian land of France, caused, however, the light of eternal truths to shine forth therein. The original Druids were true children of the Magi, their initiation deriving from Egypt and Chaldea, or in other words, from the purest sources of primitive Kabbalah. They adored the Trinity under the names of Isis or Ilsis, being supreme harmony, Belen or Bel, meaning the Lord in Assyrian and having correspondence with the name Adonai, Kamel or Kamael, a name which personifies divine justice in the Kabbalah. Beneath this triangle of light they postulated a divine reflection, also consisting of three personified emanations, being, Tudas or Tooth, identical with the Thoth of the Egyptians, and the word or formulated intelligence, then strength and beauty, the names of which varied like the emblems. Scenally they completed the sacred septenary by a mysterious image representing the progress of dogma and its developments to come. The form was that of a young girl, veiled and bearing an infant in her arms. They dedicated this symbol to the Virgin who shall bear a child. The ancient Druids lived in strict abstinence, preserved the deepest secrecy concerning their mysteries, studied the natural sciences, and only admitted new adepts after prolonged initiations. There was a celebrated Druidic college at Autun, and, according to Saint Coya, its armorial bearings still exist in that town. They are azure, with serpents argent couchant, surmounted by mistletoe, garnished with acorns vert, to distinguish it from other mistletoe, it being the oak and not the mistletoe which naturally bears the acorns. Mistletoe is a parasitic plant which has fruit particular to itself. The Druids built no temples but worked the rites of their religion on dolmens and in forests. The mechanical means by which they raised such colossal stones to form their altars is even now a matter of speculation. These erections are still to be seen, dark and mysterious, under the clouded sky of Armorica. The old sanctuaries had secrets which have not come down to us. The Druids taught that the souls of ancestors watched over children, that they were made happy by their glory and suffered in their shame, that protecting genii overshadowed trees and stones of the fatherland, that the warrior who died for his country expiated all his offenses, fulfilled his task with dignity, was elevated to the rank of a genius and exercised henceforth the power of the gods. It followed that for the Gauls patriotism itself was a religion, women and even children carried arms, if necessary, to withstand invasion. Joan of Arc and Jean Hachette of Beauvais only carried on the traditions of those noble daughters of the Gauls. It is the magic of remembrances which cleaves to the soil of the fatherland. The Druids were priests and physicians, curing by magnetism and charging amulets with their fluidic influence. Their universal remedies were mistletoe and serpent's eggs, because their substances attract the astral light in an especial manner. The solemnity with which mistletoe was cut down drew upon this plant the popular confidence and rendered it powerfully magnetic. It came about in this manner that it worked marvelous cures, above all when it was fortified by the Druids with conjurations and charms. Let us not accuse our forefathers of overgreat credulity herein, it may be that they knew that which is lost to us. The progress of magnetism will some day reveal to us the absorbing properties of mistletoe, we shall then understand the secret of those spongy growths which draw the unused virtue of plants and become surcharged with tinctures and savors. Mushrooms, truffles, gall on trees and the different kinds of mistletoe will be employed with understanding by a medical science which will be new because it is old. We shall cease to ridicule Paracelsus, who collected moss, usnea, from the skulls of hanged men, but one must not move quicker than science, which recedes that it may advance the farther. Chapter 2. Influence of Women. In imposing upon woman the severe and tender duties of motherhood, Providence has entitled her to the protection and respect of man. Made subject by nature itself to the consequence of affections which are her life, she leads her masters by the chains which love provides, and the more fully that she is in conformity with the laws which constitute and also defend her honor, the greater is her sway, and the deeper that respect which belongs to her in the sanctuary of the family. To revolt is for her to abdicate, and to tempt her by a pretended emancipation is to recommend her divorce by condemning her beforehand to sterility and disdain. Christianity alone has the power to emancipate woman by calling her to virginity and the glory of sacrifice. Numa foresaw this mystery when he instituted the Vestals, but the Druids forestalled Christianity by giving ear to the inspirations of virgins and paying almost divine honors to the priestesses of the island of Seine. In Gaul women did not prevail by their coquetry and their vices, but they ruled by their counsels. Apart from their concurrence, neither peace nor war was made. The interests of the hearth and family were thus pleaded by mothers, and the national pride shone in the light of justice when it was tempered by the maternal love of country. Chateaubriand calumniated Veleda by representing her as yielding to the love of uterus. She lived and died a virgin. When the Romans invaded Gaul, she was already advanced in years and was a species of Pythia who prophesied amidst great solemnities and whose oracles were preserved with veneration. She was clothed in a long black vestment, having no sleeves, her head was covered by a white veil, which came down to her feet, she wore a vervain crown, and a sickle was placed in her girdle, her scepter was in the form of a distaff, her right foot was shod with a sandal and her left foot wore a kind of chaussure à poulain. At a later period the statues of Veleda were taken for those of Berthe au Grand Pied. The high priestess bore, as a fact, the insignia of the protecting divinity of the female Druids. She was Hertha, or Wertha, the youthful Gaulish Isis, the Queen of Heaven, the Virgin who must bring forth a child. She was depicted with one foot on the earth and the other on the water, because she was Queen of Initiation and presided over universal science. The foot set upon the water was usually supported by a ship, analogous to the bark or conch of the ancient Isis. She held the distaff of the cates wound about with a thread, part black, part white, because she presided over all forms and symbols, and it was she who wove the vestment of ideas. She was also given the allegorical form of the sirens, half woman and half fish, or the torso of a beautiful girl whose legs were serpents, signifying the flux of things and the analogical alliance of opposites in the manifestation of all occult forces of nature. Under this last form Hertha took the name of Melusine or Melusina, the musician, the singer, that is to say, the siren who reveals harmonies. Such is the origin of the legends concerning Queen Bertha and the fairy Melusine. The latter came, it is said, in the 11th century to a lord of Lusignan. She was loved by him, and their espousals took place on the condition that he did not seek to penetrate certain mysteries of her existence. That promise was given, but jealousy begot curiosity and led to perjury. He spied upon Melusine and surprised her in one of her metamorphoses, for once every week the fairy resumed her serpent legs. He uttered a cry which was answered by one far more despairing and terrible. Melusine disappeared, but still returns, making lamentation whenever a member of the house of Lusignan is at the point of death. The legend is imitated from the fable of Psyche and refers, like this, to the dangers of sacrilegious initiations, or profanation of the mysteries of religion and of love. It is borrowed from the traditions of the ancient bards and derives evidently from the learned school of the Druids. The 11th century took possession of it and brought it into prominence, but it existed from the far past. In France it would seem that inspiration was attributed more especially to women. Elves and fairies preceded saints, and the French saints have almost invariably something of the fairy character in their legend. Saint Clothilde made us Christians and Saint Genevieve kept us French, repelling, by the force of her virtue and her faith, the threatening invasion of Attila. Joan of Arc is, however, rather of the fairy family than the hierarchy of holy women. She died like Hypatia, the victim of marvelous natural gifts and the martyr of her generous character. We shall speak of her later on. Saint Clothilde still performs miracles along the countryside. At Andelys we have seen a crowd of pilgrims thronging about a piscina in which the statue of the saint is immersed annually, and according to popular belief the first diseased person who goes down into the water subsequently is cured at once. Clothilde was a woman of action and a great queen, but she went through many sorrows. Her elder son died after his baptism, and the fatality was ascribed to witchcraft. The second fell ill and reached the point of death. The fortitude of the saint did not yield, and Sicambre, when standing one day in need of more than human courage, remembered the god of Clothilde. She became a widow after converting and practically founding a great kingdom, and she saw the two children of Clodomir butchered practically under her eyes. In such sorrows do queens on earth resemble the Queen of Heaven. After the great and brilliant figure of Clothilde, history presents us with a hideous offset in the baleful personality of Creedgonde, the woman whose glance was witchcraft, the sorceress who slew princes. She accused her rivals of magic and condemned them to tortures which she alone merited. Chilperic had one remaining son by his first wife. This young prince, who was named Clovis, was attached to a daughter of the people whose mother passed for a sorceress. Mother and daughter were both accused of disturbing the reason of Clovis by means of philters and with murdering the two children of Creedgonde by magical spells. The unhappy women were arrested. The daughter, Clodsweenty, was beaten with rods, her beautiful hair cut off, and this was hung by Creedgonde on the door of the prince's chamber. Subsequently Clodsweenty was brought up for sentence. Her firm and simple answers astonished the judges, and the chronicle says that it was proposed to submit her to the test of boiling water. A consecrated ring was placed in a tub set over a great fire and the accused, clothed in white, after having confessed and communicated, had to plunge her arm in the tub in search of the ring. Her unchanged features made everyone cry out that a miracle had taken place, but there was another cry, which was one of reprobation and horror, when the unhappy child drew forth her arm frightfully burnt. She then asked permission to speak and said to her judges and the people, "You demanded a miracle from God to establish my innocence. God is not to be tempted, and he does not suspend the laws of nature in response to the caprice of men, but he gives strength to those who believe in him, and for me has performed a greater wonder than that which he refused to you. This water has burned me, yet have I plunged my whole arm into it and have brought forth the ring." I have neither cried, whitened, nor quivered under this horrible torture. Had I been a magician, as you say, I should have resorted to witchcraft so that I might not be burnt, but I am a Christian and God has given me grace to prove it by the constancy of martyrs. Such logic was not of the kind that they understood at that barbarous epoch. Claude he was sent back to prison, there to await execution, but God took pity upon her, and the chronicle from which the account is drawn says that he called her to himself. If it be a legend only, it must be allowed that it is beautiful and deserves to be kept in memory. Fredegond lost one of her victims but not the other two. The mother was put to the torture and, overcome by her sufferings, she confessed whatever was required, including the guilt of her daughter and the complicity of Clovis. Armed with these admissions, Fredegond obtained the surrender of his son by the ferocious Chilperic. The young prince was arrested and stabbed in prison, Fredegond declaring that he had escaped from remorse by suicide. The corpse of the unhappy Clovis was shown to his father, with the dagger still in the wound. Chilperic looked on coldly. He was entirely under the rule of Fredegond, who dishonored him with effrontery among the officers of the palace, taking so little pains at concealment that the evidence was before his eyes, almost despite himself. Instead of slaying the queen and her accomplices, he departed on a hunt in silence. He might have concluded to suffer the outrage, through his fear of displeasing Fredegond, but the latter was ashamed on his account, and did him the honor of believing in his wrath, that she might have a pretext for his assassination. He had glutted her with crimes and meanness, she killed him out of disgust. Fredegond, who destroyed on the pretext of sorcery the women whose sole guilt was to have displeased her, experimented herself in black magic and protected some of those whom she thought were skilled therein. Agric, Bishop of Verdun, had a pythoness arrested who made a great deal of money by recovering stolen objects and identifying the thieves. She was probably a somnambulist. The woman was examined, but the demon refused to go out of her as long as she was chained. If the pythoness were left in a church, unguarded and unwatched, he agreed to leave her. They fell into the trap. It was the woman herself who went out, to take refuge with Fredegond, who hid her in the palace and ended by saving her from being further exorcised, as also probably from the stake. On this occasion therefore she did good without meaning it, yet it was rather through her pleasure in evil. Chapter 3. The Salic Laws against Sorcerers. Under the rule of the first French kings, the crime of magic did not entail death save for those of exalted position, while there were some who were proud to die for an offense by which they were raised above the vulgar crowd and became formidable even in the sight of kings. There was the General Mamal, for example, who, on the rack by the orders of Fredegond, declared that he experienced nothing, who provoked more frightful tortures and died braving the executioners, while the latter were moved to forgive him at the sight of such extranatural fortitude. Among the Salic laws, supposed to have been enacted in 474, and attributed to Pharamond by Sigebert, the following ordinances are found. If anyone shall testify that another has acted as a herberge or striaport, titles applied to those who carry the copper vessel to the spot where the vampires perform their enchantments, and if he shall fail to convict him, he shall be condemned hereby to a forfeit of 7,500 deniers, being 181/2 sous. If anyone shall charge a free woman as a vampire or as a prostitute, and shall fail to prove his words, he shall forfeit 2,500 deniers, being 62 1/2 sous. If a vampire shall devour a man and be found guilty, she shall forfeit 8,000 deniers, being 200 sous. It will be seen that in those times cannibalism was possible on terms and, moreover, that the market price of human flesh was not at a premium. It cost 181/2 sous to slander a man, but for a modicum above that sum he could be killed and eaten, which was at once more honest and thorough. This remarkable legislation recalls an equally curious Talmudic recital, being one which was interpreted after a memorable manner by the famous Rabbi Chil in the presence of a certain queen who is not named in the book. It was most likely Queen Blanche, for Rabbi Chil lived in the reign of St. Louis. He had been called upon to answer the objections of a converted Jew named Dowan, who had received at baptism the Christian name of Nicholas. After various discussions on texts of the Talmud they came to the following passage: If anyone shall offer any blood of his children to Moloch, let him die the death. The Talmud annotates thus, he therefore who shall offer not a modicum of blood alone by the whole blood and the whole flesh of his children, does not come under the judgment of the law and no penalty is declared against him. Those who took part in the debate clamored at a construction which passed all understanding, some laughed in pity, some quivered with indignation. Rabbi Jechiel could scarcely obtain a hearing, and when he succeeded at last there was every mark of disfavor, to indicate that he was condemned beforehand. With us, said he, the penalty of death is an atonement and consequently a reconciliation, not an act of vengeance. All who die by the law of Israel die in the peace of Israel, they partake of peace in death, and they sleep with their fathers. No malediction descends with them into the grave, they abide in the immortality of the house of Jacob. Death is therefore a crowning grace, it is the cure of a poisoned wound by the hot iron. But we do not apply the iron to those who are past cure, we have no jurisdiction over those the extent of whose transgression has cut them off forever from Israel. Such are as now dead, and it is not therefore for us to shorten the term of their reprobation on earth, they are delivered over to the wrath of God. Man is warranted to wound only that he may heal, and we do not apply remedies to those who are beyond recovery. The father of a family punishes only his children and is content to shut the door against strangers. Those great criminals upon whom our law pronounces no sentence are thereby excommunicated forever, which is a penalty greater than death. The explanation of Rabbi Jechiel is admirable and breathes all the patriarchal genius of ancient Israel. Truly the Jews are our fathers in science, and if we, in place of their persecution, had sought to understand them, they would not have been at this day so far alienated from our faith. The above Talmudic tradition shews the Jewish antiquity of belief in the immortality of the soul. What is this reintegration of the guilty in the family of Israel by an expiatory death unless it be a protest against death itself and a sublime act of faith in the perpetuity of life? Comte Joseph de Maistre understood this doctrine well when he raised the executioner's sanguinary mission into a kind of peculiar priesthood. The anguish of punishment supplicates, said this great writer, and blood in his outpouring still remains a sacrifice. Were capital punishment other than a plenary absolution it would be nothing but retaliation on murder. The man who suffers his sentence fulfills all his penance and enters by death into the immortal society of the children of God. The Salic laws were those of a people still in the state of barbarity, where everything is redeemed by a ransom, as in time of war. Slavery still obtained and human life had a debatable and relative value. That must be always purchasable which there is a right to sell, and only money is due for the destruction of an object which has a price in money. That one efficacious legislation ot the period was that of the Church, and its councils took the most stringent measures against the vampires and poisoners who went under the name of sorcerers. The Council of Agde in Lower Languedoc, held in 506, pronounced excommunication against them. The First Council of Orleans, convened in 541, condemned divinatory operations. That of Narbonne, in 589, not only visited sorcerers with the greater excommunication but ordained that they should be sold as slaves for the benefit of the poor. The same council decreed public whipping for amateurs diaboli, meaning, no doubt, those who were concerned about him, feared him, evoked him, and attributed to him power which was in any wise like that of God. We offer our congratulations sincerely to the disciples of Mle Comte de Merville that they did not live in such days. While these events were passing in France, an Eastern visionary was engaged in founding a religion which was also an empire. Was Muhammad an impostor or was he hallucinated? For the Muslims he is still a prophet, and for Arabic scholars the Quran will be always a masterpiece. An unlettered man, a simple camel driver, he created notwithstanding the most perfect literary monument of his country. His success might pass as miraculous, and the martial fervor of his successors threatened for a moment the liberty of the whole world. But the day came when Asia broke under the iron hand of Charles Martel. That rough soldier tarried little for prayer when there was fighting to be done. When he wanted money he looted monasteries and churches, and even sold ecclesiastical benefices to his warriors. As the priesthood, for these reasons, could not suppose that his arms were blessed by God, his victories were ascribed to magic. Indeed, religious feeling was so stirred up against him that Saint Euchre, the venerable Bishop of Orleans, learned in a vision from an angel that the saints whose churches he had spoliated or profaned forbade him to enter into heaven, and even disinterred his body, which they plunged with his soul in the abyss. Saint Euchre communicated the revelation to Boniface, Bishop of Mayence, and to Fulfad, Arch-Chaplain of Pepin the Short. The tomb of Charles Martel was opened, the body proved to be missing, the inner side of the stone was blackened as if by burning, a foul smoke exhaled and a great serpent came out. An authentic report of the opening was sent by Boniface to Pepin the Short and Carloman, who were the sons of Charles Martel, praying them to take warning by the dreadful example and to respect holy things. Yet there was little of that virtue on the part of those who violated the grave of a hero on the faith of a dream, and attributed a destruction which had been completely and rapidly accomplished by death itself to the work of hell. Some extraordinary phenomena, occurring publicly in France, characterized the reign of Pepin the Short. The air seemed to be alive with human shapes, heaven reflected illusory scenes of palaces, gardens, tossing waves, ships in full sail and hosts in battle array. The atmosphere was like a great dream, and the details of these fantastic pageants were visible to everyone. Was it an epidemic attacking the organs of vision or an aerial perturbation projecting illusions on condensed air? Was it not more probably a general delusion occasioned by some intoxicating and pestilential effluvium diffused throughout the atmosphere? The likelihood of the latter explanation is increased by the fact that these visions provoked the populace, who in their imagination beheld sorcerers in the clouds scattering unwholesome powders and poisons with open hands. The country was smitten with sterility, cattle died, and the mortality extended also to human beings. The occurrences offered an opportunity to circulate a story, the success and credit of which was in proportion to its extravagance. At that time the famous Kabbalist Zedekias I had a school of occult science, where he taught not indeed the Kabbalah but the entertaining speculations arising therefrom and forming the exoteric part of a science which has been ever hidden from the profane. With mythology of this kind Zedekias diverted the minds of his hearers. He told how Adam, the first man, originally created in an almost spiritual estate, abode above our atmosphere, in a light which gave birth at his pleasure to the most wonderful vegetation. He was served by choirs of beautiful beings, fashioned in the likeness of male and female, of whom they were animated reflections, formed from the purest substance of the elements. They were sylphs, salamanders, undines, and gnomes, but in his unfallen condition Adam reigned over the gnomes and undines only by the agency of the salamanders and sylphs, who alone had the power of ascending to his aerial paradise. There was nothing to equal the felicity of our first parents amidst the ministry of the sylphs. They were perishable spirits, but they had incredible skill in building and weaving the light, causing it to flower in 1,000 forms, more varied than the most brilliant and fruitful imagination can now conceive. The earthly paradise, so named because it reposed upon the earthly atmosphere, was therefore a domain of enchantments. Adam and Eve slept in palaces of pearls and sapphires, roses sprang up around them and formed a carpet for their feet, they glided over waters and seashells drawn by swans, birds communed with them in delicious speech of music, flowers stooped to caress them. But all this was lost by the fall, which cast our progenitors down to earth, and the material bodies which clothed them henceforth are those skins of beasts mentioned in the Bible. They were alone and naked, where no one obeyed their caprice of thought. They forgot their life in Eden, or viewed it only as a dream seen through the glass of memory. But the realms of paradise still and forever extend above the earthly atmosphere, inhabited by sylphs and salamanders, who are thus constituted guardians of man's domain, like mournful retainers still in the house of a master whose return they expect no more. Imaginations were fired by these astonishing fictions when the visions of the air began to be seen in the full light of day. They signified unquestionably the descent of sylphs and salamanders in search of their former masters. Voyages to the land of sylphs were talked of on all sides, as we talk at the present day of animated tables and fluidic manifestations. The folly took possession even of strong minds, and it was time for an intervention on the part of the Church, which does not relish the supernatural being hawked in the public streets, seeing that such disclosures, by imperiling the respect due to authority and to the hierarchic chain of instruction, cannot be attributed to the spirit of order and light. The cloud phantoms were therefore arraigned and accused of being hell-born illusions, while the people, anxious to get something into their hands, began a crusade against sorcerers. The public folly turned to a paroxysm of mania. Strangers in country places were accused of descending from heaven and were killed without mercy. Imbeciles confessed that they had been abducted by sylphs or demons. Others who had boasted like this previously either would not or could not unsay it. They were burned or drowned, and, according to Garinet, the number who perished throughout the kingdom almost exceeds belief. It is the common catastrophe or dramas in which the first parts are played by ignorance or fear. Such visionary epidemics recurred in the reigns following, and all the power of Charlemagne was put in action to calm the public agitation. An edict, afterwards renewed by Louis the Pious, forbade sylphs to manifest under the heaviest penalties. It will be understood that in the absence of the aerial beings the judgment fell upon those who made a boast of having seen them, and hence they ceased to be seen. The ships in air sailed back to the port of oblivion, and no one claimed any longer to have journeyed through the blue distance. Other popular frenzies replaced the previous mania, while the romantic splendors of the great reign of Charlemagne furnished the makers of legends with new prodigies to believe and new marvels to relate. Chapter 4. Legends of the Reign of Charlemagne. Charlemagne is the real prince of enchantments and the world of fairy. His reign is like a solemn and brilliant pause between barbarism and the Middle Ages, while he himself is a grand and majestic apparition, recalling the magical pageant of Solomon's sway. He is at once a resurrection and a prophecy. In him the Roman Empire, overleaping Frankish and Gaulish origins, reappeared in all its splendor. In him also, as in a symbol, evoked and manifested by divination, there is delineated beforehand the perfect empire of the ages of mature civilization, the empire crowned by priesthood and establishing its throne beside the altar. The era of chivalry and the marvelous epos of romances begin with Charlemagne. The chronicles of his period are like the Cour-sons of Imon, or Oberon, king of Faerie. Birds utter speech and direct the French army when the path has been lost in the forest. Brazen colossi appear in mid-ocean and indicate to the emperor a free way eastward. Roland, first of the paladins, wields a magic sword, baptized like any Christian and bearing the name of Durandal. The hero addresses this sword, which seems to understand him, and nothing can resist its supernatural onset. Roland has also an ivory horn, contrived so skillfully that the lightest breath wakens a response within it, and that answer is heard for 20 leagues around, causing even mountains to quiver. When the paladin falls at Roncesvalles, overwhelmed rather than conquered, even then he uprises like a giant beneath some avalanche of trees and rolling rocks. He winds his horn, and the Saracens take refuge in flight. Charlemagne, at a distance of more than 10 leagues, hears the signal and would speed to his aid, but he is prevented by the traitor Ganelon, who has sold the French army to the barbaric horde. Finding himself abandoned, Roland for the last time embraces his Durandal, and then, summoning all his strength, strikes it with both hands against a mountain block, hoping to shatter the weapon, lest it fall into the hands of infidels. But the block itself is cloven, the sword is not even indented. Hereat Roland clasps it to his breast and yields up his spirit with so high and proud a mien that the Saracens do not dare to approach, but, still shaking, direct a cloud of arrows against their conqueror, who is no more. To be brief, Charlemagne, bestowing a throne upon the papacy and receiving from its hands the empire of the world in return, is the most imposing of all personalities in French history. We have spoken of the Enchiridion, that minute work which combines the most secret symbols of the Kabbalah with the most beautiful Christian prayers. Occult tradition 1 attributes its composition to Leo III and affirms that it was presented by this pontiff to Charlemagne, as the most precious of all offerings. Any king who owned it and knew how to use it worthily could become master of the world. This tradition is not perhaps to be cast aside lightly. It assumes, 1. The existence of a primitive and universal revelation, explaining all secrets of nature and harmonizing them with the mysteries of grace, conciliating reason with faith, since both are daughters of God and concur to illuminate intelligence by their double life. 2. The necessity, which imposes itself, of concealing this revelation from the multitude, lest the same be abused by those who do not understand it, and lest they turn against faith not only the power of reason but that of faith itself, to the confusion of reason, which is never too well within the comprehension of the vulgar. 3. The existence of a secret tradition, reserving the knowledge of these mysteries for the sovereign priesthood and the temporal masters of the world. 4. The perpetuity of certain signs or pantacles, expressing the said mysteries in a hieroglyphical manner which is understood only by adepts. The Enchiridion, from this point of view, should be regarded as a collection of allegorical prayers, and its secret Cabalistic pantacles are keys thereto. Some of the chief figures may be described as follows. The first, which appears on the cover of the work itself, represents a reversed equilateral triangle inscribed within a double circle. The two words, which are written within the triangle in the form of a cross, are Elohim and Zabaoth, meaning the God of armies, the equilibrium of natural forces and the harmony of numbers. On the three sides of the triangle are the three great names, Jehovah, Adonai, Agla. Above the name of Jehovah is the Latin word formatio, above that of Adonai is reformatio, and above Agla is transformatio. Thus creation is ascribed to the Cather, redemption or reform to the Son, and sanctification or transmutation to the Holy Spirit, in consonance with the mathematical laws of action, reaction, and equilibrium. Furthermore, Jehovah is to be understood as the genesis and formation of dogma in accordance with the elementary significance of the four letters comprised in the sacred tetragram. Adonai is the realization of this dogma in human form, that is to say, in the Lord manifest, who is Son of God or perfect man. 3. Enigla, as we have explained fully elsewhere, expressed the synthesis of all dogma and all Kabbalistic science, seeing that the hieroglyphics of which this name is formed exhibit in a clear manner the triple secret of the great work. The second pentacle is a head, having three faces, crowned by a tiara and issuing from a vessel filled with water. Those who are initiated into the mysteries of the Zohar will understand the allegory which is presented by this head. The third pentacle is the double triangle, known as the Star of Solomon. The fourth is the magical sword, bearing the device, Deo Duce, Kamite Pharaoh. It is an emblem of the great arcanum and the omnipotence of the adept. The fifth is the problem of the human form attributed to the Savior, as resolved by the number 40. It is the theological number of the Sephiroth multiplied by that of natural realities. The sixth is the pentacle of the Spirit, represented by bones, duplicating the letter E and the mystic Tau, or T. The seventh and most important is the great magical monogram, interpreting the keys of Solomon, the tetragram, the sign of the labarum, and the master word of adeptship. This pentacle is read by its revolution wheelwise and is pronounced Rhoda, Taro, or Torah. The letter A is frequently replaced in this seal by the number 1, which is its equivalent. The pentacle in question contains also the form and value of the four hieroglyphical emblems of the tarot suits, being the wand, cup, sword, and anir. These elementary hieroglyphics recur everywhere on the sacred monuments of Egypt, while Homer also depicts them on the shield of Achilles, placing them in the same order as the author of the Enchiridion. The proofs of these explanations, if offered in the present place, would divert us from our immediate subject and would moreover, demand a special study which we hope to undertake and make public at some future time. The magical sword or dagger depicted in the Enchiridion seems to have been the particular symbol of the secret tribunal, or company of three judges. It is in the form of a cross and is concealed or enveloped by the device which surrounds it. God alone wields it, and he who strikes therewith is responsible to none for his actions. As such, it is terrible in its menace and so also in its privilege. We know that the vehemic dagger smote in the dark those who were guilty, their crime itself often remaining unknown. What are the facts respecting this appalling justice? The answer involves an excursion into realms of shadow which history has failed to enlighten and recourse to traditions and legends for light which science cannot give. The three judges were a secret association opposed, but in the interests of order and of government, to anarchic and revolutionary societies which were secret in like manner. We know that superstitions die hard and that degenerated Druidism had struck its roots deeply in the savage lands of the north. The recurring insurrections of Saxons testified to a fanaticism which was a. Always turbulent, and 6. Incapable of repression by moral force alone. All defeated forms of worship, Roman paganism, Germanic idolatry, Jewish rancor, conspired against victorious Christianity. Nocturnal assemblies took place. Thereat the conspirators cemented their alliance with the blood of human victims, and a pantheistic idol of monstrous form, with the horns of a goat, presided over festivals which might be called agapa of hatred. In a word, the Sabbath was still celebrated in every forest and wild of yet unreclaimed provinces. The adepts who attended them were masked and otherwise unrecognizable. The assemblies extinguished their lights and broke up before daybreak. The guilty were to be found everywhere, and they could be brought to book nowhere. It came about therefore that Charlemagne determined to fight them with their own weapons. In those days, moreover, feudal tyrants were in league with sectarians against lawful authority. Female sorcerers were attached to castles as courtesans. Bandits who frequented the Sabbaths divided with nobles the blood-stained loot of rapine. Feudal courts were at the command of the highest bidder, and the public burdens weighed with all their force only on the weak and poor. The evil was at its height in Westphalia, and faithful agents were dispatched thither by Charlemagne entrusted with a secret mission. Whatsoever energy remained among the oppressed, whosoever still loved justice, whether among the people or among the nobility, were drawn by these emissaries together, bound by pledges and vigilance in common. To the initiates thus incorporated they made known the full powers which they carried from the emperor himself, and they proceeded to institute the tribunal of 3 judges. They were a kind of secret police, having the right of life and death. The mystery which surrounded their judgments, the swiftness of their executions, helped to impress the imagination of people still in barbarism. The holy vem assumed gigantic proportions. Men shuddered in describing apparitions of masked persons, of summonses nailed to the doors of nobles in the very midst of their watchguards and their orgies, of brigand chiefs found dead with the terrible cruciform dagger in their breasts and on the scroll attached thereto an extract from the sentence of the holy vem. The tribunal affected most fantastic forms of procedure. The guilty person, cited to appear at some discredited crossroad, was taken to the assembly by a man clothed in black, who bandaged his eyes and led him forward in silence. This occurred invariably at some unseemly hour of the night, for judgment was never pronounced except at midnight. The criminal was carried into a vast underground vault, where he was questioned by one voice. The hoodwink was removed, the vault was illuminated in all its depth and height, and the 3 judges sat masked and wearing black vestures. The sentences were not capital invariably, for those who judged were familiar with the circumstances of the crime, though nothing transpired concerning them, as death would have overtaken the revealer instantly. Sometimes these formidable assemblies were so crowded that they were comparable to an army of avengers. One night the emperor himself presided over the secret tribunal, and more than 1,003 judges sat in a circle round him. In the year 1410,000 members existed in Germany. People with a bad conscience suspected their own relations and friends. William of Brunswick is reported to have said on a certain occasion, "If Duke Adolphus of Schleswig should pay me a visit, I must infallibly hang him, as I do not wish to be hanged." Frederick of Brunswick, a prince of the same family, who was emperor for a moment, refused to obey a citation of the judges, and from that time forward he went armed from head to foot and surrounded by guards. One day, however, he fell a little apart from his suite and had occasion to loosen some part of his armor. He did not return and his guards entered the copse where he had sought retirement for a moment. The unfortunate man was in the act of expiring, with the dagger of the holy vem in his body and his sentence attached to the weapon. Looking round in all directions, they could distinguish a masked man retreating at a slow pace, but no one dared to follow him. The code of the Vemic court was found in the ancient archives of Westphalia and has been printed in the Reichstheater of Müller, under the following title, Code and Statutes of the Holy Secret Tribunal of 3 Counts and 3 Judges of Westphalia, established in the year 772 by the Emperor Charlemagne and revised in 1404 by King Robert, who made those alterations and additions requisite for the administration of justice in the tribunals of the illuminated, after investing them with his own authority. A note on the first page forbade any profane person to glance at the book under penalty of death. The word illuminated, here given to the associates of the secret tribunal, unfolds their entire mission. They had to track down in the shadows those who worshipped the darkness. They counterchecked mysteriously those who conspired against society in favor of mystery, but they were themselves the secret soldiers of light, who cast the light of day on criminal plottings, and it is this which was signified by a sudden splendor illuminating the tribunal when it pronounced sentence. The public provisions of the law under Charlemagne authorized this holy war against the tyrants of the night. The records may be consulted to ascertain the penalties inflicted on sorcerers, diviners, enchanters, knowers d'aiguillette, and those who administered poison in the guise of love philters. The same laws made it penal to trouble the air, raise tempests, construct characters and talismans, cast lots, practice witchcraft and magical charms, whether on men or cattle. Sorcerers, astrologers, diviners, necromancers, occult mathematicians are declared execrable and made subject to punishment in the same way as thieves and assassins. Such severity will be understood by recalling all that has been said on the honorable rites of black magic and its infant sacrifices. The danger must have been grave indeed when its repression assumed forms at once so severe and numerous. Another institution which is referable to the same root was that of knight-errantry. The knights-errant were a species of 3 judges who appealed to God and their spears against all the oppressions of castellans and all the malice of necromancers. They were armed missionaries, who protected themselves with the sign of the cross and then clove miscreants asunder. After such manner did they earn the remembrance of some noble dame, sanctifying love by the martyrdom of a life which was one of utter self-devotion. We are far removed already from those pagan courtesans to whom slaves were offered in sacrifice and for whom the conquerors of the ancient world burned cities. Cor the ladies of Christendom, other sacrifices were requisite. Life must have been risked in the cause of the weak and oppressed. Captives must have been set free, punishment meted out to the profaners of holy affections, and then those lovely and white ladies, whose skirts were embroidered with heraldic badges, whose hands were pale and delicate, those living Madonnas, proud as lilies, who came back from church, with books of hours under their arms and rosaries at their girdles, would remove a veil broidered with gold or silver and give it as a scarf to the knight who knelt before them, praying to them and dreaming of God. Let us forget Eve and her errors. They are forgiven 1,000 times, and are more than atoned for by this ineffable grace of the noble daughters of Mary. Chapter 5. Magicians. That fundamental dogma of transcendental science which consecrates the eternal law of equilibrium attained its plenary realization in the constitution of the Christian world. 2 living pillars, the Pope and Emperor, supported the structure of civilization. But the empire suffered partition when it slipped from the feeble hands of Louis the Pious and Charles the Bald. The temporal power, abandoned to the chances of conquests or intrigue, lost the providential unity which kept it in harmony with Rome. The Pope had often to intervene as Grand Justiciary and, at his proper risk and peril, he restrained the ambitions and audacity of many competitive sovereigns. Excommunication was at that time a terrible penalty, for it was sanctioned by universal belief, and it produced phenomena which awed the crowd, being mysterious effects of the magnetic current of condemnation. There is the example of Robert the Pious, who, having incurred this terrible penalty by an unlawful marriage, became the father of a monstrous child, similar to those effigies of demons which medieval art represented in such ridiculous aspects of deformity. The melancholy fruit of a forbidden union bore witness at least to the tortured conscience and frightful dreams by which the mother was possessed. Robert accepted the event as a proof of the wrath of God and submitted to the papal judgment. Renouncing a marriage which the Church declared incestuous, he repudiated Bertha to espouse Constance of Provence, and it remained for him to recognize in the questionable morals and arrogant character of his new bride a second chastisement of heaven. The makers of chronicles at the period were enamored of diabolical legends, but their records exhibit more of credulity than of good taste. Every monkish malady, every unhealthy nightmare of nuns, is looked upon as a case of veridic apparition. The result is repellent phantasmagoria, stupid allocutions, impossible transfigurations, to which the artistic spirit of Cyrano de Bergerac is the one thing wanting to render them entertaining creations. From the reign of Robert to that of St. Louis there is nothing, however, which seems to deserve recounting. The famous Rabbi Jechiel, great Kabbalist, and truly remarkable physician, lived in the reign of St. Louis. All that is told of his lamp and magical nail goes to prove that he had discovered electricity, or was at least acquainted with its most important uses. Ancient as that of magic, the knowledge of this force was transmitted as one of the keys of the greater initiation. When the night came, a radiant star appeared in the lodging of Jechiel, the light being so brilliant that no eye could gaze thereon without being dazzled, while the beam that it darted was tinted with rainbow colors. It was never known to fail, and it was never replenished with oil or other combustible substance extant at that time. When importunity or ill-intentioned curiosity sought to intrude on Jechiel by knocking persistently at his door, the rabbi struck a nail fixed in his cabinet, producing simultaneously a blue spark on the head of the nail and the door knocker. The ill-advised person was shaken in such a manner that he cried for mercy, believing that the earth was opening under his feet. One day a hostile mob swarmed about the entrance, uttering murmurs and menaces, while they stood with interlaced arms to resist the commotion and supposed quaking of the ground. The boldest among them plied furiously at the knocker, but Jechiel pressed his nail. In a moment the assailants were tumbled one over another and fled, crying out like people who have been burnt. They were quite sure that the earth had opened and swallowed them as far as the knees. They knew not how they got out, but nothing would persuade them to return and renew the attack. The sorcerer thus earned quietude by the terror which he diffused. St. Louis, great Catholic as he was also a great king, and wishing to know Jechiel, he summoned him to his court, had several conversations with him, was satisfied fully by his explanations, protected him from his enemies, and during the rest of his life ever failed to testify esteem for him and to act benevolently towards him. Albertus Magnus lived at the same period, and he still passes among the people as Grand Master of all magicians. Historians of the time affirm that he possessed the philosophic stone, and that after studying for 30 years he had succeeded in solving the problem of the android, in other words, that he had fabricated an artificial man who was endowed with life and speech, who could, in fact, answer questions with such precision and subtlety that St. Thomas Aquinas, infuriated at being unable to silence the image, broke it with a blow of his stick. Such is the popular fable. Let us now see what it signifies. The mystery of the formation of man and of his primitive appearance on earth have continually absorbed seekers after the problems of nature. Man, as a fact, appears last in the world of fossils, and the Mosaic days of creation have deposited their successive remains, bearing witness that those days were in reality long periods of time. How then was humanity formed? Genesis testifies that God made Adam from the slime of the earth and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, a statement the truth of which we do not question for a moment, but we repudiate notwithstanding the heretical and anthropomorphic idea of a deity molding clay with his fingers. God, being a pure spirit, has no hands, and he causes his creatures to develop one from another by the power which he has imparted to nature. If, therefore, the Lord made Adam from the dust of the earth, we must understand that man came out of that earth under the divine influence and yet after a natural manner. The name Adam in Hebrew signifies red earth, but what is this earth actually? It is that which the alchemists sought, and it follows that the great work was not the secret of metallic transmutation, a trivial and accessory result, but the universal secret of life. It was the quest for the middle point of transformation, at which light becomes matter and condenses into an earth containing within itself the principle of motion and of life. It was the generalization of the phenomenon which tinges the blood red by the creation of those innumerable corpuscles which are magnetic even as the worlds and are alive like animals. Cor disciples of Hermes, the metals were the coagulated blood of earth, passing, like that of man, from white to black and from black to crimson, following the work of the light. To set this fluid in motion by means of heat and impart thereto the tinging fructification of light by the aid of electricity, such was the first part of the work of wisdom. The end was more arduous and sublime. It was a question of recovering the Adamic earth, which is the coagulated blood of the vital earth, and the supreme dream of philosophers was to accomplish the work of Prometheus by imitating the work of God, that is to say, by producing a man who should be the child of science, as Adam was child of divine omnipotence. The dream was insensate perhaps, and yet it was sublime. Black magic, which ever apes the magic of light, but takes it, as it were, backwards, was also concerned with the android, that it might be used as an instrument of passion and an oracle of hell. For this object it was requisite to outrage nature and obtain a species of venomous fungus, full of concentrated human malice, the living realization of all crime. For this reason magicians sought the mandragora beneath a gibbet from which some corpse was suspended, they caused it to be torn up by a dog tied to the plant, a mortal blow being inflicted on the animal. The eradication was effected by the convulsions of the agonized beast. The dog's soul passed into the plant and also attracted thereto that of the hanged man. Enough of these horrors and absurdities. Those who are curious in such knowledge may consult the common grimoire known along the countryside under the name of Little Albert. They will find further the method of making a mandragora in the form of a cock with a human face. Stupidity and impiety vie one with another in all such processes, for nature cannot be outraged wilfully without at the same time reversing the laws of reason. Albertus Magnus was neither infanticide nor deicide, he was neither guilty of the crime of Tantalus nor that of Prometheus, but he had succeeded in creating and arming at all points that purely scholastic theology, outcome of the categories of Aristotle and the sentences of Peter Lombard, that logic of syllogism consisting of argumentation in place of reasoning and of finding an answer for everything by subtleties concerning the terms. It was less a philosophy than a philosophical automaton, replying in an arbitrary manner and unrolling its theses like the revolution of machinery. It was in no sense the human logos, but the unvaried cry of a mechanism, the inanimate speech of an android. It was the fatal precision of machinery, in place of the free application of rational necessities. Saint Thomas Aquinas, with one blow, shattered this scaffolding of words when he proclaimed the eternal empire of reason in that magnificent sentence which has been cited already so often: "A thing is not just because God wills it, but God wills it because it is just." The approximate consequence of this proposition, in arguing from the greater to the lesser, was, "A thing is not true because Aristotle has said it, but Aristotle could not say it reasonably unless it were true. Seek first therefore truth and justice, and the science of Aristotle shall be added unto you." Aristotle, galvanized by scholasticism, was the veritable android of Albertus Magnus, while the master's wand of St. Thomas Aquinas was the doctrine of the Summa Totius Theologia, a masterpiece of power and reason which will again be studied in our theological schools when it is proposed to return seriously to sane and healthy subjects. As for the philosophical stone bequeathed by St. Dominic to Albert and by the latter to St. Thomas Aquinas, we must understand it as the philosophical and religious basis of ideas prevalent at the period. Had St. Dominic been able to accomplish the great work he would have secured for Rome that empire of the world about which he was so jealous for the Church, and would have diverted the fire which consumed so many heretics to the heating of his own crucibles. St. Thomas changed all that he touched into gold, but this is a figure of speech only, gold being in this case an emblem of truth. It is opportune at this point to say a few further words concerning that Hermetic science cultivated from the first Christian centuries by Ostens, Romarius, Queen Cleopatra, the Arabian Geber, Alpharabius, and Samanas, by Maurian, Artephius and Aristeas. Understand in an absolute manner, this science may be called the Kabbalah in realization, or the magic of works. It has therefore three analogous degrees: religious realization, philosophical realization, and physical realization. The first is the solid basis of empire and priesthood, the second is the establishment of an absolute doctrine and an hierarchic instruction, the last is the discovery and application, within the measures of the microcosm or lesser world, of that creative law which peoples incessantly the greater universe. The law in question is one of movement combined with substance, of the fixed with the volatile, humid with solid. Its principle is divine impulsion, its instrument the universal light, ethereal in the infinite, astral in stars and planets, metallic, specific or mercurial in metals, vegetable in plants, vital in animals, magnetic or personal in men. This light is the quintessence of Paracelsus and is either latent or active in all created substances. Such quintessence is the true elixir of life, and it is extracted from earth by cultivation, from metals by incorporation, rectification, exaltation, and synthesis, from plants by distillation and coction, from animals by absorption, from men by generation, from the air by respiration. In this sense we are told by Aristeas that air must be derived from air, by Kunrath that living mercury must be obtained from the perfect man formed by the androgyne, by practically all the sages, that the medicine of metals must be derived from metals and that this medicine, though fundamentally one in all kingdoms, is graduated and specified according to forms and species. Its use is threefold, by sympathy, repulsion or equilibrium. The graduated quintessence was only the auxiliary of forces, the medicine of each kingdom must be derived from the kingdom itself, with the addition of basic mercury, terrestrial or mineral, and of synthetic living mercury, or human magnetism. Such is the rapid and summary sketch of this science, which is vast and profound as the Kabbalah, mysterious as magic, real as the exact sciences, but too long and too often discredited by the frustrated greed of false adepts and by the obscurities with which true sages have surrounded their theories and their processes.